All right, let's assume things work and kind of get started, right? Writing code today. Today is like, it's always been open source, but today's like proper open source because we're writing code. I want to get my audio check thing working that I like to do. Get started, right? Yep. So, I like it. I have lots of kind of follow up from feedback from friends that I'm excited about. Come on, Schwartz. Here we go. I like it. Yep. I think so. Like one idea is like literally every keystroke, more or less every pixel of the work is documented here in this video. I want to be inspired by Zoom culture, not YouTube culture. Zoom culture is like the world's top professionals just barely scraping by, just barely just barely getting their video to work and sharing their screen, and just total shambles. Plus, just tons and tons of empathy and patience on the other end, right? Everyone's like, yeah, of course. No one. This never works all the time. Whatever. I love it. So what that means is I can't like go offline and research stuff. I can't look into this. I can't show up prepared. I have to document my preparation rather than showing up prepared. The original idea was, my original idea was I just never published open source code, since you could just basically get Google to record it all for you, or anything else, trivially, easily, with no effort. But what that's done is I've never just spoken aloud to myself, like for hours and hours going through open source. It's always silent, or it's always quiet internal dialogue. So that kind of changes the nature of everything. But I'm not sure to what extent in terms of the development process. Anyway, what I've concluded is I think I kind of want to like talk out a little review and recap every time, like the old like sitcom television shows or something. Do y'all know the Mitchell and Webb, where it's like previously on previously? He bought a souvenir for his sister or something. So good. Anyway, so let's recap. It starts from what is Vibe DevOps and can there be Vibe DevOps? I think the answer is yes. DevOps is a massive, huge scope of problems, a huge problem space. So I think a key difference between a Vibe DevOps tool and a Vibe, let's say, web development tool, is the stakes are higher, of course. Like real money is at stake more or less instantly when you say ops, and not just money, but all sorts of risks. And then like I think what do I think? Basically, from the first moment, you're in a situation where you need lots and lots and lots of context coming in. And then you're also going to need lots and lots and lots of detailed planning going out to succeed. Success to me, like architecturally, Deerflow is kind of in the background, or it's sort of standing in for, I think, like all agent or LLM accessible tooling. That's this kind of Deerflow with this weird icon but the point is, there's just some store of text, really technically, but to me, it's a kind of knowledge base. And at a minimum, this is going to be required some kind of, information store, some kind of text store. It's going to be required for all the details that I just described, both gathering and planning and implementing. So that's great. There's a human obviously saying what they want to do. I've been thinking today it doesn't, I shouldn't really make it have to be a human because who knows? Who knows what the future is going to look like in terms of uh, like combining these tools with each other. I have some tabs up here that I heard from some friends that I'll go through. It's just not clear like who's consuming whom and how that's going to shake out in the future of like software architectures. So anyway, today there's a product owner, let's say, and the product owner is like the voice of you know what we're doing, right? Like all opinions, if you like, are outsourced to this product owner in terms of what are we doing, and why, and all these sorts of things. There's like a UI where the user is talking to the agent. I think a key difference, like this whole project's inspired by Claude Code, really. The initial question is what Claude Code does for individual repos or folders that it sees the world that way. Could you scale that out and just take this more or less the same approach and understand your whole site, right? Understand your whole context in that sense, and then be useful on that site exactly the same way that Claude Code makes itself useful in your folder or in your source code repo. So great. And then this agent here just kind of coordinates that at the moment. It's like the code base is going to basically be this agent here, right? Ooh, my name is Smith, so I could name it Agent Smith and have another movie reference. Agent Smith. It's just modeled after me. It has totally coincidental connections to the movie. Let's not do that. So I don't like the name agent, actually, but don't mind right now. So this agent, and then of course Claude Code, like an implementation detail that I think is important, a key experiment that I think is important is Claude Code is the only fingers on the keyboards in the entire system. I will not write code, or I don't think the agent will ever call into an MCP tool or anything like that, for example, to like ship some code or to modify some code or to push Terraform or anything like that. Even editing a file at the moment is out of scope. Claude Code puts its fingers on the keys. Yeah. And it deploys out. So if I scroll down, the last thing to kind of review is that a difference, I think, although it's inspired by Claude Code, a difference is that in my opinion, if you're just going to do generic DevOps, MLOps, all of it, the scope is so huge. My assumption is you're just going to need a traditional web browser and an LLM powered agent or software connecting to it. I want to draw a 2x2 grid. I want to see a 2x2 grid where there's 4 quadrants because I think all 4 quadrants are interesting. Being the AI both observing and controlling the browser, and the human either observing or controlling the browser, or for that matter, any other tool that we might need. At the moment, terminal's basically the next one. Could be Xcode or something. Who knows? Who knows? It's what I implemented is a generic Linux desktop with, I think this is, Chromium, and Copilot Kit. Totally cool. Totally cool. So that is what it would mean to do Vibes DevOps. Totally crazy. Furthermore, I think there's policies for several reasons for users, and also, in my opinion, I think there's some like hard requirements. Like, for example, it's like impossible to deploy something at the moment. I'm thinking it's impossible to deploy something that is not backed up and in some sense like protected against really, really pathological misbehavior of a future agent or tool. That's my question. So I will do that. I just got a message from a friend, so I'm sorry. It's Zoom culture. It's Zoom culture. I'm totally misbehaving. Okay. So that's all like the top down kind of theory of what would Vibes DevOps look like, or if I renamed it, like what would like Claude Code applied to my entire site look like as like a site engineer or an SRE or an ML ops or any kind of operational engineer. That's the idea. So then, as I see it, it's still nasty. I want to edit my dang file right now. I'm sick of this being wrong. Phase 3. So this is wrong syntactically. What did I do wrong? Is this the right syntax for GitHub flavored markdown? Let's just try it. Hey Google, stop. It's whatever. Stop it. Okay, let's see if that worked. Yes, it did. Wonderful. Okay, that was a massive annoyance. It was keeping me up at night. Okay. I believe, kind of thinking this through and trying to be inspired by Claude Code, which incidentally, part of this journey has been going into the source code of Claude Code and learning that. At least that was the plan. To my knowledge, there is no Claude Code source code except a massive 9 megabyte compiled JavaScript like bundle in the NPM package. And then I presume, I mean, if they went through that effort as a professional courtesy, I'm not going to decompile it. And I presume there's some licensing around that. So it's effectively a closed source tool. It's a free tool to download, but it's free to play, right? So just thinking about its structure, or like using it, getting my sea legs using it, I think it breaks into these 3 phases. Like this is the basic implementation of just the planning of the entire execution. Actually, I think this is like the core loop. This is the core loop of the entire, I think, system. In the same way that prompting Claude Code, one prompt, not a conversation, but one prompt, I think, is this loop here, pretty much. Yes, exactly. Yeah. This maps to a Claude Code prompt. One prompt and then one cycle of it executing on that. Again, it's inspired by that, but it's not exactly like that. So I think there's a step 1, which is an interactive mode where you just have to have a Socratic dialogue with the product owner to clarify everything that you need to know to move forward. I don't think it works to say like one sentence with sort of vibe coding or vibe web app development. I don't think one sentence, certainly implement that, but I just don't think it's useful right now to do that. I think there must be basically coded into the execution of this tool, like 0 or more follow-up questions in an interactive dialogue with the user until we're ready, right? Until the agent is ready, which means it's prepared for independent operation. From the user's perspective, it's interactive and then it's independent. That's how it's working. And that's just stealing the UX from Claude, right? You're typing, you can, I think, get it into a little Q&A interactive. You can make it no op, on your code base and all that, and chat and things like that. And then you put it in independent mode, right? I definitely want to steal the Claude like implementation, like the Claude has all this nice sophisticated ways to like interrupt it and update the feedback and update the plan and all these things. I want to surface basically all of that in some sensible way ultimately, but primarily it's interactive until like the agent, the Vibe DevOps tool is ready to proceed. And then again, because it's DevOps and because more or less every action has a cost to it, a real world cost, almost always in like currency, in dollars, but then very often risk or reputational risk or who knows, you know. It's all like real serious. Like the point of these ops is you're pushing this out to the world in some way, which is like kind of the only thing you know about ops is it's like, no, I mean, I think that's kind of all you know is it's this like deployment kind of mindset. You're like pushing something up. Anyway, for all those reasons, you have to have just a really clear plan, which then bounces back to the human or to the PO, let's say, before really taking any action like deployment. So again, in the way that Claude Code asks for permission to do stuff, I think just that approach, that's why this is Claudey with a chance of DevOps. But this proposal, I think this is going to be tons of fun to implement because this is a massively, like this is a super valuable document in a way that like a Deerflow, I think I've used it just a bit. I expect it to be totally awesome at browsing the web and synthesizing a report. There's also some really fun tools I'm about to look at here, which are also great. But I've never seen anything like this. Maybe I'm not running in the right social circles, but I haven't, if this works, even just stopping now, right? If you stop after phase 2, what that would look like is firstly, basically everything a human would ever want to make a decision. It's going to reconfirm back to me a lot of what we established in our conversation in terms of what are we doing. It's also going to tell me what it's doing, modeled after Claude Code. Claude Code says we're going to do all these files or we're going to do whatever. Same kind of idea. And then a massive one is the recurring cost. I think originally it was like startup cost and recurring cost, but it's not clear to me that there will be startup costs. I don't know yet. Or maybe it'll just be general cost or something. I don't know. But that's awesome. That's everything a human kind of needs. So I could imagine like, I don't know, like like an ingestion of Apple push notifications, for example, as a specific example, like you have to be able to receive those at any moment. It's totally asynchronous. It's totally event driven. And so there are expensive and cheap ways to build that in terms of like cloud fees, but then that can simplify or complicate the architecture in terms of like maintenance or like mental overhead. And it's unclear to me what is the cost of mental overhead now. I think these LLMs are going to kind of change that. So I totally want to explore what that's going to look like, what that's going to be. My hypothesis is there might have to be a little Stack Overflow just for these agents to share like what's working for them. If not directly, you know, there may be a whole new knowledge base in the profession that's something different from like how to deploy on Azure or, you know, Oracle Cloud or something. Because it's optimized for the agents in some way. It's either extremely verbose or extremely detailed, or I don't know yet. But that's like a massive experiment that I'm kind of eager to get into. So with this solution architecture, if you think, well, we've got a solution architecture, but we also have a cost, that implies a massive level of detailed sort of investigation and planning to get there. Like, I mean, really to do it on the clouds, I would use their like pricing APIs and push this whole thing into the pricing API and or potentially, depending on like individual clouds or something, pull it up in the browser and show the human, right? Like here, like I've saved this pricing model into the cloud, into AWS, and let's go to that URL now, and I'm going to walk you through it, right? I'm going to walk you through all the stuff, you know, if and only if they've specified in the scope conversation that they care about it, you know, That's exactly the sort of idea that I wanted to do. So the point is, like, if you query that like pricing API, you have to have a very fine-grained like plan or list or whatever of all the services and estimates for their utilization and stuff like that. So to get the cost from the solution architecture, to get the cost implies like a massive build out of, as it were, like 500 Jira tickets, right? Or something like that. Like all the NFRs have to be known. All the requirements, like your SLA might have to be known. I'm happy to cut these out of the scope for expediency, but in principle, that's what goes into all this, right? If it's required for some reason that it run in multiple data centers or across multiple clouds or whatever, that's all. That all has to be unpacked and then like executed on, not deployed, but as it were, shipped, as it were, like published or whatever, to this cost model, right? To this cost estimate. Because the human's just going to basically green light or red light, is that the word? This whole plan, exactly the way I do with Claude Code. It's going to say, here's the plan. Potentially, actually, yeah, totally. It could say, do you want to just do this plan? Do you want to, I forget. There's always three. And one of them is like just back out and let's just keep talking about the plan. Like we're moving in a totally wrong direction. Super awesome. And then the third one is either, I can't remember. It's a little, they kind of reuse the same UI a little bit. It makes their UX bad. It's either like continue and don't ask again or some other useful. I'll next time I see it, I'll remember, because the idea once again is just totally steal that. It's proved out from their work. And also now the entire profession is starting to learn that that we're going to think that this is intuitive before long. We're all going to say, yeah, that's how agents need to work. And the reason is we've been in the same way that Microsoft Windows was intuitive all through the 90s. This is going to be our expectations. So I want to be there when the hockey puck arrives to that position, right? Or when the wave, I want to be, when the wave arrives to surf, I want to surf that wave. Can't wait. And then, so then as an implementer, independent mode may not be too bad because the hard work of detailed, exhaustive planning has, I think, mostly been accomplished because we have to promise this to the human. Basically, this is a commitment to the human. And so we can't really deviate from it. We can't sort of like explore better ideas or something. No, not now, not right now, you know. So this is just actually executing on it. If I were modeling this like the real world, I would have like an escalation route. You know, it's, I don't know if Claude Code does this. I'll have to see. Maybe it does. Can Claude Code ever just say like, punt, you know, this is just absolutely not working and there's no hope of it ever working. So we have to just bounce back to the human. I'm not sure if I've seen that. I've certainly seen it try a million times on little expressions. It'd be fun to like trick it and write like some kind of wrapper around Python that like made up simulated exceptions and things like this and like just fake stack traces and just tried to get in an infinite loop. I wonder if it would ever say, like, there's just been too many bizarre exceptions that I don't know, that I've never heard of. We're backing out. Or would it just get stuck in an infinite loop? That'd be an interesting thing now that the source code is sort of inaccessible to me, as far as I know. That'd be an interesting, like, outside-in test, a little black box test to see, like, how smart is this thing? Or, because if it does that, probably a person had to write that into there, and so on. Anyway. So then independent mode is just, you know, Terraform, what is it? Terraform apply, Terraform push, whatever, Terraform apply. And implementing it all. I think Jira tickets is maybe not a great sort of mental model because I imagine and I plan to implement these like the high level plan, and then decomposing that into subtasks, and decomposing all of that into the architecture, and then decomposing the architecture into the like tech stack and so on. I plan to implement all that as a tree. That's just my gut feeling. Is I'm a CouchDB guy. Everything's a tree. Everything's a tree. So Jira, like all of Jira is just going to be one little sub tree. Yeah, I think because there's like the how, the why. There's like, if you're going top down, there's like why and stuff, and then how is one sub conversation, and then like all of Jira lives inside that how, you might say, or possibly the like user stories are different, but it's subsumed because the greater picture, the mental model is we just want to ship something. We know the thing we want to ship. Everything else falls out of that, comes out of that. So I love it. So that's the three phases. So that's the basic architecture. So then what are we doing today? We're doing interactive mode. And where have we got so far? I invented a little like language, DSL, which is called Chatfield. So Chatfield's a little spin-off project. Yep. And so Chatfield is, I just kind of like the ring of the name, the sound of it, and it's this Socratic dialogue, to gather information. So if you imagine, it's like what is that? Inspector was it? Instructor. If you imagine instructor's awesome. You can give it a super structured data model, and then some strings, and it will populate the data model from there. That's awesome. It'll extract, into this data model. This is sort of inspired by this. Chatfield is inspired by Instructor. However, the data model is simplified, and there's kind of metadata. The metadata is more important, or as important as the data. The syntax is totally inane, is whatever. The point, so firstly, these are all strings. There's no typing. It's all strings. It's a language model. We're just doing all strings. And then and there's no depth, there's no nesting. It's just a list of strings that we want to populate. There's no concept of nulls, because if we're gathering information from another, let's say human, there's a massive difference between I have not asked the question and we've not discussed something versus we've discussed something and we've agreed it's unimportant. Massive difference. And so I think it's nonsense to have null, or if these things are null, it's an internal implementation detail, because all of this information must be discussed with the human and established, aligned, right? Established. In fact, like a feature that I'd like to implement on this thing is just timestamp and document all of that. Like just like track the moments of alignment on this date at this time in this context, or in this conversation, whatever. We agreed about such and such, and your exact words were the following, and I'll quote you. I think it'd be awesome. I would love to just say what I want, and then have all of that be ragable or captured and tracked for everything you ever asked for. It's not the most urgent feature, but that should be a natural feature that falls out of this kind of semantics, right? There's validation. Basically, must is validation. Let's see if I can find more. Must. There's reject. Yeah. So there's basically just standard kind of validation decorations, or like positive and negative. I remember having a very strong opinion, which now I kind of don't care. I was like, oh, the open source, like the Stable Diffusion models, they have this positive prompting and negative prompting, and they're literally different like parameters. They're different inputs to the system. It's architected that way, and I want to follow that. And I have no idea why I felt so strongly then. But anyway, it just turned into a must and reject. I might just implement one of these as just the not of the, the negation of the other. So, but I think what's really cool is convenient way to declare validations. Again, all strings. There's no lambdas. There's no logic. It's just strings for the LLM to evaluate. Ultimately, this will all just go into a big prompt. The hint, I think the idea was, oh, I remember. The inspiration for the hint is the tooltip or the hints in web or graphic user interfaces. I'm not sure where that'll go. I think the LLM could make this more valuable. I think I'm doing it in an old-fashioned way that's not like LLM that's not that's not getting all the value out of the LLM that I should be. But anyway, the final thing that I think will be helpful is to, again, but just basically system prompt, like who is our interlocutor? What is their context? I think an LLM could crush this, basically. If I say, here's the context of the person you're speaking with. And then similarly, I think you could, I plan to use this sort of @agent prompting to quickly sort of calibrate the tech level of the audience, of the interlocutor, right? If they start saying, well, I want to like push some new, if they talk tech, if they get in the weeds, I kind of want to tell this agent, you're a weedsy tech agent now, and in fact, specifically, I want to hot swap that potentially in between two messages of a conversation, if not in between two tokens, right? Maybe not tokens, but certainly in between messages of the conversation, I want the logic of the software to be able to rebuild these models as it sees fit. My implementation at the beginning might be pretty easy where I can just kind of tune these agent strings, or I could just have 10 strings representing, representing like different levels, different amounts of in-depthness, whatever, easy to implement. But in principle, you could like make an LLM generate an entire one of these for you, and then eval that if you like in the future. I definitely think like meta programming is going to have a huge renaissance from these LLMs. But moving on, I think that's basically all I care about Gather. So now we're going to implement Gather. We're going to implement Gather. Where I left off, yeah, I don't care about the presets. This just popped out of the Claude Code, or one of the LLMs wanted to do presets, so I told it yes. So that's cool. I think I don't know. Cool. Basically don't remember this. It's a bizarre experience, spending hours and hours like thinking about code, but also having 1,000 lines of code output, but then not knowing that code base like a, that would represent days of output. So it's just I'm really loving the new kind of, in a lot of ways it's more of the same, and in a lot of ways it turns things inside out like Claude Code. So what are we looking at? We're going into Gather. Let me just finish wrapping up because I want to look at a couple web notes or websites and process a couple notes. Yes. The goal is another experiment I think that's fun to run now is, can a solo project maintainer ship like first class language support for let's say a library or a framework for this, for Chatfield, in 3 platforms simultaneously, 3 languages, 3 stacks, Python and TypeScript on the server side, and also TypeScript on the client side. That's important to me. I don't know why. I feel like choosing TypeScript or Python is like obviously wrong, because you're turning your back on that other entire professional like community, like you're turning your back on a massive, massive portion of developers, and you're closing the door, I guess. All these developers. So, and especially in the LLM space, also in the AI space, it seems. So the big question is, okay, I paid for all these tokens. I'm just gonna make Claude Code maintain this thing in 3 different languages for me, and I'm gonna mostly. We'll see. My plan was just work on it in Python, but we'll see. And so where we are is Chatfield exists. All the unit tests are there. This totally exists. If I run, this is my real example. The user is the product owner and so on. This works. But the implementation is firstly, it cannot be like one synchronous call or even one asynchronous call. I must have an opportunity as a developer to modify the whole data model, to modify the conversation, to modify the context as it's unfolding, for sure. So that's fine. This was kind of hello world, and Claude Code wrote this for me. Next, the implementation is just useless. It's like just basically useless and not worth thinking about. And so today's work is changing the implementation to an agentic framework. And where I left off yesterday was basically LangGraph 1. The major reason I pretty much don't think there's any other big competitors besides like rolling your own or going with something so obscure you're effectively rolling your own, which is multiple language support. I'm pretty sure LangGraph will let me support browser, Node.js, and Python if I want to. That was the lesson I learned. I think it's called LangGraph.js. Oops. I think that was it. It's this one. So this is at parity, I believe. Pretty sure this is at parity with Python. So that's perfect because that's exactly what I want. npm. Oh, I see. Yeah, React to the big A. Cool. So that's the plan. Now, just before we get started on the plan, I will kind of process some feedback and some notes from a lot of people. Let's see what happened. Recommendations. Oh, yeah. Okay. So if we go into Chatfield, I think I'm going to start adding little to-dos in the README here. Do I have any? I don't know if I want to do full-blown, yeah, the whiteboard. I don't know if I want to do full-blown tickets yet. Let's just add. I heard some feedback about like recommending like values. So what I would say is like, let's just say features. Let's just say like, maybe like, what am I trying to say? Pre-populate. Yeah, pre-populate values based on the ongoing conversation, right? I'm trying to think. So the big use case there, or let's just say or like propose some recommended answers. Is that it? Recommendations. Yeah. To upcoming questions. That's the point. The point is, again, if a smart human were doing this, if I say I have like a tiny budget in general, they're going to be, they would never propose anything expensive for the rest of that conversation. Or I would say, why are we talking about this, right? So it's this exact, I think that is the like sort of that's the test, or that's the feature that we're talking about. And specifically, it might even say like, oh, if you're on a shoestring budget, then, I recommend approach A over approach B, or, maybe like EC2 or something, or like getting a line node or a slice, something like that. It's a flat cost, right? You can kind of run anything you want on that one machine for a flat cost if you get like a virtual Linux server or anything like that. So that's like really nice to the human in that example, and that's architecturally like massively significant detail. Like that's a huge, like everything's got to run on EC2 box now. That's huge. If that's, I'm not sure if the tool could get into that state, but seems like sure, why not? I don't know, run everything on EC2. Seems like it could. So that's an example of pre-populating values. If I say under no circumstances can I ever exceed a certain cost, well, it's either going to have to build in like, you know, like what am I trying to say? It's, you know, the architecture is going to have to be built in like limits to the scaling and things like this, right? And then furthermore, I would expect it to have like like, you know, checks like acid tests and checks and monitoring basically. And you know, watchdogs is what I'm thinking. Like, and or you use a technology where the fees don't, you know, don't move that way, right? Like a EC2 box. And so either one of those, I would expect to have in the proposals for some follow-up questions, if that does. I don't know if that's the perfect example, but I think that's an awesome feature. Like that's a very natural thing for any good interlocutor to do, for sure, is to say, well, given where we are and what we've talked about, are you thinking something along these lines right now? Rather than just the form, which is, what's the next question? What are you thinking? And so on. What else? Oh, the only other thing I wanted to say is I think it must have a builder, some kind of builder API. Builder API for like auto generating, for like code to generate, to like build these things itself. Objects. What am I trying to say? Not for code, like for running code to build these objects during runtime, not in the source code. Right, right. So like an XML file has all the XML, but element tree in Python is how you build a tree of objects in memory, right, at runtime. That's the difference. So I think there must be a builder API, because a massive requirement is these things should be able to kind of mutate during the conversation. I think it'll be interesting to explore like how to limit that. Could I mutate it to be like, well, I want to take over the world, like Pinky and the Brain? Obviously not. So it's that's a fascinating, I think, question. Okay, so new notes. And then the final thing is, what is this, Appify? I can't remember why I was reading that. Oh yeah, this TikTok scraper looks awesome. Appify is still crushing it, I guess, is what I learned. I'm not sure why. That'll be like a detail. I found this, or I think I heard this from a friend's recommendation. This will pull information down. So this is why I think, actually, I remember, I want to capture this in like, in addition to Deerflow is the point, ScrapeGraph AI. Like any of these kind of information gathering tools. Deerflow, where do I write down Deerflow? That's fine, to do. Let's keep going, maybe, yeah, here we go, Deerflow. What is that? ScrapeGraph API. I'm not sure how they, oh. AI, yes, wonderful. Cool. I imagine they have an API or an MC or an MCP tool. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Like managing MCP is going to be a massive, big like challenge, or that'll be a fun challenge. What is this, Reloom? Why am I looking at Reloom? Reloom AI. Why am I looking at Reloom? Let's try it. I think it's the design. Yeah, exactly. It's design. I think what a friend of mine told me is by going through this tool, I think she got way, way, way better output than like just prompting a web, a web app to be developed. And it does Figma and all this stuff. Sorry, prompting straight to straight from prompt straight to source code. That this is like a design, this is prompt to design. And then from design, you can prompt again to the source code if you like. So let's just capture that. That's the point. I want to start tracking all these. Oop. Is that it? What is that? Relume? Relume? Really? Okay. What else? Yeah. So then, yes. So Galileo. So then there's this, and then what is this stitch? Like Galileo. Oh, okay. So they're like aligned with Stitch, or they're partnered with Stitch or something. So then we saw Stitch, right? Stitch dot with Google. And so this also is generating designs. Let's just keep it. What is that? Stitch. Oops. I have Copilot, or I have GitHub Copilot, but they're not doing Copilot for me in the editor online. Just noticed that. Okay, so that's Stitch. Now we're on LangGraph. Now we're writing code. Yep. Okay. Let's save this and start coding. Okay. Let's close it. So here we are in LangGraph. So I guess I'll start in Python. Pre-built components, probably. Oh, okay. So I know the first thing I need to do. The first thing I want to do is get like a decent Python environment or a decent development environment for. So I guess if I go into, first of all, oh my gosh, tons of stuff. Whoa. Oh yeah, I asked it to get into LangGraph for me. This is code. I think I already have it migrated to LangGraph, but I haven't read one line of code of this yet. Okay. Let's do this then. Let's see. Requirements.txt. Firstly, I wanted to tidy up my Python package. Let's say prepare. Is it like this at Chatfield? To be a like modern publishable Python open source also part I want development to be using this project's VN. What is that? Installing Chatfield with pip. What is that? Pip install .e dash e dot. Was that it? E for editable. Let's just stop there. Do I want anything else? Let's just go. Let's let it go. Okay. Oh, nice. So if I reference Chatfield, does it just auto list it for me? Is that more or less? Cool. Update todos. That means update everything in Spanish. Okay. Wonderful. So now it's reading code that I haven't checked in yet. So I better go hurry up and read some code that it wrote. So it swapped out. There it is. Conversation LangGraph. The problem is, let's see if this. Oh, it's a tiny bit of code. And then I don't want massive. I hope LangGraph is not a massive dependency. I hope it's not pulling anything too insane or any like massive models underneath it. I want Chatfield as much as possible to be a relatively lightweight dependency. Certainly like pure Python, pure JavaScript must be. Yeah, let's let it go. We're auto accepting. Okay. This is so bizarre. Like, who's gonna quick start now? You know, everyone. What quick start's not so useful to me because I had this thing wrote 200 lines of code without my attention or knowledge. So let's see though, because this conversation I want it to go. I don't know if I want to ask Claude about Chatfield or just finally put in the work myself. Gather. Yeah, I definitely believe now there has to be a gather API. So presets don't care about. So this LLM backend I think needs to totally go. Right. That's the point. Yeah, once it finishes, we're going to get on this LLM backend. Let's go to planning mode. Let me think. Set up a virtual environment. I don't think it'll modify. Let's just roll the dice. Oops, I always do that. I think that's fine. Let's just roll the dice on, oh no. Oh, whoa. Stop. Weird. Background commands, cool. Oh, is this new? Thank you, Claude Code. Customizable status line, yes. Totally annoying. What is it doing? No, I'm an old guy. I don't use Z shell. All right, we're on a tangent now. We're stopping. Okay. So what I want to do. Oh, so let's go to planning mode. Chatfield / what is that? LLM. Oh, it's Chatfield / Chatfield. Yes. LLM backend. From the code, not from the repo. Okay. Yeah, let's let it plan that. All right, so I'll switch back over. We're doing two things at one time as usual. What are we doing? Pip and installing, setup tools. Yeah, I guess so. Set up. This sounds wrong. I think I approve stuff too much. And we'll try it. Looks like it's working. Yeah, it looks like it's working enough. So that's fine. I wonder if the standard out streamed from here is token streaming into Claude. That'd be cool. I bet it is. Because batching it would be kind of hard. Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you. And I definitely need to get in and see like how is this working? I need to put in tons of prompts. Get next field. I don't want to get the next field ever. We're gonna have to re-architect everything. Ask about field. Maybe so. Yeah, we're gonna get in. Yeah, this is gonna be. There's a ton of logic that's implied in all of this that I've never written, and I don't think Claude Code even came close, which is fine. It's real-time code. It's not good code. It's real-time code. What are we doing? Pip freeze, please. Okay, I guess so. Oh, that's yes, by all means. Okay, and where are we on planning? Okay, here we are. Right. Correct. I think I want to get that mock. Wait, let's keep planning. We'll see what that results in. Good. Good. Yeah, I like doing my Python packages as much as possible, like NPM packages, where like everything's just a dependency. To get all the dependencies, you just install like it and you with the dev dependencies or whatever, and they all come in because they're declared as dependencies and so on. There's no, in other words, there's basically no requirements.txt. I like to make it 100% package dependencies. So what are we doing? Activate example dev, example dev. And what is this example dev doing? Example development script. This demonstrates the package is properly installed. Oh, yeah, sure. What a bizarre thing to do. But it's real-time code. It's not good code. Oh no, yeah, OpenAI key. I keep forgetting. Oh, I know exactly what I'll do. Well, whatever. I don't know if this is good or bad, this jumping back and forth. Okay. Yep. Remove both the old LLM backend implementation and all mock/testing code? I think yes. Files to delete completely. Wonderful. Yes. Test real LLM? Yes, exactly. Files to rename. This is cool. I wonder if the plan is always like this is a template a little bit. Or data model. A data model that they've built. Okay. Yes, thank you. That's good. That's totally advanced and like reducing technical debt. Example LangGraph to example.py. Let's just do a quick audio check because my audio always breaks. Data model. Yep. Okay. LangGraph example. Ooh, that was good coffee. Files to modify. Decorators. So, documentation updates. I'm gonna let it do it. I'm not sure whether to tell it. Hey, I also want to make. I want to make little events, or the developer needs to tap into this thing sort of at any moment, or either define some callbacks or whatever. But it should not just be a fire and forget mode. Fire and forget should be like one like special case of the general mode, which is not like that. I'm gonna keep it simple. So what is this? Oh, are you done? Thank you so much. I would say thank you, but it cost me some tokens, so give you the silent treatment. So okay. So let's do this. This is awesome. If I make it just refresh itself, if this works, that'll be fun. So LLM backend, right. Documentation. This is also a little weird as an open source developer. It's interesting to have documentation, keep pace with development. You can build that in, and there's some languages better than others, like Java or C#, I think, kind of make it easier. If you bring in your own discipline, it's super easy to do in Python or JavaScript. But you have to bring in your own discipline, and here I can just, if I pay for the tokens, I can just say, update the documentation. Just like most LLM stuff, I bet if it's not perfect, it's going to be a pretty good rough draft instantly. So that's awesome. Reread Claude. Okay, so this is the new plan. LangGraph is already the default. Awesome. Version already bumped. Whoa. Tests already updated. Oh, it must have updated some code in the other system. Wonderful. Remove the old implementation. Thank you. Okay, so the plan looks good. Let's see if it follows the plan, or let's see if the plan works. Yes, thank you. Wonderful. Oh, I love this interspersed numbering. That's awesome. Delete some test. Okay, test, remove. What are we doing? Clean up the examples. Wonderful. Documentation updates. Oh, let's let it go. Let's let it go. And then I got to kind of think about, some of the harder questions on here, like how, yeah, I need to know two things next. Once it finishes, I gotta learn the code base. It's ridiculous. I don't know my own code base. How much code is this? Word count. Wait, no, 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 no. The V end is here. Shoot. Let's see. Chatfield. Yeah. And tests. Let's try that. 3,000 lines of code. That's no joke. That's a lot of code to learn. That's not very much code to ask an LLM to guide you. Now it looks like about half tests ish. Oh, and this LLM backend is on the chopping block. So we'll see. But and anyway, so one thing I just need to kind of learn the code base better. It's not in my I don't have encyclopedic knowledge of my own code base. It's ridiculous. Then I need to think through the logic of, and to some extent learn LangGraph better, and think through the logic of like, no, not this test, not the tests. How are we going to approach this in general, and how are we going to implement that approach in LangGraph? Yep. API key. Man, I thought I told it already. It needs to use .env, right? Or not? Let me think. Should Chatfield use .env? I would say no, because you import Chatfield. Chatfield's not really meant to be run as a command at the moment. And I think commands, programs, set up environments, their dependencies and their imports should not. It's kind of same as logging, right? So the answer is no. So perfect. Worked to talk myself out of writing some environment code, some .env code. All right, are things changing under my feet here? No. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I see why people run in dangerous mode. These are just not helpful prompts. These are just not helpful questions. Should I run RM may or may not be helpful. But then, like, may I run RM forever after? Oh, it removed the UI. That's a completely ridiculous permission. That's an absolutely ridiculous permission, in my opinion. Cool, thank you. Yes, good, good, good. I don't like referencing yourself. I don't like self-reference. I don't like writing up LangGraph. I think it conflates. You're supposed to write a model representing a concept, not its own implementation or something. So I love this change. Good, good, good. The point of these models and all these data models and all of this is like they're all Turing complete, right? The point is that it's easy to think about as a human. It's easy to reason about. It's easy to write code without errors and so on. Although again, maybe that'll change. Maybe with LLMs putting their fingers on the keys, some of these will change a little. Or the idea won't change. It needs to be easy to reason about, but it needs to be easy for an LLM, not a evolved primate, right? Okay, cool, cool, cool. Update the tests. It's nice to see this thing get tests wrong too. Not like get them wrong, but like it had all sorts of problems setting up the test framework and things were crashing. That's really encouraging because I feel like every time I try to set up test harness, there's like a whole little specialty and like arcane knowledge to learn about it, and there's special context and special cases on every project to get your dang test harness, good. I feel like running the test suite's always Always, always trouble. Always trouble. And then you get it working really well for yourself and other developers. It's just always a extra complexity, I think. Erlang kind of did this super awesome. At least the unit tests in Erlang was fixed. Cool. What Y style and users? Why? Don't care. Run vibes. Wait, what? Did you change my data model? Cool. Testing the real open API with Vibe programmer. Okay. Run vibes. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, vibes. What do we got? Okay, Claude.md. So we're wrapping up. So all the code's changed. All the code is changed. Ooh, I like my short file names. What's an agent? LangGraph agent implementation for Chatfield conversational data gathering. Wonderful. 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 I think agent is like object, right? Like you never want to name your thing agent. That's my feeling because it's such an overloaded word and such a bizarre thing. So I'm gonna change that. For that matter, like this is agent, but there's a conversation state. I guess that could fit. The point though is this is agent.py and there's a bunch of classes in here. Oh, actually there's a huge implementation. Where is this? 500, 400 lines of code. Okay, cool. Cool. Good. We can learn. I can just teach that to myself. Okay, the builder is awesome. I don't care. What's the point of the conversation and the decorators? What is this py.typed? Manages a conversation using LangGraph agents. Okay, cool. Conduct conversation. While not cursed. Okay, I'm just gonna check this in, right? Wait, what? Do you want to proceed? Oh my gosh. Yep. Man, I need to put in Claude.md or something. This is stupid. I'm in accept all mode. Yeah, of course you're in a virtual environment. None of this is in Claude.md. This thing's wasting my tokens. No. Stop wasting. I think this is what I did. Hello, hello. Yes, yes. I remembered my fix. Hooray! I totally remembered. Audio fix. So good. So, I don't know when this clicked off. Yes, fixed it. So, I don't know when it clicked off, but I've just been staring and teaching myself LangGraph this whole time and talking to myself and like reading this code. I don't think the audio missed really anything. And I've just been drinking tons of coffee and teaching myself LangGraph. And the basic, my basic mission is just learn LangGraph a bit. It's just my first day. I'm hello worlding. But what's so crazy is instead of hello world and following it from these simple examples, I have like hundreds of lines of code that Claude Code wrote that I want to make do something useful. So it's a really interesting challenge. Let's move on from, so there's memory. Okay, it's got memory. It's not clear to me. Like I thought the memory would be tracking these messages, but it's saying don't do that. Oh, look, it's going to explain. Ask follow-up question. So it's going to explain. So config is the second parameter here. I see. Cool. Use a different config. So if we change the thread, okay. Okay, I want to understand this. This is cool. So obviously different thread. So it's kind of like Claude Code. Claude Code kind of has these thread IDs, these conversation IDs. And so, ask a follow-up question. My name. Ah, so that's Will. Oh, this is the entire conversation. Okay, awesome. Okay, so is that just syntactic sugar kind of helping me? Maybe that's genuinely helpful. Okay, so that's cool. So the entire conversation, or I guess the thread, is tracked, and so this is, as it were, appended to the conversation. So that's why I can start here. This is genuinely the first message. I might say, "Hi, I am Will." Next. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That's a lot of tedium, like tracking that state. So I'm glad not to have to track that state. And I wouldn't be surprised because it's calling itself a checkpointer. I wouldn't be surprised if it's got compaction and things like that built in to come later with advanced usage. I can say, oh, please turn these 100 messages of meandering conversation into 1 or 2 or 3 of dense, summary or something. Again, exactly the way Claude Code does it. Whoops, where's Claude Code? In fact, let's watch on my idiot son. Is that what it's called? What are we doing? Oh, successfully updated Chatfield to make graph generation easily callable. Wonderful. Let's go see if it did it. Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. Visualization.py. Uh-oh. I don't know if I like that. Do I have any notebooks? Chatfield examples. Examples. Yeah, visualization.py. Let's go look at that. Let's go read some examples. So this Visual Studio. Cool. If it generated an IPYNB file. Oh, neat. Pip install, of course. Oh, this is a better notebook than I've ever written myself. That's hilarious. Yeah, but yeah, I know. So yeah, let's just do this. Chatfield version. Oh, yes, correct. Got my virtual environment. Wonderful. Chatfield version 020. Okay. Now what? Definitely. Make me a gatherer. Definitely. What is your name? Wait, pass? Okay, whatever. No. Don't pass. Don't pass. Just do it. Yes. Now? Show me. Thank you. Wonderful. Oh, that's a lot of nice tedium that's solved. What is that? mermaid or something. I don't mind if it's accruing a little technical debt. Oh, yes. Okay, I like this. This is cool. This is cool. I think I made fun of this outputting the graph earlier on, but this is going to be massive. I mean, for that matter, I almost want to make this a source code. I want to write dot source code and have it become LangGraph, but no. This is really nice. So a form with validation rules, but that won't change. That won't change the, yeah, that won't change the startup pitch form, startup pitch form. That won't change the workflow. The workflow is the same. Okay, that's awesome. Maybe the workflow will change. I was imagining this would all be coded up and you know, locked in, checked in to this would be the source code of the project. But because it's a graph, it could be built with code. In principle, it could change. Okay. So this is going to be the same graph, of course. They're all going to be the same. Convenience functions. Who cares? Why do I care? Yeah, of course, they're all the same. And select field. Yeah, this is awesome. Okay. Now, it's not showing me my state anywhere, right? These are my nodes. These are my little state transitions, right? Initialize, select field, ask question, right? Cool. Process response, validate response. Yeah, this is ridiculous because a human could super, like humans love to just answer two questions at the same time. You know, if I say, what's the budget and what's the scope, they're going to say, oh, the budget's, you know, shoestring or something. And the scope is such and such. And that should definitely stick in both fields of the form, right? That's just polite professional behavior. So this thing is madness. But let's keep going. And what are we going to do? Complex workflow of multiple validation rules. Is it really? Right. Visualize the complex workflow. If field.hints. Wait, what? Must include. What a weird. Okay, whatever. Okay. How did my README change? Do I care? What is that? All right. Let's just do it. Examples. Yeah. Oh. README. Whoa. Testing. I don't want any of this. What is this? Quick example. This directory has example notebooks demonstrating various features of Chatfield. Graph visualization. Okay, awesome. I actually don't want that. I don't want this README. Examples. README. And then also, for that matter, get these examples. What is this examples? I want this notebook out of here. I don't want it in here. Let's move it to where didn't I just have like a doc / whiteboard? Yeah. Let's move it to there. Yep. Good. All right, now what? Test graph visualization? Don't care. What is this? Failed. Some tests did not pass. Missing. No, we don't care. We don't care. We don't care. What is this visualization Python file? What the heck is this? Visualization utilities. Get graph agent. I'm just going to see if, let me just do this. Move Chatfield / visualization to /temp. Let's just get rid of that. I don't think I want that. Oh, maybe that was the stuff that was tested. Let's just rerun that notebook. So close the notebook. Don't care. Close it. Let's go read, or let's go run the notebook. If it still works, everything's fine. Like literally, I just want to run that first, the first, yes, this one, whoops, gonna have to, okay, so firstly, let's just, wait, where's my, let me just run it, go. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I was wondering, where's my kernel? There's my kernel. Okay. Okay, good. So Chatfield, let's just see. I don't want Chatfield.visualization and visualize graph. Oh, do I? Draw mermaid, simple graph. What is that? Simple graph, get agent graph. I want to move all this. Or do I? Get agent graph. Let's just remove visualize graph real quick. Whoops. Let's just see if that works. No module, no Chatfield visualization. Who's doing that? Oh, init. Get agent graph. Okay, let's put it back. Yep. Chatfield. Off we go. Back. Do I want to restart the kernel? Let's just do that. All right. Sorry I asked. Sorry I asked. The point was easy developer experience. I don't want to fight with this thing. Okay, so, and then boom. That's my graph, right? That's good enough. That's totally good enough. So that all runs, so we'll keep all that. All right, what do I need to check in? And any dependencies? What dependencies came in? Cool. Grandolph. What is Grandolph? I don't care. I think it's one of the, oh, it's a graphing thing, I think. Okay, so wonderful. Okay, that's fine. So it's not like a, it's not a hard dependency. That's great. And then, yeah. Yes. All right. Easy to visualize during development, right? All right. So, whoops, can't type. So, good, because this graph has to have major changes coming in here in a second. So that's awesome. What else? Now I checked it all in, didn't I? Yeah, I checked it all in. So what's, wait, why is this agent? Do I need to save this or something? What's going on? Yeah, no kidding. I'm just gonna discard my changes. I don't care. Claude Code's writing this. All right, let's go read. Where were we? Yes. Let me just write down. I definitely want to use thread IDs. There might even be a cool way to, you know, using this time travel and stuff like that. That might be a nice way to simulate or to help, you know, a really good, as it were, conversational UX, if you like. That might be nice. So let's just make sure we become experts here on LangGraph thread IDs. Thread IDs or threads or something like that. Okay, wonderful. I want this thing to write me some dot here in a second too. Inspect the state. Right, by now. A few checkpoints. What goes into a checkpoint? To inspect a graph state. Oh, okay, it's a state snapshot. Wait, so we get a snapshot from a graph which has a state. Okay, right, this entire graph, where was my, this, come here, visualization. Yeah, so this entire graph, can I right click? No, let me right click. Can I download this or something? Save it. Come on, Schwartz. Save it. No, whatever. This entire graph has one state. That's a key like concept to, I keep thinking like, oh, I see. So like a finite state machine, you know, the node is the state. But so it's like they're kind of generalizing that to my understanding and saying, well, the node is only one field of the state. The state could have other information in it, data in it. And like a computer scientist would say, well, that's just like a a much larger finite state machine effectively, or something like that. Um, and here, the computer engineers have just said, yeah, your state's a dictionary. I love it. I love it. I love it. Cool, cool, cool. So the graph stays extremely simple, and then you just have a big dictionary, and then moving through the state, or moving from node to node rather, uh, is totally defined by me, and not like simple rules like from computer science class. Cool. Okay, I'm starting to get the like mental model. Love it. Okay, so where were we? So follow-up questions. Yep. It's a little weird to me that there's a, where is that? Just configurable? Like, is that just a keyword? Is that just a bit of LangGraph arcana that I have to memorize, that there's this configurable uh, namespace? Not to mention thread ID, right? Is that also something I have to memorize? Okay. So we get the state. Since the graph ended this turn, next is empty. If you fetch a state from within graph invocation, next tells which node from within a graph invocation. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. What else? Congratulations, your chatbot can maintain conversation state across sessions, thanks to our checkpointing system. But the example's memory, right? So if I stop the, okay. Now I could just implement some of this in Jupyter Notebook right now, but I want to keep going. I think I get it from memory. I think I'm okay for memory. Check pointer equals memory. Check pointer equals memory. So this is a check pointer object. You're calling memory. And this is a saver object. So a saver object is the same as a check pointer object. Is that right? Is a saver the same as a check pointer? In memory saver. Okay. I guess the answer is yes. Yeah. Okay. So a saver is a check pointer as far as I understand right now. Okay, love it. Okay. Human in the loop. Yeah, let's learn human in the loop, because then what I want to do is like draw an entire new graph. I think that's the point. This is awesome. The tools are like us. It's true. I probably during the no audio phase. Let me check. Okay. Yeah. During the no audio phase, I may have been saying, well, wait, why is my implementation? Where's the implementation here? This is all about state and state transitions and graph transitions, and not really much about agents and tools, and agents having internal state and internal memory. So that's awesome. That just means I'm programming at a low level is what that basically means, which that's great. There's helpers and high level, like what do they call them? Pre-builds and things in LangGraph. And then no doubt there's bajillion packages out there, open source packages and things, built on it. So this is awesome. This is awesome. Let's read about human in the loop and then rethink or think through the first real approach for the graph, and the agent. Okay, so in LangGraph, an agent is a thing that moves through. An agent, it's more correct to say. I think it's more accurate to say agents are these like graphy things, and not like person things. Like I think the rest of most of the ecosystem, most of the profession, agents are like independent, and they can use tools, right? I think that's kind of they have a little persona, they have a little goal, and they can use tools to accomplish that goal. I think that's how most people think of agents these days. But I think LangGraph largely, and I guess maybe that's cool because they're coming off LangChain. I think they're still keeping it low level and keeping it real practical and concrete, and saying, well, we have this state, they just kind of picked a mental model like state machines. Um, so I love that. Okay, so what's going on with human in the loop? Because I think I want to understand, like in Claudey and in Chatfield, uh, is there a human in the loop, or is the loop so small that uh, like I was expecting Chatfield's code to handle human interaction, or maybe outsource it or abstract it so that people could plug in UIs or something on it, chat UIs and things on it, but that I would receive a prompt from a human. Sorry, not I don't. You know, the Chatfield program would receive that human input and then like do some thinking until it's time to present it to the human again. And so there's no human in the loop. Or could I use this framework to implement that entire thing? That's what I want to learn here in the next couple minutes. Okay, the primary interface functionality is the interrupt function. That's cool. Calling interrupt inside a node will pause execution. Execution can be resumed together with a new input by passing in a command. Okay, I gotta learn an interrupt, or I gotta learn a command too. What's a command? It can be used to control flow and state updates, edges and nodes. For example, you might want to both perform a state update and decide which node to go to next in the same node. Of course I do. Control flow. State update. Weird. You can achieve dynamic control flow behavior identical to conditional edges. Oh, interesting. Command, literal my other node. You can also achieve dynamic control flow. Oh, interesting. Okay. But I guess more of it's in the code and less of it's in the graph. Whereas a conditional edge is, as it were, in the graph a little bit more. I don't know if it's a distinction without a difference. When returning command in your node functions, you must add return type. Okay, I don't know if I care anymore. Let me not care. Where were we? When should I use command instead of a conditional edges? Was I? Yeah, I'm on. Okay, let's pop out. What do we have here? Reducers. Okay, and then I think we're just in the reference. Okay, so now what? This tutorial builds on add memory, right? Okay. Okay. Start with the existence tool from the add memory. Okay, great. Thank you. This is so bizarre. Like I'm simulating this in my head. Obviously, I have not gone and copy and pasted like I might typically do. And the reason is like there's this wild stallion underneath me now that can kind of code all this up. Not necessarily good, but in real time in 60 seconds. So if it works, it'll be a pleasure to, kind of think about the code. I don't have to make these types match in my brain, obviously, and then make it work. But what I don't know is like, how do I confirm? How do I know it's good? Or how do I know it's what I want? If the answer is read every line of code and spend a lot of time on that there, then I don't know if it'll pay dividends. But I can't wait to find out for sure. Okay, human assistance. So how's this work? So you annotate it as a tool, right? You decorate it as a tool. Okay, just a LangChain tool. You call interrupt. Which is a type. You return, wait, what? It's a type? But so you're instantiating it. It's lowercase, so it's meant to either, I'm either what am I trying to say? I'm being encouraged to think about this thing as a function, right? So, all right. Let me click myself on. I think the sun has set. I think it looks fine now. Okay, and a command. Now you're jumping to commands. I thought commands were syntactic sugar. So why am I doing commands in my quick start? I don't want commands in my quick start. Execution could be resumed. Okay, maybe it's required if I want this human in the loop stuff. Oh, maybe that's the point. Is like maybe are they saying, well, a human could potentially throw any kind of curveball possible, so only a go-to, can like only a go-to kind of function could cover the human feedback. If that's what they're saying, that's cool. Let's see. So why is this highlighted? They did that? They did that. Okay. So I make a tool. Right. It just runs this interrupt. Query. Wait, what's the query? Okay, it's passed in. Request assistance from a human. The thing is like, where's the UI? Like, how's this getting? Is it, okay, I could go read it. I'm sure they'll explain though. Because this thing's obviously like UI independent. Compile the graph. Visualize the graph. Chatbot, yes. Okay. Prompt the chatbot. Okay, I need to make sure we're building an AI agent. Could you request assistance for me? All right, so we're streaming. Dot pretty print, okay. If messages in event, okay. So I pass in some messages. This is a brand new thread. User input is blah. Okay. And then off it goes. The chat generated a tool call, but the execution has been interrupted. Oh, wait, is the point that human in the loop is just a tool? Starting with, there's no like first class support of human assistance. Are they just saying this is like a big tool you're going to want to use, or like this is the most common tool? Hold on. Persistence layer supports human in the loop workflows. Well, I guess that interrupt implementation is like, okay. The interrupt function. Calling interrupt inside a node will pause execution. Okay. Calling interrupt inside a node will pause execution. Executions can be resumed with a new input from the human by passing in a command. Interrupt is ergonomically similar to Python's built-in input. Awesome. I love caveats. Dude, caveats with a blue link. I'm there. Enable human. Okay. Pausing using dynamic interrupts, also known as dynamic breakpoints, are triggered. Right. You can set dynamic interrupts by calling the interrupt function. Sweet. The graph will pause. Right, but okay, interrupt is the recommended way to pause a graph. Node interrupt is deprecated. Right. I don't want a node interrupt. I want a function call. Okay, cool. I don't know what I want. I don't care. Okay. Specify check pointers. Save the. Wait. To use interrupt, you must have a check pointer. Oh, this is good. I want to write this down. To use interrupt, you need to specify check pointer. Call it. Common patterns. Oh man, so much documentation. This is awesome. You must have a thread ID. All right. And then you resume using invoke/stream. Okay, let's read some code. Human node, state. So boom, interrupt. Oh, okay. So maybe I was right. Maybe I'm not sure yet, but this might just be the most convenient or intuitive or something like API for me to implement the the conversation, the dialogue. I'm not sure yet. Interrupt. I still want to see how's interrupt implemented because, of course, firstly, this would be a cool thing to go look at. What are they doing in JavaScript? Because, I mean, it must be generic. It must be generic, but also like streaming. Maybe I want to see, how does this thing wire up into the last mile of user interface? How does it become a CLI prompt or a Python input or a like job, HTML form or whatever, or React component? That's unclear to me. I'm sure there's an answer. I'm going to love it, or I'm going to have a strong opinion about it. I'll probably love it. Interrupt is a special key that we returned when running the graph if the graph is interrupted. New and not for, I don't think I care. Extended example. Whoa, even that's not too bad. Okay. Human node. Wait, is this the same code? Print graph.invoke. I think this is the same code. Oh, no, it's slightly different. What are they doing down here? Print result. Okay, cool. Let's read the simpler one. So the human node. Okay, so we compile graphbuilder.compile just with the check pointer. What's that check pointer? Where'd that thing come from? Wait, what? Is this not in the code? Am I crazy? Okay, yeah, it's implied. Weird. Do they say that? Right, durable, backed by a database. Yep. Dang, I wanted to make this simple, but that's okay. They have in memory. Maybe I could just let you pass in a check pointer where you here means the like API consumer, the library consumer. Maybe I just say, hey, you build yourself a LangGraph check pointer, please. Typically, you either just run this one line of code to do a memory one, maybe run this other couple lines of code to do a SQLite, and then like here's your MySQL and your Postgres and your SQL Server connection strings, and good luck. Maybe that's the API. That's quite common. That's quite typical. Or you pass in, you're like, yeah, that'd be fine. We'll just have to see whatever's convenient, whatever works in dual languages, of course. Ooh, that's actually a good idea, because then this is definitely going to work in dual languages. This is definitely going to work. These are all like internal objects of LangGraph. Great, 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 great. Okay, this is coming together. So now what? Okay, it returns an interrupt object. Man, all of this is in JavaScript too? I can't wait. I want to go read LangGraph.js. Okay, check pointer. Oh, this is like real code. Cool. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, cool. So build the graph, state graph. Oh, okay, good. This is explicit. Okay, so there's, what is that? State graph. What's that state object? Where's that state object? That, it's a type. Is that also not imported? Am I crazy? Oh, I'm crazy. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's our subclass. That's our state. I got to start getting used to that. Like React state as a dictionary, state as an object. It was so awesome. I got to get used to this. State as a subclass of a typed dict. I wonder if I can subclass a dictionary. That'd be fun. I don't like types, but whatever. State, graph, state. Okay, so we had one node. We had the start to the human node. Love it. I can't believe there's not just like dot. I can't believe they don't just have a dot API where I just pass in a little bit of dot source code. You know. Right? Boop, boop, paste, boop. Yeah. Yeah, totally. So this is the entire thing, but like as an API, this wouldn't be like, this is all, it would start would be implied, like I'm not asking, I don't want to have to write an entire dot file. I wish that I could write a little dot snippet, a little dot DSL. This for sure, right? I wish I could write it in that language. Human node, maybe. I think in dot, actually, I'm almost certain in dot, if you don't define a node, then it will auto vivify it, right? And so I could literally just do this one line of code, and that would be quite a bit of the example. That would be like, I don't know, these 3 or 4 lines of code or whatever. Anyway, xylophone. So what are we doing? So the human node captures the interrupt, and this is how is this not asynchronous, right? That's gotta be asynchronous. How is this? Maybe it's wrapped. Yeah, I have a lot of questions about, okay, but anyway, it returns a value synchronously and then some underscore text. Oh, the text to revise is some, so some underscore text is the, what is that, a parameter? Graph.invoke. I don't have my C legs. It must be, it's not the starting state. Config equals config. Configurable thread ID, yikes, okay. Is it thread ID a string, I guess? Is that, or stringable? Stringable? Okay. So they pass the check pointer. The graph builder is, the state graph is a graph builder, or the graph builder is a state graph? Yes. We add a node, we add an edge. We add a check pointer. Okay, I see. So you must have a check pointer, but your check pointer may be an in-memory check pointer. Great. Now what? I see. So there's a little secret key or whatever. There's a little, I forget what Python calls them. There's a little kind of internal key. I almost remembered it. Dunder key. Double under key. And it's what is that? The interrupt key stores a list of objects, and the first one's an interrupt object. Okay, whatever. And then resumable, true. Oh, wow. Resumable, neat. Neat. Okay, but I don't care, right? Okay, resume using, okay. Resume from the interrupt is different from Python's input function. Execution resumes from the exact point where the input function was called. Oh, maybe, okay. When the interrupt function is used within a graph, execution pauses at that point, right? To resume execution. Oh, so it's just paused itself. Okay, cool. So that's how the asynchronous is handled, I think. I think it's just paused itself, and I have to restart it as the caller. To resume execution, use the command primitive, which can be supplied via the invoke or stream methods. Cool. The graph resumes from the beginning of the node where interrupt was initially called. From the beginning of the node? Wait, nodes have beginnings? Nodes have beginnings? What's that mean? This time, the interrupt function will return the value. Yikes. Oh my God. Okay. Whew. I don't know if I like that, but I'm going to go see what it feels like in JavaScript. All code from the beginning of the node to the interrupt will be re-executed. Of course it will. Oh my God. Okay, so a node can be re-executed. Jeez. Oh, and then it returns, it's like fork, right? It returns like 2 different values depending on which like universe you landed in. Right. Okay. Resume multiple interrupts with one invocation. Okay, when nodes with interrupt conditions are run in parallel, it's possible to have multiple interrupts in the task queue. Geez, this is getting advanced. This is awesome. For example, the following graph has 2 nodes running parallel that require human input. Okay. Once your graph has been interrupted, You can resume all the interrupts with command.resume, passing a dictionary. Yikes. Okay. I can't believe they're doing, this is getting pretty like asynchronous and we're all still in synchronous code. Okay. So now there's a state with 2 text objects. There's 2 human nodes. Of course there are, right? There's these 2 nodes. Love it. And what do? Each interrupts. Oh my God. So it's synchronous. Oh my God. Oh my God. Jeez. It's like, oh my God. I miss all the old React that was just like object oriented. It was so simple. I miss all that. And now it's all use state and all this stuff. It drives me crazy. I don't know. Maybe it's lowering the bug count, like Erlang. You know, you're not allowed to write dangerous types of code. It's not possible to write certain sorts of like anti-patterns and stuff. So maybe it's lowering our bug count. God. Oh my God. It returns twice. It returns twice. Oh my God. All right, it returns twice. Let's see what it does in JavaScript. Okay, so is that it? An interrupt returns twice. It returns like an interrupt object or whatever the first time, and I guess that'll automatically make LangGraph pause itself. I think that's the point. So we build a graph. The state is this. Love it. There's 2 nodes. Of course there are. They're parallel. Yes, they are. Then gotta have a check pointer. We compile the graph. Okay, whatever. Why not just thread ID 1? Don't understand, but whatever. I guess this is starting to make it like parallelizable. I don't know. Okay, and then we invoke it, right? This is the key thing because this is going to be the core of my loop. This is massive. Graph.invoke. I see. Okay, resume with mapping of interrupt IDs to values. Oh, cool. For I in parent.getState.interrupts. Okay. Okay. Weird. I don't want to memorize that syntax at the moment, but so the point is this is like collect. This feels like collect, like when you fork off a bunch of subprocesses or subthreads or whatever, and you have to collect them all up. This feels like this is what this is doing. The resume map, awesome. What happens if you don't get it right though? So what this is doing is it's saying for every interrupt, how did it? Okay. So I guess when I call invoke, both of these run somehow. It's still not clear to me, like, is it just literally gonna, it's not just literally gonna print to the screen. It's not literally gonna call Python input. Let's see, resume map. Maybe I need to run some little test code. Right. Common patterns. Okay, awesome. So resume with a mapping of interrupt IDs to values. Interrupt ID. So an interrupt ID, I assume, is totally different from a thread ID, or it's mapped, or it's a sub. Okay, cool. Human input for prompt. Blah. Human input for prompt. I.value. Okay. For I in, geez, what's the thread config? What in the heck is that? Where's the thread config? Is that thread config? It's not jumping out at me. There's a config here. Wait, what is this? Oh, typed. Right. I don't like types. Where is that? Ah. Oh, it's defined up above. After running. Okay, whatever. Let's keep going. Where was I reading? It's in all these. Okay. Whoa, debugging. Cool. Validate human input. Whoa, this is awesome. Add interrupts to any tool. Oh, whoa. I still don't know if I want to. Whoa, review tool calls. Jeez. So wait, yeah, these are all the like patterns, right? Let's get back to where I was. Okay. Okay. Okay, so whatever the thread config is passed in. Like all of this code is like not runnable through copy and paste. It's sort of weird. Okay, dot interrupts. Okay, fine. So for each one, there's the human input. So I guess, so it must have run both of them before returning back here because it's going to collect them all up. And it's all synchronous, so it must be that way. Great. Now what? So we run okay. So we have to pass in a resume argument to a command. Okay, so it is like it all works through this command object. Cool. So you pass the resume map. Neat. Okay, neat. I thought the command specifies the node. Maybe that's optional because I would guess the resume map might like go to a router or something like that. Okay, let's read some patterns. Below we show different kinds of patterns that can be implemented with an interrupt. Right. Okay. Yes. Pause the graph before a critical step, such as an API call, to review and approve the action, of course. Because I want to run that, what is that? AI dash, what the heck was that thing called? That protocol? What was that? UI or whatever? No. I want to run that protocol to display like structured input widgets, structured input objects, accessible structured input objects actually, such as approve, reject, choose from a drop-down, various other things. Basically everything that the, let's say Facebook Messenger API allows, all these little input widgets. That's definitely an ultimate goal. I think that'll make it not only more accessible, but genuinely better, genuinely like more likely to get it right the first time, basically. Okay, let's read it. So then how would that work? So there's a human approval, right? It returns a command, some node, another node. Okay. Are these the options? Okay. Interrupt. Is this correct? LLM output, right? Okay. Service the output that should be reviewed and approved by the human. Oh, I see. Okay. So the LLM output is just some state that they made up. If it's approved. Whoa, go to is literally a keyword. Whoa. I haven't used go to in my programming career since I was a child. There's a proper, keyword argument. That's hilarious. Okay. I trust him. Okay. All right, so we interrupt. So the first time it falls to the prompt back to the user, and then the second time. Okay, cool. So these things have to be like no side effects. These things have to be like pure functions or something, at least up to the point of the interrupt call. That's the point. They don't really bother saying that, but that's a massive implication. Don't mess around with external state before you call this thing. 'Cause it's going to run twice. You have to be certain, blah, blah, blah. It's all idempotent and all of that. So whatever. Okay, let's keep going. Right. That's so hilarious. Cool. Okay, human in the loop. Okay, maybe. Review and edit state. Okay, I get it. Yeah. So all of these are just how to use the interrupt function to update state and or choose the next route, right? Let's see if there's anything more. Human, right. Review and edit state, right. Cool. Maybe. Review tool calls, okay. To the human, same thing. They're just reviewing the tool call, right? Right. Okay. I don't know if I want to implement this. And that, what was that? AG-UI, maybe that was it? Was that it? Yes, it was. This one, Agent User Interaction Protocol. These have like tool, I want to say this thing, right. This protocol, front-end tool integration, that's not it, but this protocol, I think, can help. Now, LangGraph is right in here, so I should, whoa, I know the URL for LangGraph. Thank you. So, oh, cool. There's a demo. Okay. Let me do that later. Let's keep coding, or let's keep learning this code. So, all right, where were we? Human. Okay, thank you. Running tools. Next. Whoa, that's a lot of code. What are we doing? Add interrupts to any tool. Oh, are they not diagramming? I only like it if it's got a fun diagram. Add interrupts to any tool. You can create a wrapper that adds interrupts to any tool. Is this like before or after execution though? Wrap the tool to support human review. Yes. Yeah, I get it. I can, okay. Call tool with interrupt. Request. Whoa. Wait, what is this? Oh, it's a human interrupt object. Okay, whoa. Okay, fine. And why? Call it. Okay. Now I'm still manually invoking my tools. I'm not looking forward. I want to get all this done without invoking. I don't want to invoke tools. I've written tons of code. When they first did the functions or the Java, what was it, JSON, OpenAI, I wrote a ton of code that it's so, I hated it. There's so much error recovery in there. I can't wait to use the Pydantic one or whatever, these things that get it, from my perspective, get it right on the first try. I can't wait. Validate human input. If you need to validate the input provided by the human rather than on the client side, you can choose this. Maybe multiple interrupt calls with a single node. Whoa. So there's a human node while true. So we validate an answer. If the answer isn't valid, I don't think so, because I don't know. From my perspective, all human input is valid. It may or may not advance the information that we've gathered, but it's always valid. Yeah. So I don't know if I care, but I'm definitely doing a while true loop. Am I? Okay, debug with interrupts. To debug and test a graph, use static interrupts, static breakpoints. Key capabilities. Use interrupt before and interrupt after to pause the graph at predefined points, either before or after a node executes. Oh, cool. Oh, that's a static interrupt. So is that a little type? Interrupt equals before. Okay, cool. Human in the loop logic can be introduced at any point in the workflow. This allows targeted human involvement, such as approving API calls. Yeah. Patterns. Okay. I mean, I want to see an example of Python driving like a web front end. Okay, LangGraph Studio. Okay, wonderful. Okay, we're getting into our obscure, I think, human in the loop stuff. Okay, that's human in the loop. Yeah, here we are. Validate human input. Okay, I've read all of this. Where are we now? Time travel. I'm not going to read time travel and subgraphs at the moment, or multi-agent, or MCP. Because I need to decide and maybe code up like the core loop. Let's quickly read. So now that I've learned all this stuff, I want to go read the LangGraph JS documentation, and I should be able to follow along. I'm hoping like it's total parity, and it's parity and it's paradise. That's what I'm expecting right now. LangGraph JS. Let's learn the basics. Let's quick start. So there's my API keys. We got tools. We got models. We're doing chat OpenAI. Pulls from LangChain. That is parity. That is exactly the Python. Wonderful. So what am I? I'm outraged but not surprised. Yeah. Okay. Now what? Define the tools the agent will use. Yes. So there's one tool, which is this Tavily searcher. Okay. Got to have a checkpointer. Of course we do. Easiest checkpointer is the memory saver. Oh, so this is saying create React agent. Now, is a React agent, let's see. I think that's React with a big A. It's a little vague because it's JavaScript. That must be. Okay. Now it's time to use. So final state equals agent.invoke. Is invoke the same invoke slash stream? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Graph.invoke. So they're calling them graphs here. Whoops, they're calling them graphs here, and they're calling them agents here. But that's okay. Final state, await agent.invoke, yes. What is the, okay, so the messages, oh, awesome. So if this thing has a check pointer, I can expect to read in this source code maybe, this thing will never accumulate prior messages because that's happening already in the check pointer, right? Yes. Oh, look, it's all like keyword, effectively, right? Parameters. And not, is that because it's JavaScript and not TypeScript? No MTS. No? Okay. Use. Okay. So the final state. And then let's just log them out. Okay, dot content, next state, agent.invoke. So we do an agent.invoke. So bizarre. There's a final state, and following the final state comes the next state. Okay. But that's fine. We await it. Now, is this, these are all LLM calls, right? There's no UI, right? Because this is like node code, looks to me. Yeah. Okay. Create React agent. Okay. Correct. Correct. Create React agent. Create a simple tool using LangGraph agent in a single line of code. Yes, yes, yes. Here's a visual representation. Oh, this looks super familiar. Awesome. Awesome. I'm in paradise. This is awesome. Alternatively, you can save the graph as a PNG. Don't care. Okay. Customizing agent behavior. Neat. Okay. TSX. Got it. Got it. Got it. Agent. Okay. So then what's this new one? After you've updated your environment variable subject, you can run it with the same command. So now what are we doing? We have a tool node, which can run these tools. We have a chat, a chat model or whatever. Ooh, is this one of the, is this like a router or whatever? Or is this a node? Should continue. Let's read it. Should continue. Come here. Should continue. Yeah. Yeah, it's a conditional edge. Okay, it's a conditional edge, like callback or whatever they call them. Yep. Okay, so should continue is receives messages. That's bizarre. These people, they're like, they like to hurt themselves. They hurt themselves. They hurt themselves, and they think they like it. Okay, the last, okay, right. Cool. If the LM makes a tool call, then we route to the tools node. Okay, I don't like that, but that's fine. Tool calls.link. Isn't this sort of, this is real low level. I don't want to get this low level, but that's fine. So then it's returning. Yeah. It's the, I forget what it's called. It returns the key for the dictionary for the mapping of the, like, the next nodes. Special end node. Okay, cool. Wonderful. And so then that is a conditional edge from the agent. Wait, what? A conditional edge from the agent. Well, it's weird. It seems to me that if you define it this way, there's no way to graph it because this is a runtime thing. But okay, workflow.compile. Okay, fine. I don't care. I don't want to get too, okay. A tool node enables the LM to use tools. Thank you. In this example, we made a should continue, right? And passed it to a conditional edge. can either call a tool or respond to the request. Either call a tool or respond. Okay. Annotations are how graph state is represented in LangGraph. Oh. What the heck is an annotation in their language? I want to read that. I thought they were... In fact, wasn't it in Python? I thought annotations came from another like well-known Python package. Let's go check that. That'll be fun. So let's do a quick, what is it? Overview. LangGraph agents overview. Right. Yes. No. Agent. Here we go. Right. Create React agent. Love it. Where, at what point did it start getting into Graph API? Ooh, functional API? Oh, I see. What's the runtime? Oh. What's pre-gel? Oh, okay, I don't care. We're getting too deep. Okay, so let's pop out of the stack a little bit here. Where I wanted to see, what I wanted to see is, are annotations a LangGraph concept or a Python concept that they moved over to JavaScript world? I don't know any of these well enough. And where's my dang? I also just totally lost my getting started. Here, okay, found it. Okay, so at what point, let's do a custom workflow. This is it, the chatbot here. It was in here. Yes. Yeah, typing is totally not LangGraph. I was right. Typing is not LangGraph. Let's go read what is typing annotated. It's gonna, yes, it Python type hints. Interesting. So this is a massive thing, and typing, I want to say typing is built in, typing is a built-in Python. Let me go pull it up real quick. So which Python 3? We're using system Python 3. Import typing, right? Typing, what is it? Dot underscore, what is it? File? Is that it? Yeah. Yeah, built in for sure. So then what are annotations? Type oh dear. They're talking about annotating, and also there is an annotation like type. Yikes. See if I can find it again. Where was that? Typing. Yeah, typing.annotated. Where is that? Ooh, here we go. That'll be a fun Stack Overflow. Sung Hero coming up. Sung Heroes. Jesse, Cottontail. All right, I'm having a hard time understanding. Yeah, let's read. People talking to people. So nice. So retro, annotated. The type of a reference and provide additional information. Okay, so I see. So used to just do type string. Whoa. Okay, just arbitrary strings. Is that the point? On its own, annotated does nothing. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so it tracks the metadata. Annotated tracks the metadata. For example, fast API uses annotated for data validation. Awesome. So it's a string. Cool. Neat. The parameter Q is of type string with a maximum length of 50. Mirza Haider. Sung Hero. Massive Sung Hero. Okay. This information was communicated fast. Right. Cool. Great. So it's the Python, at least this annotated system in typing. Typing is huge. So the annotated type or whatever, annotating callable objects. Shoot. It's going to be impossible to search it out of here. Stop it. Annotated. It's going to be impossible to find it without proper search. Anyway, it doesn't matter. This is how you attach metadata to typed whatever objects, to typed references, to typed data in Python. Okay. So with this annotated here, okay. So in LangGraph, we annotate, what's this, add messages? Yeah, this was like a helper function or something. So wait, let's read it. Messages have a type list. Yes, they do. The add messages function in the annotation defines how this state key should be updated. Okay, so every key can have a updater callback or whatever. In this case, it appends messages. Okay, this is all I can feel my brain like learning this. In this case, it appends messages to the list rather than overwriting them. Okay, so that's the helper, is the appender, the auto appender or whatever. And then by annotating, okay, so messages is a list object, but there's an annotation which says, here's how we mutate its state or whatever. Yes, that's exactly it. Here's how we mutate its value. Here's how we mutate its value. Okay. Oh, I see. So I could write an arbitrary like implementation if I want. And then here's a helper that'll append, right? And annotated is the mechanism to tell LangGraph to do that. Let's see if there's any more annotated anywhere in the code. Oh yeah. So there's add messages. There's these and these. Let's keep going. Are there any more elsewhere in the example? Oh yeah. Wait, add messages is still in there. Add messages. Okay, nothing new though. Nothing interesting. Stop it. Stop it. Add memory. Nothing new. Customize. Add human in the loop. Okay, no. Interesting though. This persists through the entire example though. So this is like. Oh, even though. Let me see. I thought the memory snapshotter would be doing this. It's now actually not totally clear to me. Where's that memory snapshotter? State graph. Where's that memory accumulator or whatever it was called? Okay, so there's the state. It's a list. Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep our search. Customize the state. There we go. Okay, so here's a new usage. Okay. All right. Update the chatbot to research the birthday of an entity by adding name and birthday keys to the state. Okay. Name and birthday. Cool. Ooh, I wonder if my object should become LangGraph state. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Because this is kind of overlapping, right? That's kind of overlapping. Okay. Okay, so this is the old, we know this one. Now what? Adding this information to the state makes it easily accessible by other graphs, by other nodes, in other words, functions, like a downstream node that stores or processes, of course, as well as the graph's persistence layer, of course. Right, the persistence layer. Wonderful. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Okay, I kind of get one thing. So operationally, if these servers are crashing, you know, like web servers do, you're storing all that state. And if you're willing to, you can sync, you know, you can flush that state to your database or whatever, and have these things be pretty much stateless themselves, you know, besides like give or take some kind of window of risk or whatever, where the information is not flushed. That's awesome. So you could have these things flush state as soon as they're done processing or whatever, and be extreme and be like, at least, I think that'd be really good if you built a web like service out of these things. You don't want them building up state in memory and stuff like that, and then crashing and losing control of that. I mean, you could almost snapshot the entire thing and like to Redis or something, like token by token, depending on what extent this thing can, you know, snapshot its state. I doubt it's that fine grained, but you almost could. Your backend API might not support that. I might be, yeah, I think I'm going a little nuts there, but cool. Okay. So here it is. Bum, 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 drum roll. Now we change this. So why update the state? Now populate states keys inside of the human assistance tool. Right. This allows the human to review information before it is stored in the state. Okay. Oh, this is after. Okay. This is where I stopped. And okay, so here we are again learning annotated. So for note, because we're generating a tool message for a state update, we generally require ID. Yikes. I'm just going to reread that later when I'm less bored by it. Okay. It's injected tool call ID. LangChain.Code. Oh, neat. So there's a little dependency injector or whatever. So this thing gets set. It's like Flask or something where this thing gets set. Every time I reference it, it's always set correctly. Injected to signal that this argument should not be revealed to the model. Oh, no, it's not. Hold on. No, it's not. Wait. We're generating a tool message for a state update. We generally require the ID of the corresponding tool call. Signal that this argument should not be revealed to the model in the tool's schema. Oh, okay. So these are like formal parameters, right? So human assistance, name and birthday. Okay, so the name and birthday are coming from the state here. How is human assistance wired up? Where? Let's go see. How is human assistance? So those so somehow become that these name and birthday become inputs. Okay, and then the tool. I see. Oh, cool. Okay, cool. So the tool call ID must be injected into this helper or whatever this callback, this tool, but it is not part of the schema. It's not part of the human assistance. So you annotate to indicate that. Neat, wonderful. So this is just a little enum or something, or this is just a little magic number or whatever. Great, awesome. Now what? We interrupt. We add, right, exactly. So then if the human, right, so then, okay, so it returns twice, right? So what happens? I think, shoot, otherwise receive information from the human reviewer. Trying to remember. It doesn't throw. I thought I have to return or something. If the information is correct, right? Doesn't it return an interrupt object the first run through? Can't remember. Okay, let's keep going. If the information is correct, okay, human response, dot get, okay. Correct? Weird. Why is there a correct key? Weird. Maybe that's part of the... Nope, it's not in here. Why is there a correct key? Correct? If the information is correct, why is there a correct key? Okay. Interrupt. Name, question, name, and birthday. Okay, whatever. Okay, so verified name, verified birthday, response equals correct. Okay. Otherwise, receive information from the human reviewer. If the information is correct, update the state. Human response dot get name, get birthday. Okay, made a correction. Okay. This time I explicitly update the state with a tool message inside the tool. Okay. Yikes, state update. Okay, so we return a command with updating the state. Verified name. Okay, so the verified name is what the... I see. So somehow the human either says correct or these are the names and these are the birthdays. That's the like example. Okay. And it looks like it's been like built into the state data structure or whatever that I'm expecting. Like if this is a typed dictionary, then this is just a .get method call for the name, right? Human response is... No, the human response is not a... No, it must be this. It must be this exactly. Is this correct? Name, birthday. So it's still not clear to me that how correct populates in, but that's okay. Okay, update the state. I see. So either they said, yes, it's correct, or they said, here's the corrections. The response is we made a correction. Okay, this time we explicitly update the state. Okay, boom, boom. And then the message is, oh, we add a tool message. So then what is a tool message type? Oh, I see. It's a core message type. Oh, I guess a tool. Oh, I see. I see. I think I stopped programming LangChain before they invented this type. Okay, cool. So it's a message type effectively, like not. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I know in ChatGPT I've seen tool calls and stuff a million times. Okay, awesome. Great. So you're returning a tool this time explicitly update the state with a tool message inside the tool. Correct. Right. So, yeah, exactly. So a tool returns a tool message. Love it. Love it. Love it. It appends a tool message to the current, to the state. It appends a tool message to the state, properly speaking. It returns a command with an instruction of that state update. Okay, got it. Got it. We're learning LangGraph. Prompt the chatbot. Okay. Prompt the chatbot to look over. Okay. I see. Oh, okay. Here it is. Maybe this is where that where that correct key is set in somehow. I don't really want to read all this. Okay, let's keep going. So back into JavaScript land, where were we? LangChain AI. Let me close some tabs. Learn the basics. This is LangGraph JS. Awesome. So in LangGraph JS, is this it? It's the what am I trying to say? Annotations, right? Quick start, annotate, message annotation. Let's see. Annotations are how graph state is represented in LangGraph. Let's read annotations. A root annotation object where each key is an item in the state. Right, annotation.root. User input is an annotation with for a string. Okay. Oh, their syntax is definitely different. That might be fine. Output state annotation. User input, graph output. Overall state. Okay, foo is a string, bar is a string, user input, string, graph output is a string. Yes. Node 1 is an async. Input state annotation. Oh, wow. Okay. Write an overall state annotation. Return. Okay, so foo is the user input. Okay. Okay. It's not clear to me how, like, where do they specify? Wait, let's see. Okay, yeah, where does node 2 get wired into the graph? Oh, just explicitly. Okay. State graph. All right. Awesome. My name is Lance. My. Wait, I want to understand this. How's the graph start? Input state annotation, output state annotation, state schema, overall state annotation. Whoa, it's really, oh my God, this is crazy. What? There's no way people write this this has got to be type of start. What? Yeah, geez, this is the type annotation? Input state, output state, okay. Update type. Okay, I'm not gonna go crazy. Trying to teach myself JavaScript too. I trust it. Reducers, cool. Okay, so back to get started, I just wanted to glance at a lot of it definitely worked. This is totally right, the graph. Let's keep going. So, ooh, okay. Wait, I don't care about saving it out. All right, so state cover messages annotation pulls from LangGraph. Tools. There's my tools. Oh yeah, I saw this. There's a workflow with the messages annotation. What's a messages annotation? I made it myself, right? No, that's from LangGraph. Okay. Oh, it's a state. Okay, cool. Define a function that calls the model.invoke. Oh, okay. Weird. The element makes a tool call. Maybe this was in the, yeah, I'm going to keep going. This must have been in the getting started earlier. Okay, so we start the workflow. There's, I see. So the agent node, not really loving this name. So the node called agent is represented by the call model like callback. Okay. Return a list because it will get added to the existing list. Of course it will, because you're using the memory, what do you call it? The memory like snapshot or whatever. Okay. Right, so there's an edge from the start to the agent. So basically from start, we move to the agent. From the agent, we're gonna call back call model, love it. And then so there's a node, oh, okay, so this goes node, edge, and all the Python goes node, edge, edge, edge. That's fun to say. Okay, tools, to the tools node. Or from tools to the agent, yeah, and it's conditional, love it, okay. Cool. Finally, compile, great. Use the agent. I've done invoke. Okay. Human message. What is the weather in San Francisco? It's going to call this. It's going to call the tool. Wonderful. Okay. Next steps. Let's go look. Whoa, interesting. They're going into RAG rather than the same order. Okay. Self-hosted light. What? Limited version of LangGraph. Wait, what? No, I don't care. Okay. How-to guides. Good. We got a cookbook. How to create branches for parallel execution. How to create MapReduce. Oh, awesome. Oh, that's cool. People are building out MapReduce trees and stuff. That's awesome. I might want to do that. Yeah, totally. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Anthropic. Wonderful. Right. 3 subjects. Cool. Right. Neat. Okay, we got implementations. And then here's the graph. Ah, thank you. Yes. So is the point this runs 3 times? Generate joke. Find the best joke. It conditionally moves to generate joke. Shouldn't it jump back where it finds the best joke? I mean, I didn't read the code. Let's see. We go from start to generate topics. I mean, this is just going to reflect this graph. Okay, cool. Cool. Neat. Ooh, this better be parity. I think the documentation's less clear. It's also less clear, like, can this run in the front end? I bet it can. The question is how easily. I think because I saw some code in here that kind of made me think they're sort of aware, yeah, like this. So I feel good. So that's it, LangGraph. LangGraph.js. 06. Go to the repo. Oops. Okay. Now let's go to the repo. Yeah, 2000 commits. I believe it. I trust it. Right. Yeah, cool. Full stack, quick start. Do they mention the Python one? Right. Oh yeah, both of them can use Langsmith. I'm loving it. Okay. Quick audio test, huh? I trust it. Yep. All right. Very good. Apache Beam. No kidding. Cool. Okay. Wonderful. Good. So now the fun part. I was going to take a break, but this is actually going to be the most fun part. I'm kind of exhausted down teaching myself LangGraph. So and I haven't written any code, so in no way have I like taught myself or like none of this is going to stick until I write some code. So, but I definitely understand it. So what did I write down? Async. I just wrote down the word async. No idea. I think I've thought through async a ton already, so I'm fine there. Does the LLM return a new object of the response? Yeah, I think it does. Moderation checks. I just wrote the word moderation checks. I can't remember. I think that was in the, so what is this, JS? Let's go to, can I switch very easily to Python? I think no, huh? API reference. No, this is all JS. Yeah. What if I do that? Yeah. Okay. What was that? Moderation checks? It's gonna be somewhere in here. Human in the loop. Where was it? Moderation checks. Tools? What is it doing? Moderation checks. What? Where did I write that down? LangGraph checks. Yeah. I have no idea why I wrote down moderation checks. That's fine though. I do remember. I remember thinking, oh, LangGraph does something here. I need to understand how to wire in moderation checks. I think that's fine. All this interrupt stuff is fine. I wrote down thread IDs, which I don't care. Okay. So I want to think about the state. Create a state graph. Yeah, I want to think about a state. Maybe I'll jump over into, what is this? Yeah, maybe I'll jump over into Claude. Okay, wait, what? Yeah. Wait, what? Opus 4? Whatever. Okay. Let me think. I mean, firstly, I kind of almost want to ask it, like, are you aware of the LangGraph? Let's see if it knows this. Don't look it up. Okay, cool. January, right. Oh my God. All right. Thank you. Cool. Now, what are the versions? Are these versions tracking? That's weird, but whatever. The Python version recently had a major release with LangGraph 06. Oh, nice. A new durability argument. Is this hallucination or is this real? Oh, this is real. And a new context API. Okay. Oh, this is good to know. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That just means I have to spend a few more tokens to like backport or whatever. That's fine. Not worried. Okay. As long as it's like supported by the development teams, I like my parity, or we have parity, and I like that. Okay. What now? This V6 release describes final major changes. Yeah. Okay. I'll believe it when I see it. I love it. Okay. Python, JavaScript. So I want to draw a LangGraph. Let me think. I don't know if this will help me or if I just want to draw on paper. And if I draw on paper, I want to move the dang camera. That's the other thing. I don't know how to move the camera and draw on paper. Well, like the point is, what's the graph, right? What's the graph? What are the nodes? And nodes are functions, right? What if I started with the really, really simple one that they had? Where's the first time they drew it out? Let me just go to mine. This is what I've got already, right? Boom, this is it. What does initialize do? Let's go look. That's interesting. None of the examples did that. Let's go read it. So, okay, now that I know, now that I've read LangGraph, let's go look, right? It's the agent. Wait, I thought we renamed it to Socrates. Oh, there's Socrates. Whatever. What's an agent then? A Chatfield agent is a, yeah, it builds up this graph. Okay. Field status. Okay. Now these are not annotated yet. None of this is LangGraph state. It's like internal state. Right, here we go. Oh, so that kind of answers my question. I think I first asked myself, there was a bunch of code that just creates a ton of state in the method of an object. Seems totally insane. So, okay. Okay, initialize conversation. This is the initializer. Let's jump to it. Here we are. Build opening message. Okay. The messages, collected data, validation attempts. Awesome. So the collected data is the values. Collected. Yeah. All right, wonderful. What else? So that's initialize. So why? Oh, I guess, okay. Okay, so why do we build the opening message? Jump to that. Okay. Now, the opening message is not a system message, right? Okay, so it's literally a string. So let's jump back. Where was that? Uh-huh. It's a string. Okay, it's a system message. Okay, it becomes a system message. All right, let's go read it again then. So it becomes a system message. Aha. Okay, so the doc string. Okay, cool. So the doc string is the top one. Okay, all of this is wrong, but it's clear. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I'll help you gather some information through a conversation. So that's kind of weird. Wait, messages.append? Wait, what? So we make a list of messages. Oh, it just joins them up. Oh my God. This is a very bad variable name, but cool. Agent behavior is the agent context. Yeah, and the agent context, yeah, agent underscore context, that's going to be all those at agent annotations, right? Agent context. Okay, self.meta. Wonderful, wonderful. Whoops, nothing. Agent underscore context. That's going to be the accumulator that gathers up all the, where's that? Yeah, here you go. What is that? Dot join. There you go. Build opening message. Wait. No. Agent context. Right. It's a, so if any are defined, we're just going to new line join them. But how do they come to be? Here it is, agent contexts. Yeah, it's somewhere here. It's just going to add agent context. Okay. Behavior. What is this? Apply agent context. Class equals. Oh, this is the builder. Oh yeah, this is the builder. I told myself don't get into this. Mm-hmm. This is it. Right. So there's a, yeah. So when you add agent, you're decorating. That decorator will monkey patch in an underscore Chatfield agent context. Oh, I thought I asked to do just underscore Chatfield to keep the namespace tidy. Let me do that in the background. I thought I did that. Let's get out of here. Thank you. I think I can slash clear, but I don't care. Okay. Wait, where are we? Yes. What was that? Chatfield? Oh yeah, I think I decided I didn't care. I'm gonna stick with I don't care. Okay, that's what it was. I decided I didn't care. All right. So it just accumulates them onto a list. Dot append, and off you go. Yep. At some point, they need to be reversed, presumably, but whatever. Okay. Love it. So why did I care about that? Here it is. Agent context. Agent behavior. Cool. User context, wonderful. I'll help you gather some information through a conversation. If not messages. Oh, I see. Weird. So if they, that's weird. So if nothing's been defined before, so if there's no doc string and there's no agent context and there's no user context, then it does this. That's fine. This whole implementation is totally wrong, so that's fine. So that builds the opening message. Why do I care? Okay, build opening, right? This is all just LLM code. This is ridiculous. Okay, cool. We add in one system message doing that, and that initializes the conversation. Okay. Okay. That's gonna stay. That's fine. The system message, I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's just proceed as if that's fine. So now what? Good, we've gone through one node. Although a lot of them we're gonna chop it. Oops, where was it? So it was in my VS Code notebook. Yep. All right, initialize is fine. So what is this select field nonsense? This is where it's definitely already wrong. We need human input at this point. Yeah, we basically need human input. We need a system message. We need an automatic, I think. For now, let's just have an automatic, what do you call it, agent message. And then it's hand over to the user. In fact, implementing like the dialogue part, maybe I can postpone the Socratic and just get the dialogue working. Actually, that's definitely it. It's a dialogue and information kind of, yeah, it's a dialogue. It's just simply a back and forth conversation between the user and the agent. But two things are happening. The agent is accumulating, obviously, the information, the key information. And also the agent is guiding the conversation to conclude. That's about it. So I think guiding the conversation to conclude is just making it say the right next message in the dialogue. And accumulating the information is just making it process the user feedback correctly. So the loop is basically like just back and forth and back. That's like the core loop. I think that's right. But yeah, let's start there. Let's maybe get into LangGraph. Draw a dot. Wait, let's get out of graph of a core. Let's see, a core. Yeah, a simple LangGraph loop. Draw a dot graph of a LangGraph graph. I think that'll work. I'm not sure I'm proud of that, but I think that'll work. Draw a dot graph of a LangGraph graph. With a simple 2-node loop with a, what is that called? Start state going to an initialize node, which then to initialize node. What is that? Does the initialize node, do we send output to the user? Am I like am I painting myself into a corner? As a user of the API, I think, is there a human input first? No, this thing should, right, this thing should do its prompt first. This thing should always start the conversation, let's say for now. Okay, to an initialize node, then, The, so if it starts the conversation, does the initialize node do that? No. The um like talk, let's say. I think it's like my turn, your turn, my turn, right, node. Then to a listen node, right? Which, what is it? Let's start there. That's what I want. I want an infinite loop. Thank you so much. Draw a dot diagram, please. Whoa, we're drawing, wait, what? This is an SVG. Let me stop it. Let me edit it. Render the graph for me to see. All right, I told him make dot. Yes, make it in dot, please. Yes. I think this might work. I think it's doing JavaScript dot stuff, and it's just gonna write some dot text, right? Cloudflare viz.js. Just gonna assume that's right. Wait a second. All right. Yes, node edge. This is, yes, this is dot source code. Thank you. I hate this. This is totally wrong. This is Opus? Oh, there you go. There you go. Okay, cool. It's gonna actually process it. Okay, good, good, good. Okay, I like it again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Gee, man, this is really going. Okay, gosh, it made me a whole app. Okay. Begin. What? What if I click it? Nothing happens. All right. Conversation loop. Talk. Generate response. Listen. Oh, I see what it's doing. Okay. We start. Now. Okay, so when we talk, right, what we're going to do is we're going to look at the state because we might move from, what is it? Is it talk? Yes. I think talk. Let's change it to think, right? Let's change it to think. Yeah, let's change it to think. And what else? Is there a conditional? Yes. Next, think a conditional edge to, let's just say end, right? And then is there anything else? We either talk or we end. This might be a good starting point. Let's just let that run. This would be the real graph, right? Geez, I hate to make you rewrite a whole web app you just wrote me, but I did purchase a lot of tokens recently, so I don't feel too bad. You gotta use these tokens. All right, I can't wait. What's it doing? Whoa, what's it doing? Oh, it's thinking for me. Wait, was that graph not rendered? That graph, what the heck? End state. I keep scrolling. Okay, thank you. Yep, think, good, process and decide. Okay. So that's the conversational loop. Now, the only thing is, as the API consumer, I want to think about like, I definitely don't want my API users, people who use Chatfield, should not have to learn any LangGraph. I think I might either make it asynchronous or just wrap that interrupt or something. I'm gonna have to figure out how do people plug in their UIs anyway? How do people plug in, when I need human input, uh, the how does human input feed into that interrupt uh, call or whatever? So let me think. So okay, so if I'm using it, maybe let me just get in a notebook and kind of use it. Let's go to the next step. This should be fun. So not this notebook, the whiteboard. Let's get out of here. We love Chatfield. We don't care. Okay. Right. This is the actual example. What is this? Don't care about code structure. No. Clean up my whiteboard. Let's erase some whiteboard. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Let's just restart the whole kernel and go. Okay, good. So how do I want to use this? I think the basic use case, to do a little like pseudocode is like while true. Let me think. It's gonna be like, I want to call into Chatfield in some way, right? And I'm gonna get a response back. Call into Chatfield and like get a response, like get something back. I think that something is my. I think that something is my like update. I'm curious. It could have like deltas and stuff in there. Or maybe an early implementation could just have like the old one and the new one. That's kind of interesting. Call into Chatfield and I get something back. And because like I think, yeah, because they're all strings, it's not just a request object here, unless there's underscores or something. There needs to be metadata like Chatfield thinks this is done. Chatfield thinks that the all the information has been collected, all the fields are populated, and all those and validated, right? It could say it's like partially done or whatever. Yeah, there definitely should be like syntactic sugar for like it's all done. So, okay, let's just say like whatever, x equals Chatfield, right? All right, let's just say that happens. If x is none, no, x will never be none. So then what is x? Is x like my state update? Because, yeah, maybe x is my state because the user doesn't have to know any LangGraph. LangGraph's completely an implementation detail with some tiny exceptions, like they may need to start passing in persistence details or whatever. That's fine. They don't have to learn LangGraph. They just have to call a helper function, whatever. So I could call it a state if I want, or a delta, or a state, or a response. Let's call it a response. What would I call it? Or would I call it a conversation? Is it a conversation? Is it a chat? Maybe it's a chat. Maybe it's a chat. Right? Or maybe it's a dialogue. Is it a dialogue? Yes, it's a dialogue. Dialogue equals Chatfield, right? It's a dialogue. Okay. So I have like if dial. Yes, exactly. Dialogue dot is done or whatever. Done. Whatever, done. Right. Yes. Dialogue finished. Not only dialogue finished, final request object is colon, and then we print, no, not this request, because that's the type up above. That's no good. Dialog.data. Data's lame, data's boring. Dialog.information. Dialog, let's call it information. Just because that's a strangely, actually, I think uncommon like label name. I'll just leave it there temporarily. Okay. So the dialogue is finished. So we break, right? Dialogue's done. Right. The chat field's going to have its own state. Now, I don't want to get so clever like that. I don't. This is just pseudocode right now, but I think I'm going to hand you back the state, and you're going to pass it back to me. We'll make Chatfield kind of stateless. I think maybe. We'll see if we can get away with that. I think we can. I think we can. Okay. So you call Chatfield. Then what? Right. Yeah. Or let's try this, right? A request. Whoops. A request, like let's say a user request is a request object, right? We make one. And then, yeah. Is it a dialogue? Yes. Yes. The dialogue equals the user request dot chat. We could do that, something like that. User request dot chat. We could start there. If now, I could just say user request dot chat. I could just tidy this up. It could just be inside that object maybe. Ooh, more reason to subclass. Let's just keep pseudocoding though. Chat. Now what? Call into Chatfield and get something back, right? If user request dot, right, exactly. Like, we'll just keep pseudocoding. Done, right? Okay, if the user request dot done. The dialogue is done. So in principle, it might have said, hey, what do you want to do? And in principle, I could respond, I want to build a specific thing which is not HIPAA and not SOC 2, and this is my scope of work, and the exact status is the following, and also the constraints and timeline are these, and then finally the budget is this much per week, right? In one big response, I could send that back, and then this could be done in one iteration. That should totally be possible. And so then I can say, thanks. This is populated. It's been, It's been validated. All these are valid. And we are genuinely done. Now, certainly I want to say like user request, right? I want to say like this, right? I want to say, let's do this, F, right? F, and then I'll say scope of work, right? User request dot scope. Yeah, exactly. Current status, user request dot current status, constraints, user request dot constraints, and budget. Yeah, exactly. Yes, perfect. That should definitely be there. So then, okay, so then if I call chat, that's interesting. Maybe I could pass in my like UI or something, or callbacks for the UI or something like that. Okay. And then it could be done. Right. That might not be something bad to implement. I might not have to implement like follow-ups until later. Because that's a lot to implement. That's the system prompt and all that. That's not bad. Like else, like, uh-oh, not implemented yet. If user request dot done. Dialog finished. Final request object is. Okay, neat. Scope of work. Okay. This thing could have. Oh, so let me think. Do I want deltas and stuff like that? Do I want to say like, what's new? I guess no. Let's keep things simple. Let's just let it chat. Oh, okay. So something that is important is like, you know, I know. Say I build this for a say I build this for a like a team I'm on at work or something. And if the scope is like we're doing the standard, ABC project, and I know that the standard ABC projects have a certain budget, always have the same budget. As a developer, I should be able to like populate that budget, I think. I don't think it's not just an annotation here. Like I could put a hint or maybe a new decorator, but I don't think I want that. I think I want, what do I want? Budget details. I think I want the developer to say like, I don't know, let's pseudocode a little. So if the user request is done, let me think. I mean, I kind of want to say like if user request dot, what dot, what am I trying to say? Ooh, what's kind of interesting? Let's see. Okay, so dot scope. Maybe. Okay, so in pseudocode, it's like if user request dot scope is, like, what am I trying to say? Acme standard project, right? Project. If the scope is Acme standard project, like, and, not dot budget. So it's not defined. So it's null. I think it can be null in the implementation. Something like that. Then user request dot budget. Now, okay, so the problem is I don't want to you can't just populate it. Okay, let's just populate it. You can't do that though. Yes. Right. Well, let's just cut the budget a little. Okay. And also it's a LLM. Let's go crazy. All right. But here's the problem. You got to tell the user that, So do I queue up? Do I queue it up? Yeah, I think I queue it up. I can't explicitly say, now go tell the user about this $1,000 because the LLM may think that there's something else pressing. Like the user might say, it's an Acme standard project and I want to discuss with you about the scope right now. It should not respond back. I think it should not respond back, is the budget $1,000? And it should certainly not respond, is the budget $1,000? And then lose the thread of the conversation. So let me think. So the point then is, it's not that the budget is 1,000. It's that I need to like, gosh, I almost want to do like, budget dot. Do I say why? Yeah, I say why. I say why. Let's keep pseudocoding. I don't know if this will stick, but right? Because that's the default. Right. Right, exactly. And my thought was you could kind of annotate that in there, right? There could be a new annotation that's like propose And then you could even say like Acme standard project. Propose like Acme standard project. But I don't like that. And then the budget is not an Acme standard project. The scope is. So then I would have to go into the scope. I don't like it. Yeah. So I think it's pretty natural to put that in the Python code, right? And so then you just explain yourself back to the LLM, and then the LLM will take care of that. So that can maybe push onto a list of like urgent or like next. I know exactly. Let me write this down. The agent will like does it push? No, it doesn't push. I don't care. Agent will append to a like next topics list. When it chooses the next topic, it pops from the list, right? No, it doesn't pop. Yeah, it does pop. It unshifts. Pop. Whatever. It pops the next topic. When it chooses the next topic in the conversation, like the next message, right? The next message in the conversation. What am I trying to say? Or else like moves through the, what am I trying to say? The data model, right? The data model fields. Okay, that's a good note. Okay, so this is all pseudocode. So, if the user request dot chat, okay, so we call into it, we drop into it, and it returns back. Still feel like I should be asynchronous by now, but that's okay. So we call into it, it returns back. If we're done, then it should be easy for me to detect that in my own code, and I should be able to, easily reference all the information from the user. That's the main idea. Okay. Next, I'm getting into, these, in a conversation, the values in the data model are going to kind of populate effectively random access, because the conversation is random access, if you like. And also the data model itself might change a bit. For now, I'm just thinking of like cutting out, like, for example, maybe if I say it's a new project, anything like the project is new, then the current status either gets dropped from the data model, or maybe you add in objects. I can't really think of any examples. I think they're all like power user examples, but I think you're going to want to build or rebuild these objects in the middle of a conversation. I think that should be fine. I think that should be fine. So since I can't really think of a super powerful example, let me proceed. This is good enough because I could potentially like fork off this. That's fine for now. Like I could call a like user request dot fork or mutate or something and get a new object and then just call its chat function. So I think that's okay for now. Now, the only thing left in the pseudocode a little bit is how's this going to actually work in real code? And I think the answer is I'll do the audio check because I'm always paranoid. Like user. Yes. Oh, I'm getting chats. People are chatting to me. Socratic dialogue. When was this? Probably ages ago. Oh, not too long ago. This is meant to document my own work, although I welcome anyone to be. Socratic dialogue, unreliable narrator. That's exactly right. There's a chat comment that says, is it a Socratic dialogue or an unreliable narrator? I think that's exactly the point. Is I think through careful hard work, these things can be made to be good. And right now there's just there's slop on every level. Like there's slop in the content, but there's also slop in the implementers and the programmers building these things. There's slop everywhere, or everyone's trying to move fast or something. Something I've reflected on is I'm not really moving fast. Although my plan is for this to be uh, an open source tool and um, a helpful library, and that it be usable by as many people as possible. So I do need to, I think, kind of go slow to think through that. Let me wrap this up and get more code written. If the user, so I think the only thing is I would have to get this to work this way. Okay, I have two choices. I have to make a synchronous call back to the LLM and just ask it. So, maybe this code might look like this in real code, right? Hey, stop it. This code might look like this in real code, right? It might say, if the user request dot scope like dot is, I don't know if that's a valid Python, I could do something like that, right? Or, dot matches, right? Dot satisfies, right? Right. Maybe I could pass more context or more prompting as a thing. Although a string, it's a string. A string's usually enough, in my opinion. So I could pass a big prompt in there. So that's a call to the LLM, but I think I can do better. I think I can save the user time by having this. Maybe we could do both, but something else that could happen is annotating the scope, right? I don't know. Is it a condition? Is it a condition? What is it? Is it a check? Is it a predicate? Let's call it a predicate. Is an Acme, what did I call it? Acme standard project. Is an Acme standard project, right? So if you decorate predicates, I want to think about this. Is it helpful? Then, effectively, in the same round trip where it's doing other things like validating, for example, it could also say, give me back trues and falses for these predicates. And so then, the only problem is, like, what do I do? I wish I could just say Acme standard, That's no good. What could I do? What's nice syntax sugar? I could, I could do that for sure. I could say Acme. I could do it later. No, I want to do it in the code here. Let me think. Yes. So then for that matter, musts and rejects could be implemented in terms of predicates. Musts and rejects would be, reject is just the negation of must, and must is just checking whether a predicate is true, right? That's kind of interesting. Specific enough to implement by a tech team. So I think that's okay. That's kind of neat. So then a predicate is just a named, dot hint or dot must. Ooh, it'd be fun. Could I do like this at predicate dot acme? Could I do that? And then make that predicate decorator like, or make that predicate object like make it one of these like anything's a callable. I have to check if that works in TypeScript. I bet it does. I bet it does. We'll have to check. That's fine. And so that way, if I can sort of hang tons and tons of Booleans off of my field, and predicate might not be. It might be more fun to give it a better name. Like @is really would be fun. Again, I need to check if that works in TypeScript and Python, but @is, is Acme, right? Is? That's totally not gonna work, right? Code. What's is? There's no way. Yeah. But what about @is? No, right? There's no way. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Is has? No, right? Has? No, that's lame. Let me keep thinking. Okay. Okay. Now, and so okay, I get it. And so by giving it a name here, or I could call it maybe. Maybe? Do I like that or do I not like that? Maybe Acme. Or I could call it bool, or I could call it flag. I don't know what I want to call it. Let's call it predicate. So, ooh, I could just do .scope.acme, right? I think it's just a string. So as long as these aren't like string, as long as these aren't like string, let me just see how this feels on my fingertips, right? Stop it. Come here. Right, so then .scope.acme, right? That, it would be that. And that would be populated through that first round trip through the LLM. So it's ready for me to use. Yeah, basically, I think that's, now I don't, this doesn't have to, I could put this on the to-do list a little bit. Although it might be how I implement, these are basically anonymous predicates, not the hint, the must and reject. Must and reject, let me write that down. I'm gonna do that. There's gonna be a generic predicate system. So the LLM is gonna evaluate true or false. Ooh, there could be like gradations, like does the LLM wanna estimate a percent? Could I have little decorators that say, well, for any field here, here's a little string to tell the LLM how to estimate a little percent for me, or any other kind of little simple object types like what else? Booleans, floats, integers. Yes, because I've been wondering, how am I going to convert, because they're all strings, how am I going to convert them all back to integers? And one thought was either make the just make the user do it and just say, hey, this system is just how to gather strings, but to have a language model be certain that it's good to go. You could have a must, directive that says like it has to be JSON formatted or something. I think, I don't know. It might depend on the implementation, but then what? So these are like anonymous predicates, but I think that might be right. I think that might be useful. I think there may be more data types, like Boolean might be an immediately useful data type, but there might be other data types like integer or something, or float. that, it'd be nice to just decorate onto here. And then when your model's done, maybe you can pull it out, converted for you. Let me think about that. My gut is keep it out of scope like today. Let's see how quickly I can get that predicate stuck in there. Let's discuss it. Let me see if I can just point it at my README right now, right? Can you read this README? Some kind of some kind of predicate decorator that will always what am I trying to say? That will what am I trying to say? That will make it easy to true or false like things about the field. For example, if a field is scope of work, I want a predicate that might say, like, team standard, like our team standard web stack. So that if the user references that standard web stack, predicate evaluates true, right? Can you help? Once you understand, discuss names and more. All right, let's let it think on that. I'm not sure if this is helping. Yes, please do that. Thank you so much. Whoa, did it? Whoa, what? Weird. Are you serious? What's going on? You can't pull my GitHub repo? Weird. Wow, I wonder why Claude. Stop, no, stop. Shoot. Okay, let me just paste this in. Given this README below. Okay, let me just add the README. Stupid. Whatever. All right, where was that? Let me get the source code, right? Where is my Claudey? Where is my Chatfield README? Chatfield README. I always get these wrong. Is that it? That's Chatfield, yes. Copy, paste, go. All right. All right, Opus. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, you want a predicate decorator? Conditional evaluation for fields. Correct. Scope of work, our team's work, automatic categorization. Exactly. Yes, exactly. Conditional field requirements. Thank you. Smart defaults. Yes, yes, exactly. And workflow branching, possibly. Okay. At matches. Ooh. At when. At satisfies. These are, okay. I like at matches or at match, right? At match. Yeah. At must. At indicates. Functional predicates. At when. No. At matches. Standard web stack. No. Okay. Let me go feel how this feels in my whiteboard. at matches. Match.acme. Ooh, I like that. At match.acme. I like that. It's like a regular expression matcher, but it's an LLM matcher. I like that. At match.acme. Okay. So here's the point. Do I want to do it in 1 or 2? Let's try to do it in 1. So Claude. Let's try to make Claude do this. Update, what is that? Chatfield. So there is a new decoration, right? Decorator. At match. Which will, wait, let me write it up. Let me write it up in the README. Let me write it up in the README. And then just say do the README, because I wanted him to README. Okay, Chatfield README. I already had it, didn't I? 2 seconds ago. Okay, here's a README. Let's go put it in there. Okay. Encourages reflection? Whatever. Tech help, right. Okay, why Chatfield? Don't care. Python, wait, don't care. Where are we? Computer problem. Adding validation. Here we go. At hint, at must. We should move at hint to elsewhere. Let's get at hint out of here. Let's just keep it simple. At must, at reject. Yeah, cool. Awesome. And then let's add a whole new, yeah. So adding validation. Let's add a whole new section called like what? Easy data, easy, like easy field comprehension. I don't know. Ensure that you get useful information. Tell, what is it? Chat. What am I trying to say? Tell Chatfield, let me just keep writing. Use, let's just say, use, what is it? At, what was it? What am I thinking? At match to tell Chatfield, use at match to tell Chatfield what? To tell Chatfield to I mean it's just predicates. Cache invalidation and naming things. Use at match to tell Chatfield how fields do or don't match your criteria. Match your criteria. Predicate. Let me just say predicate. Okay. So at gather, let's not do must or reject or hint. Let's just do match at must. So of your website needs purpose, right? At match dot personal, right? Personal is a personal project, right? So we're defining at match dot work is a project, is a personal project, is a project for work, right? Is a personal project. Yeah, whatever. Match dot personal, match dot work, right? Is a project for work. And so then let's just keep it simple, right? And so then what do I want to say? Help equals website help, something like that. What would I say? I don't know. Oops, help is a bad web help equals, okay. And then I know what I'll do. print web help dot purpose dot personal. We'll print none since chat has not begun. Let me do it that way, right? So then work, right? We'll print none since it has not begun. Let's do it again. The user says it's a small project for, you know, his dog. For his dog. Yeah, whatever. User says it's a small project. Yeah, for his dog, whatever. So then maybe personal will come out true. True. False. Oops. No. True. False. Yes, exactly. It won't print. It will print none. None. Output. None. Let's do that. That's pretty clear, I think. Let's try that. Okay, after some chatting, wherein the user says it's a small project for a dog. The purpose is evaluated. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So the README's been updated. Yes. Look at the uncommitted Chatfield. Implementable. Ooh, let's switch it to plan mode. In Python, I want the, what was it called? Match decorator to allow any, this is definitely doable. I've seen all these like auto Python objects, any like, what am I trying to say? Get attribute. Any reference, any attribute reference to call a function so that attribute becomes, what am I trying to say? So that attribute key works. Let's just say example, i.e. at match dot is what? At match dot is about football. Stop it. Field mentions football in any of its varieties, right? Whoa, stop. And any of its later allows my object dot, i.e. decorating, let's say, what's something where football might be mentioned, dot currently watching might with at match, right. Later allows my object dot currently watching dot is about football to be a Boolean or none. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you with your diff. Let's write some code here. Let me click myself off and get into full screen. Whoops. Ooh, I'm looking at my feed. I need to adjust the lighting is changing. That's fine. Yes, the match decorator is implementable. This is nice. This is something I would have to look up, a little Python meta programming. I would have to find that like catch-all. I think it's like underscore underscore. Perfect. Yes, yes, yes. Underscore underscore get attribute. Yes, exactly. Exactly, exactly. Cool. Yes, that's exactly what I want to do. Let's keep planning. Great. I want to re-implement at, what was it called? Must. Was it at must? Whoops. Don't even know my own API. At must and at reject. And at reject to be anonymous. Basically anonymous wrappers around dot predicate, around a dot match. Instead of a user supplied name like at match dot whatever, the name can be what? Does it even need to be unique? I guess it does. Yeah, just, do I want them to be unique? They're already going to be tracked in a list. So no, just like an empty string or null, none, or empty string. Or wait, should it? Let me think. Or maybe it should just reuse that same string match. Let me think. How's that going to implement? If I want to implement at must in terms of at match, you definitely have to track that it's must. Yeah, it has to be tracked that it's a must. Uh-huh. So instead of a user supply name, okay, is the user, let me just say the user API does not change. Let me let this thing figure it out. At must and, but reject, yeah, at must and at reject should internally use at match to, as an implementation, so must just checks for matching being true and reject checks for matching being false. Let's just let it rock. Oh, it's an excellent idea. I'm so happy. I'm still unsure. Do I want must and reject to just be logical opposites? Or do I want them to be or not? Maybe I could ask a chat. Maybe I could ask a model, a language model, what it thinks. All right. Whoa, ready to code? Here's Claude's plan. All right, transform must into wrappers around general match system. Where? At must rule? Yes, we could do that. Oh, a hash. Yeah, love it. That's cool. That's fine. Neat. Uh-huh. That expects true. And reject is a match for a reject rule that expects false. I totally love that. And then the new match. Okay, so what is this? Right, we have to have a match decorator, which has its own, which has its own get attribute overrider. Yes, totally. Ooh, you know what I should do is make it, can we make this thing reject duplicate? Yes. Let's update the match decorator. Let's keep planning. Should throw an exception if a match name occurs twice for the same field, right? Let's do that. Love it. This is such a weird way to program. It's kind of, I mean, these are the messages I would put in a GitHub, pull request or discussion or an IRC or whatever, or now today's Discord. But then there's like a massive lag, you know. Either I go and write the code, but here 1,000 tokens later, I've got some answers. And I kind of, in terms of getting sea legs, I want to see, like, what's the kind of right size update to make it do this. And then, by the way, I think I like this. It occurred to me you could ask the LLM to generate that, but I think that's another round trip. And this thing should be as low latency as possible. I don't want a lot of round trips to the LLM. Not for this. It kind of doesn't matter what that hash is. So that's fine. So here's the plan. Create a match system. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. So that's the plan. That's a neat. So this is a class. And so then the match decorator, the match label is a match decorator object. Awesome. And it returns a factory, ultimately get attribute. So you can't call at match at all. Oh, we could have an underscore call here in this protocol. Do I want that at match? Do I want that? It could have, nope, I don't. Let's keep going. So must, let me just let it do that decorator. Must check for hash collision. Wouldn't write that code now. But I think the hash, yeah, the hash is real. Yeah, it's possible. The hash is not like a real hash. Okay. Update field meta structure. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm sick of reading. Do it. Love it. Okay, example 3, match.personal. Totally. Must have a clear purpose. Must have specific goals. Totally. Match.personal. We could have at bool.personal, could we? No, I don't want to override that. That's, I think I could, right? I think I can say like bool equals bool. So bool, right? That's a type equals 3.1419, right? I think it totally works. Yeah, it's totally going to work. So I could have a match.bool or a at bool. I like match. It reminds me of regular expressions. I like it. It reminds me of regular expressions. So like they pass or they fail. It's pretty cool. All right. This thing's writing a lot of code. It writes more code than it deletes. Definitely one of the kind of bugs right now. So like they pass. Don't want to just be broadcasting video. Awesome. Update, create a new match.py module. Okay, let's go read that new match.py module. Hey, wasn't I running other things? No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Okay, let's go read that graph.py module or match.py module. Should be small. Yeah, very small. Wonderful. Okay. Why does it do this? Why does it import unused objects? I see this code all the time out of Claude Code. I mean, I do it too, but you know, I'm not a $1 billion LLM. Okay. Match decorator. All right. Dynamic match decorator, custom matches. Yep, totally. Yep, is personal, is commercial. I love it. This is cool. I mean, this is nice. This is sort of arcana that certainly I've forgotten. It's nice to get that for free. That's exactly what I wanted. I wanted this API. Create the singleton. Okay. Whatever. Now what? What's a field proxy? Is this new? Providing match. Oh, yes. Yes, I do need a field proxy for sure. Did it talk about that and I skipped it over? Whoa, error editing file. Huh. Field proxy. Totally. Was that in the plan? That's definitely part of the plan now because those fields are not just strings. And do I like that? I guess I do. I guess I do. Seems like more reason to wait, do I like it? It's more reason to subclass rather than decorate. You know, now I'm like, this class will not come out that way. Well, I guess the proxy will return the type if I just invoke it, if I reference it. Let's go read it, right? It's my code now. Field proxy. Right, so this thing's doing a massive, right, totally, is personal, then the field value have a dot is personal. Yeah, exactly. Okay, cool. Neat. Field meta. Okay, and then there's dict and optional. Cool. This thing's writing tons of typed Python. All right. Actual string value. Oh yeah, so all my fields are all strings. Awesome. There's field meta. What's field meta? Oh, okay. So that's all the meta. Yeah, exactly. That's all the meta of a field that's all the Socrates field meta. Okay, cool. And then what's underscore evaluations? What the world is that? Optional. So it's a dict. Oh, it's mapping to Boolean. Okay, we'll keep it for now. Oh, okay. So these are all the real mappings. Nice, wonderful. This is how the one round trip is going to be able to populate all of this. Yeah, totally. And then there's your syntactic sugar to reference all of this. Yeah, exactly. So if I do %s or or if I put it in a, what do you call it, Python, what am I trying to say, like string interpolation, it's going to come out. Whoa. Oh, cool. Representation of the proxy. I'm not, okay, whatever. Fine. Value equals value preview. Yes, thank you. One line of code. Awesome. Mm-hmm. Whoa. Equality with strings. Self and other. Oh, wow. Dang. I hope this pays dividends. This is a sort of code I don't want to maintain. I don't want, like, this is the cost of building a crazy custom object, especially in Python. You have to pay. Oh my gosh, length Boolean. I think it's probably right. Okay, so then get attribute's going to try to go and pull from this evaluations, I think, right? No, it's the field meta. Okay, check if this is a match rule for this field. Ah, must and reject are special cases. Internal validation rule boom is not accessible as an attribute. Must reject rules are used for validation only. Oh, wait, why am I restricting that? Skip internal must reject rules. They shouldn't be accessed directly. Why not? Who cares? Return evaluation result could be true, false, or none. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, cool. Cool. Internal validation rule name is. Well, I feel like, what? I'll keep the code. Maybe I'll just add a quick comment, a little to-do to myself. Write my name. Gotta write my name now. I'm not the author of my own code. All right. Now what? Okay, fine. How far is it coming along? Ooh, what are you doing? PyTest? Wait, what? Oh yes, by all means. pip3, please. But if you do pip3, hold on. Python. Let's see if that works. Okay. Why does it do that? Yeah. Weird, weird, weird. Why does it always does that. It always assumes there's a VN. I don't know why. Okay, what? Okay. Unrecognized arguments. Cool, I'll let it figure that out. Okay. I like my field proxy. I assume there's some unit tests and stuff just for the field proxy. There's some green files in the test match. Okay. Cool. So if these unit tests pass, this is going to be awesome. Match.isPersonal mentions personal use. What's your project for? Totally. Meta equals example.chatfield meta. Example, what's example? Oh, sorry, you just made, okay, example. We pull the meta. The field meta is the purpose. Wonderful. We assert that it's in the rules. Wonderful. Match rules. Cool. Is personal. Sure. And then the criteria. Wait, type equals custom? What's that? Weird. What is type equals custom? What's this type? It's only mentioned dynamic custom matchers. Oh, weird. Will be evaluated by the LM. Okay, store the match rule. Chatfield match rules. Awesome. Yes, totally. So what is this? Oh yeah, this is my matcher. This is my new one. I love it. I love it. Okay. Yes. So, right. Okay, just plain old dictionary. I love it. Under the match rules, under the match name, we already checked for duplicates. Yes, we did. The criteria is just whatever's passed in as a string. Is that right? Correct. The expected will be evaluated by the LM. I don't know what the expected is. And I don't know why the type is in there either. Seems to me nobody cares. Okay. How's it doing? Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, and it's got to export it. Of course it does. Okay, good. That'll be ready to go. That's pretty fun. Adding an entire new decorator and re-implementing some stuff to use it. I should have done that in 2 commits, but now there's more. It's not just the commits. It's getting Claude Code to get things right. I thought putting it all in the same prompt was better. Awesome. Nice. Let's put that in there. Let's just put it all in, huh? The field proxy, right? And then Chatfield tests. Test match, right? Let's just check it all in then. Boolean predicates. Reflecting fields, reflecting. Boolean predicates applied to fields. And use at, what is that? Must and reject. Yeah, and then update at must and at reject to be implemented with at match. Love it. Push that up. All right. And then what is this? Do I have unchanged changes in this agent here? No, I don't. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. So that's cool. So now in my real use case, that's implemented. Now we're back on the whiteboard. This is cool. This is like college. Everything's on the whiteboard. Okay. Cut it. All right. So that's a thing now. If I restart my kernel, that's hilarious. Boom. And then at match.acme is an Acme standard project. Okay, I need to import match probably. hint must reject and match. I'm gonna try it that way. That's wild. That's hilarious. This is a weird new way to write code. It's so strange. Okay. Cool. So that, of course, runs at match.acme runs. Good. Ooh. Ooh, you know what? Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. So what if done is just a match condition, right? Match dot done. But let me think. Would I ever want to have a Boolean predicate um, apply to the entire request? I guess so. Because, for example, if the scope is Acme standard, right, is non-standard, non-standard. Let's see, match dot, like easy approval. Easy approval would be, is both, let me think. And is an Acme standard product with a, let me think about this. With no budget, like exceptions, right? That's the point. So my request.easy approval would come out true if the scope, the only problem is, like, am I going to say the word scope inside the string for that easy approval? I think I'm not going to do this. I'm already like in a rabbit hole, in a rabbit hole, in a rabbit hole here. So I think I don't want to say, I do think there's a way, I do think there's a, I do think this is the correct mental model, but I think I'm going to wait. Yeah. So that would come out true. And then done would just be like a Boolean. I do think I kind of want to implement matches for, I think, yes, I want to implement matches for the whole class because I want done to be like implemented that way. I want done to be, you know, hard coded effectively to say like all the fields are populated, you know. In fact, maybe dot done is like a Boolean, you know, so then the request done state could just be the all condition for all the fields being done. And then done, I think that's right, because I think eventually the implementation is going to have to eventually the implementations, I think that's right. What I'm trying to say is, like, at some point I'm going to have to, no, I'm not. I was thinking I'm going to have to track like true or false Boolean for is each of these fields satisfied yet? Is it valid? I don't have to. I could just ask the LLM every time I want to know, but I do think I might kind of memoize it. So if there's a valid, the valid field would, the valid field would be that all of the musts are evaluating true and all of the rejects are evaluating false, right? Or whatever, or evaluating true, however it's implemented or whatever. They're satisfied. Dot scope dot valid or dot scope dot done. Request.scope.valid. Request.scope.valid. I like that. Request.scope. Because I'm saying must and reject, so I think people are thinking, oh, this is validation. So I like that. Something.scope.valid. Which, what is it doing? Yeah, it's just a helper. It's just accumulating. Yeah, let's just make Claude Code do that. What is that called? Chatfield? A .valid property, which just runs, any, which is true if and only if all must conditions are true, met, and all reject conditions are met. And all reject conditions are not met, right? Or the data field is valid, right? Yeah. Make it impossible for the user to like override this. It should, what am I trying to say? Like throw i.e. yeah, at, what is that called? Match.valid should not be, i.e. we want a unit test. Ah, that's good. We want a unit test confirming that match.valid throws. Awesome. Cool. You'll help me. It did not tell me it's an excellent idea this time. So it was not an excellent idea. Examine the current field and validation implementation. Cool. Yeah, because we've got this, now that I got this proxy, I may as well go crazy. I got a proxy now. So cool, there's a lot of thinking. How many tokens? Update todos. Examine the current field and validation implementation. Examine the current field and validation. Okay, to the field classes. Cool. Awesome. Yes, and don't ask me. Let me read it. At property, def valid. So, oh, it's a property to the field proxy. Yes, exactly. It's a property to the field proxy. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Awesome. I need to make the .valid property read only by preventing it from being overwritten. Wait a second, set attribute. Uh-oh, that seems like the wrong implementation. Let me go read that then. Field proxy. So there was the get attribute. That was the magic, was the get attribute. And it was already throwing an exception. Yeah. Here, right? At. All right, whatever. I'll let it slide. Seems like get attribute alone was never going to be the final implementation. Let's say prevent setting attribute especially the valid property, .valid. Okay, whatever. All right. Right, unit test confirming that .match.valid throws an exception. Yeah. Yeah, if that unit test passes, then I'm happy. Where's that unit test? Where is that? Let's go find that. Ooh, it's going to be here. It's going to be in here. Is it going to be in test match? Presumably. Let me close it so it refreshes. Field proxy, got my whiteboard. Close some stuff. Agents, okay. Yes. 221 ones. Good. Okay, running the tests. Great. All the tests are passing. Okay, wonderful. Let's go read those tests. Yes. All right. What are we doing? Underscore must 001 includes timeline expected to what? Okay, field meta. So it's test that dot valid returns true when all must rules are set. Oh, that's really cool. Because I haven't implemented anything, it's just hard coding all sorts of internal state. Wonderful. That's awesome. That's unit tests. That's awesome. Here's the evaluations. So cool. Is true. Wonderful. Wonderful. Test valid property must rule fails. So what now? Must field value proxy dot valid is false. Should be invalid. Oh, I don't know if this fails, but okay, cool. So I don't know about this expected stuff, but I'm gonna keep going. Criteria contains reject expected false. Yeah, why? Like a must. Oh, must and reject are already implemented as Boolean opposites of each other, basically, because they seem to fold into these criteria, I think. I can't believe how behind my own code base I am. Okay, cool. As long as unit tests are coming out, I like it. Yeah, so contains profanity. Awesome. So these are reject rules, I get it. Is disposable email. Awesome. Ooh, that'd be a cool one for an LLM to try. Create a proxy with reject rule violated. Yes. Yes, awesome. User attempt, yes, cool. So boom, valid is false. Awesome. Mixed must and reject. Yeah. Okay, good. Clear objectives. So what? Evaluations. Oh, I see. And then it's overriding. Okay, so one must rule fails. Cool. Then it sets it back to true, I guess. Yeah. Contains jargon. Awesome. False. Right, so it goes true, and then you set it to false, it comes false. The reject turns to true, and it comes out false. Okay, good. Basically, I like it. I like it. Okay, do I want to read more? What? Unevaluated rules. Test at valid returns false when rules haven't been evaluated. Ooh, good. Wonderful. Okay, good. Did it totally finish? All 51 tests pass. Wonderful. Valid property? Cool. So what is that? That's what I was just reading, right? Yeah, I was just reading that. Okay. Look at that. Checking in leading space and costing me some tokens. Look at that. I paid for these tokens. Okay. Now what? A dot valid property are there any tests when there's no is there any test when there's none? I'll ask it. Although I guess some of the other ones, yeah, all the other tests passing means it's fine. A dot valid property for all fields, indicating, what am I trying to say? That all at must and reject. What is it? At must and reject conditions are satisfied. Wonderful. Okay. Then let me Claude it back up and get back into that Claude. Is Claude still there? Let me reconnect or whatever. What is it? Resume, of course, like Captain Picard. Update the Chatfield. This one? Yes. Let me switch it to testing mode. Does Chatfield have any unit tests confirming that a field with no at must with no at must and no at reject decorators is valid, right? Is that right? Is it valid? Is it valid as long as it's non-null? Yeah. Is invalid if it is null? Like, i.e., have not discussed the field in chat yet, but is valid if it is invalid if it is null or an empty string. Do I want to say empty string? No, let's just say null. But it's valid if it is like any string, presumably populated by the LLM, right? Right? Is that right? I think that's right. Yeah. Yeah, let's ask it. That's super important. That's super important. So then if I just loop through them and check for .valid, if it hasn't been discussed, then if it hasn't been discussed, then it'll come out false. So my discussion is not over, because the discussion's over when all fields are valid. That's the point. The discussion's over when all fields are valid. The discussion's over when all fields are valid. And the discussion being over is effectively like a .done, but that's fine. I think the fields are more important than the discussion, or the dialogue, I might say. Yeah. I kind of want to change the object names to dialogue or something. So you're having a dialogue instead of having a, what are you having? Maybe I'll just bite the bullet and ask this thing, hey, what if I change to objects? Here's Claude's plan. Ready to code? Here's Claude's plan. Plan to add field presence validation. If you ask if it does not have tests confirming that fields without must are right invalid. Okay, let's keep discussing. Let's keep planning. The most important thing for me. The only meaning, the meaning of null, none, for a field means it has not been discussed sufficiently in the dialogue to it has not been discussed sufficiently in the dialogue to have any value. Or in other words, none means not yet discussed, right? That is distinct from a user saying, like, this field should be saying effectively, this field should be in a, or it is irrelevant, or whatever. Because that, like, that NA response from the human, why? That is distinct from you saying effectively this field should be NA or it is irrelevant. Because that NA is worth capturing. I'll just say the language is coming in my head. Capturing into the form, and future versions might timestamp these user statements and quote, might timestamp and quote. Right. Yeah, okay. I have thoughts about, like, can it be partially complete? I think the answer must be yes. Like if it asked my budget, I should say like 1,000 USD, and then it should say, great, but like how frequently, you know, or a budget is a recurring budget or whatever. And would it, I guess it could capture that in like the conversation, history. It wouldn't, doesn't necessarily, yeah, yeah. That's a great thing. So I may have duplicate code here because dot valid would just, if it's invalid, it's null, right? If it's invalid, it's null. Null doesn't mean it's not been discussed. It means it hasn't been, I don't know. I don't know. I'll just let whatever implementation is. My thought was it can sort of track the state and accumulate like partial answers a little bit, but I don't know now. Maybe those partial answers can just accumulate in the chat history and the LLM can eventually put it together. I don't know. Let's keep going. So what are we going to do? We're going to have, let's actually keep planning. I'm having a second. Is it redundant? Dot valid. Let me think. Would I want the form with values in there that just have like dot valid being false? If they say like the scope is to do a HIPAA project. No. Let me think. Would it be worth capturing in this data model? Say, okay, this is a bad scope and that's an invalid scope. I think no, right? So then I think objects just click over from, or fields click over from none to not none. They just click over when they're valid. I think that's it. Yeah. That valid, is it actually redundant right now? That fields might evaluate to none, but they also have a dot valid property, but wouldn't fields like only populate, overwrite from none to like a string once they become valid, once they pass validation? Let me just ask it. I don't know. I'm getting to like the end of a long run, and I'm kind of not sure. I raised an excellent point. I think like in the same way we had Stack Overflow reputation, we should have like as professionals, we should say like how many times an LLM has, complimented me on my intelligence. That should be a little metric that we're all tracking in our lives in the quantified life. Okay. During conversation. What? Right. How the current system works. The user provides a response for a field. The response is validated against @must and @reject rules. Only if validation of the field is added. Right, exactly. If validation fails, retry. After the... Okay. Okay. That's cool. That's like really, really textbook language model value. That's so awesome. Is it redundant? Just down to one word. Boil it down to one word. Yes or no. So a dot valid would always be true. If a field doesn't exist, right, it never passed validation. You can't even access dot valid. The only scenario what the field was collected without validation. Yeah, no. That's a great point. Given this architecture, okay, let's simplify. No more. Oh, I paid for all those tokens. Whatever. It's real-time coding. It's not quality coding. It's real-time coding. No more .valid property. Instead, I want this same logic so that none means the field means no valid information exists yet. Perhaps no discussion, perhaps not yet passing validation, right? Do I want to know partial? Do I want to know partial stuff? I think I don't. I think that's the level, that's the like, you know, every time you use a library, you're deciding what you want to keep in your mind and what you want to put out of your mind. And I think like haggling over partial, incomplete, invalid answers is put out of the mind of the user. I think haggling is part of Chatfield's job. And so Chatfield should never tell its user anything that's like partially done. I think there might be some massive exception where the user's like, I hate you, I want to quit or something weird. But whatever, that's not a problem right now. Okay, so let's simplify. No more .valid property. Instead, I want the same logic so that none means no valid information exists. Yeah, if it helps, like, to update the .valid tests to just check for, you know, what is it? Equal, or just check is none or is not none, etc. Okay, and then what else? Let's simplify. No more .valid property. Instead, I want the same logic so that a field, let me just say it explicitly, so that a field evaluating term means no valid information exists. Right. What the hell? Let me just run that. I don't care. Now I've told it to simplify before, and it did. I was real happy with it. I told it to like dry things up or something, and it really crushed the drying up. It was just, you know, small repo or whatever, but okay, remove .valid property and use none to indicate invalid fields. Instead of having a .valid property, yeah, I've never written, I'm gonna have to go back and read these Git. I've never written like, you know, 400 lines of code and then said, never mind. I mean, I guess I have, but it was a major thing. It wasn't a minor idea. Okay, any string value, including double quote, is valid. Discussed and passed validation. Gosh, double quote, no, right? Yeah, let's keep it. It's none, because double quote might be a value a user wants for some reason, somehow. And then there could be metadata where it's like, at this time, at this place, you said, I want the value to be double quote, your empty string, you know? They could say it must be empty string. Perfectly fine. Yes, empty string is a valid value for sure. Also explicitly, did I spell it right? Explicitly, unit test that empty string is a valid value, whereas none is implies invalid. Right? Oops, misspelled it. Fine. Cool. Yeah, I want empty string to be a valid value. That's awesome. Delete the property. Remove set attribute. Oh, nice. Got rid of my set attribute code. I love it. Oh, are we doing this? Wait, what happened? Oh, here we are. Yes. Cool. Do it. I love it. So it goes from plan mode. The first choice is auto accept mode. That's kind of interesting. Remove .valid. Awesome. Yay, it's already gone. Is it? It's already gone. Yay. What do I do? This one? This one? Coughing. It's Zoom culture. Not YouTube culture. Okay, update Socrates. Socrates. I can't decide if I'm happy with that or if I'm just goofing off. It's open source. You gotta have fun. You gotta stimulate your you gotta find your muse. You gotta stimulate your creativity and stuff. So that's fine. I wonder if I truly know what a Socratic dialogue is. I just know the concept of like what I saw in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, basically. Okay. Cool. Cool. Or none for uncollected fields. Right on. I love it. Big money. Okay. I'm still not clear on this meta object, but maybe if I print out some objects or something, I'll feel good. So what are we doing? Valid properties. Love it. What's a match done now? Factory. Let's go read some diffs. Yeah, how'd the field proxy change? Yes. Set attributes all gone. Wonderful. And then the valid properties gone. Uh-huh. The thing is, okay. What else changed? Match. Okay, good. Yeah. This is good. This code was getting weird. Okay. I wanted it in here, but I'm glad it's gone. So how did Socrates change? What is a Socrates? Returns field value. If name in self dot underscore data, whoa, return cache proxy, whatever. Wait, what? Oh, so this is changed to if the field was not collected, return none. Not a valid, not valid. Right. If name not in self dot underscore data. Oh, so okay. So apparently, populating this self dot underscore data, is it just a dictionary? Ooh, I think yes. Collected data is a dictionary. Yes. Cool. So data's my real data. Data's the real data. I guess that makes sense. So then, what? Field was collected. Okay. I see. So we return none or the proxy. Yikes, why is it importing here? I don't like code like this. Why is it doing this? Import here to avoid oh. Okay. I don't know, but okay. Yikes. This is like an the rule of thumb is like no global variables and don't import deep inside some code, but we'll keep going. What else? Backward compatibility. I don't have a wait, what? If a field is in data but not in metadata, return a raw value. Old style usage where fields weren't defined in metadata. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Okay. Okay. Let me let it finish. If a field is in data but not in metadata, yikes. Hold on. Test demo. Demonstrating field presence as a validity indicator. Is it accumulating little one-off tests for me every time we talk? Where is that test demo? Where is that? Where in the world? Whoa. Test underscore demo dot py. I mean, it said it's there. Yeah. Okay, weird. Did it run that and delete it? It deleted it. Oh my God. It wrote 20 lines of code and okay. All right. I paid for all those tokens. I can't even see them. Oh my gosh. All right. Oh, I can. Thank you. All right. Okay, I trust you. All right. Let's switch back to plan mode. Backward compatibility mode. In what? In Socrates.py. Can we I don't even know what it's talking about. I have no idea if this usage is proper. I'm like, there's a weird it's like unnerving or something. Not having like encyclopedia, not being the deepest, authority on the code base in the universe, right? Meta collected what? That's interesting. Oh, those are regular expressions, I guess. Nice. This is cool. And I notice this is not one big plan with several subplans. This seems to be more of like, exploratory. There's only one plan. There's only one step of the plan, which is read something, and then we're going to have to make another plan on the basis of that reading, right? It seems to me that that's how this is working. So that's cool. I might have to think about that. Maybe that's part of my loop or something. Okay. So then what are we doing? This handles fields that are in metadata, but the metadata object is none. Okay, what? So what do you want to do? Plan to remove that compatible. Remove the lines. Remove this test entirely. Oh, cool. Add field metadata. Yeah, do it. I barely understand, but these all sound great. And I can git revert. It's not quality code, it's real-time code. It's not quality code, it's real-time code. You can make real-time code quality code somehow. Okay. I feel like I want to just accept the changes. I want to just accept the changes and then reread the code. All right. I hope this works. This is like depth first, this is like depth first exploration, and I'm really geeking out on the like API and the mental model and the semantics. And I don't know, my expectation is because LangGraph is so low level, it may be a lot of coding, it may be a lot of time until it's really good, until it's a good interlocutor, until it's a good Socrates, right? I think I just need to name the project Socrates or something. No, because if I name it Socrates, there's going to be some rando Python project. No, Chatfield is like a whole new word I made up. Right? Whoops. What am I doing? I'm just typing in pipe. Right. Socrates. There's going to be so much. Yeah, static site generator. Awesome. An old one. Right on. So, no. We stay with Chatfield. I kind of almost want to make it like, I'm going to do like from Chatfield. Copper pot. Nah, I don't want to make it like a cultural reference, because then most software developers don't know most other software developers' cultural references. It's foolish. Keep it explicit, keep it clear, keep it useful. Okay. What is all this? Contains, excludes, what? Min length, what? Gather. Composite conditions. Oh, I already thought through all this. We're good here. All right, Chatfield. The Socratic method. I don't know if it's that. All right. Where are we? I think we're good. All systems now require all fields to be properly declared in the gather class, which is the intended usage pattern. The system now requires all fields to be properly declared in the @gather class. Okay, wonderful. So let's do this, right? Let's how do I do? Yeah. Boom. Let's so what have we changed? We basically simplified, right? We simplified. Yeah, let's do this. What? We simplify the like the model, the mental model or the data model. The model. None invalid or not yet defined. All right, boom. All right, so pushed up. So now spend some tokens. I want to go to plan mode. Decorator based. I feel like I'm going to totally poison the well just by asking this question, but I'm just going to proceed. I paid for all these tokens. I prepaid for all these tokens, right? Oh, I feel like I have this negative attitude towards my tokens or something. I'm like angry at my tokens. I got to get over that. I got to think about that. I was thinking earlier, it's just exactly like, cloud computing or whatever, you're basically just purchasing compute power. It's just that it's effectively a different, like CPU, what am I trying to say? Like architecture, it's incompatible with the other stuff. And so I'm just, renting or purchasing, I guess, compute power. And all these tokens are ultimately just compute power, which is ultimately just, the same, just more of the same. So I shouldn't really feel angry about my token. Yeah, okay, I think I worked it out. I think I worked it out in my system. That's why I don't bear any ill will towards my tokens. So let me think. Like, I'll just say like the user, downstream user, downstream user just declares a subclass or perhaps with some decorators declares a subclass. Decorators are fine if, oh, I know what I'm saying. My top priority is a very clean DSL, as clean as possible. As what? As clean DSL, right? Oh, DS as clean as possible. As clean is my top priority is what is it called? As clean a DSL. So so decorators are so where like decorators or the current implementation is 100% decorator. What is the sweet spot to be both the best DSL for the user and reasonably the same for a future like TypeScript user. Reasonably similar, like semantics for a future TypeScript user in a, what am I trying to say, sibling implementation. I feel like watching people write prompts is like listening to people describe their dreams. It's so tedious and boring, and I want to slap people when I see them write their prompts. I don't know why. The problem is me. It's not the people. It's not the prompters. Just for some reason, when people get into prompting, I want to slap them. It's horrible. No! Oh, no. Wait, stop. Wait, I want to memorize this, right? Implementation, implement. That was perfect. That was perfect. That was awesome. I'm going to steal that feature. That's cool. That's totally cool. I can surface all of that to the user. I can surface that to where this thing's browsing the web. You can be like, stop, browse this other way instead. Or like, let me log in real quick. Keep going. Oh, yes. That's going to be awesome. That's going to be so awesome. Wait, okay. Okay, current decorator, clean DSL, weakness. Function as a field, yeah, totally. It's clever but non-standard, I know. TypeScript translation. Yeah. Yeah, the autocomplete has been a pain in the neck. I don't like the autocomplete. A class-based approach to do this. From Chatfield, import Chatfield base and field. Okay. Advantages of class-based. Better IDE. So, wait, what is a field? Chatfield. Request is a gatherer, right? By programs request. What is a field? What type of, what is the web app? Ew, ugly. Ugly. I'd almost rather pass a dictionary or something. Simple fields without using type. At must, at hint. Okay, good. I got my decorators back. That's cool. You're just telling me what I told you. I can see your deception. Let's see. Recommend for TypeScript. You just gonna rock and roll and change some code? Okay, hold on. Class method. Keep planning. Show. Yes. Hybrid plan. I'm gonna give it credit. I should talk to it like it talks to me. I should be like, great idea. You're so smart. Okay. Let's proceed with your hybrid plan. What do I want it to do? I want this thing to show me all my current examples as changed, as envisioned with the new class system. This is cool. Switching from decorators to classes is a prompt away or whatever, or a conversation away. It's totally awesome. I totally love it. I can fix myself. What do I do? It's all going to be very meta. Chroma key. I think I can fix myself. Come on, Schwartz. This way, that way. I think we're done. Think we're done? Think we're done? Okay. Both approaches use the same API. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Let's see some code. Cool. Whoa, a lot of examples. Awesome. Okay. That's my old way. Now, I could still use the def thing. I might tell it no, right? Problem is a field. I don't like that field. Okay, I have a couple of questions. I was also going to ask it, what about like data class? And what about Pydantic, right? Must reject or hint, right? At gather. Current, right? So this is the new one. Don't like it. I like how that's docstring. And docstring's actually super, like, Python's flagging it for me as the first string of the block or whatever. That's awesome. I don't know if I want to lose that. So what's the hybrid? Field, gross. That's gross. I don't mind def. I think I'm gonna push back. Hybrid, purpose, field. Okay. And what are we doing? So it's always field, always field. I don't like it. I don't like it. Class personalized helper. Wait, what? That's not right, is it? Wait, what? Oh, create tech helper. Oh, I see. Right, right. So this would be at user, at agent, class personalized helper is a gatherer. It must. Okay, same thing. So it's just a field. Okay, I don't like it. Okay. I don't want to offend it. I feel like it'll write better code if I don't offend it. I don't know. Um, just like a human, right? It's modeling all these humans responding to each other's emails, right? So I want to encourage it like I would a human, basically. For two reasons, right? As like as a like syntactic sugar for a what am I trying to say? A domain specific language. Um, I like the indentation you get after a def, right? Secondly, just gonna do that, right? Uh, a docstring is a first like class thing tracked by the Python, right? Runtime, right? I want to use that in the future for more specific. A function might actually execute. Or let's see, I could, wait. Wait, let me not, I changed my mind in the middle of my prompt. I don't want my defs. Let me ask it first. Two reasons. Oh, okay. Your field example is very clear. Let me not tell it. I've changed my mind. I don't know how I've concluded. Okay. Because given because the thing I liked as syntactic sugar for the DSL, wait. Okay. The thing I liked about def was a syntactic sugar for the DSL. I liked the indentation you get after a def and the convenience of it being stored as a doc string. Okay. And like the implementer's convenience, right? Okay. Is there any syntax that does not use def but allows a simple, you know, ID to description, long description, semantics, right? Is there any syntax? While also making at match, at, what is it? At match. Ooh, do I need to like escape this? I'm going to. At match, at what was it? Reject. Either the same or similarly convenient and brief, right? Let's see if it gets that. I don't know what the heck I'm thinking. I don't know if this thing's dragging me into these like silly thoughts or conversations or whatever. Or I mean, or I'm succumbing to these temptations or something. Or this is helpful. I don't know. The hybrid approach for the cleaner DSL. Are we still in plan mode? Yes, I'm asking. Yeah, keep thinking. Okay. Let's see what it says. Great point. All right. Got a point about the indentation. Let me explore some alternative syntaxes that could provide. Oh, is it giving me options? I love when it does this. This is so fun. This must be a template in there or something. This must be a thing where it's like, uh-oh, time to do option mode. I love it. Class variable with string literal. Current Python abuse. Totally. This already works in the current implementation, right? Yeah. But decorators don't work on string literals. Totally. Option 2. Property at field. So I subclass a gatherer and I explicitly make it a field, right? Right. Uh-huh. What if because it's a function, you could just call it just at least to right? I think that's fair. I don't know. What will your website do? Or use property decorator pattern at field. Oh, okay. What will your website do? Def purpose. Dang. Okay, context manager pattern. Oh, so but this is not going to translate out of Python very well. That's the problem. Yeah, totally. This is why Python's awesome, stuff like this, but context managers are awesome. What will your website do? No. I don't think so. Nah. It's kind of neat though. Purpose field.must.reject. God, I want to get out of this. I don't like all that. I don't know. I notice it's proposing this field thing back to me. Oh yeah, I didn't explicitly tell it I don't like it yet, but okay, hybrid string annotation. Whoa, wait, what? So, what? Wait, okay, website help. It's a subclass of gatherer, right? There's a doc string for the thing. Use string annotations for description. Okay, so purpose, scope. No, I don't like that. I don't like that. Now I got to copy and paste, and these strings can't be checked at compile time and stuff like that. I don't like it. Nope. Option 6, dictionary. Yeah. No. No, now I got to be like a reverse Polish notation programmer or something. Now I'm like programming a calculator. I'm doing lists of lists and nested objects. I want to get out of that. No, I want it flat. I want it flat. Scope, purpose. No, I want it flat. I want it visually flat. Okay. Purpose, scope, timeline, complex field. Whoa. That's hilarious. It's throwing my thing back in my face. Wait, def underscore def. Are you serious? Can I define twice? Block syntax? Class. Wait, what? Add constraints. Specific purpose, vague ideas, purpose. No, that's bizarre. Okay, no. Constrain scope. No, I don't like this. Nope, nope, nope. I don't like anything where you have to write the code twice. No way, no way. That LLM's like, yeah, just write it twice. Who cares? Just write it twice. That LLM has no problem. No. No. Scope, budget. No way. That's totally bizarre. Option 8. The last time I had 8 options, I loved option 8. Let's see if option 8 pays off again. Uh-oh, I think no. Oh, nah. No, I like my decorators. I like my decorators. Nope, I like my decorators. So which one's the most decoratory? In fact, class variable is string literal. Yeah. Property like syntax with special descriptor. What is a special descriptor? Option 2. Context manager pattern. Oh man, you know what I'm thinking? Instead of context manager, what if that's a function and then it receives a property and then it like decorates that property, or decorates a bad word, like populates that or something, like it receives a little object. Ooh, yeah, I'm gonna ask it that. I'm gonna ask it two things. Tell me more about option 2. Okay, expand. Let's zoom in on two possibilities. One possibility is your option 2. Please explain more. I'm now thinking, I want to, I myself, superclass at, what do you call it? At, decorator. Okay, and then but another possibility. You must, you, okay, let me find it. Which one was that? With field. Yeah, option 3. Yeah, option 3. Option 3, but it keeps the function, it keeps the like def field, you know, ID, right? Like syntax, except now what do you call it? An argument. An argument, like an argument is passed in. Def, so I'll say like what? Def scope of work, right? Right. Like F, you know? With a doc string. So a pseudocode. Doc string. And then what? Like F dot must F dot, match etc. What might an ideal DSL all right, let's try it. I love this. I think I love this. I think I love it. Geez, let me try some audio. Oh, I see my hair is translucent. That's awesome. Love it. Let me fix that. I can fix that. How do I do it? And whoops. Oh man, I can't see it. There it is. Oh, weird. Wow, it's sensitive tonight. Okay, we're done. Okay. Awesome. All right. All right. All right. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, excellent. I get a point. I get a point. Claude thinks I'm smart. Okay. It's like having a fool. It's like being a king and having a fool, It's like having a fool. All right. Option A, superclass. With current syntax. Minimal change. Okay. Just replacing gather with inheritance. I think I like this. The problem is if you decorate, then it could be any class. I like just forcing people to inherit from this base class that's basically like nothing. And then it's its own little class, its own object. It's object oriented. These bizarre, like this is abusing the Python syntax a bit. And, I feel like that's a little bit more justified to say, well, it's my own class. Don't worry if I'm abusing myself, right? That's what object-oriented programming means, is exactly that. So I think that's cool. Class decorators still work. Love it. I love my class decorators. All right. Usage remains identical. Love it. Great, great, great. F'd up, wait. Oh, okay. So here's option B. Here we go. This is my interesting idea. Oh, it thinks it's interesting. I get another point. Pass a field build. Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. A field builder. Right. F dot must, F dot reject. What will your website do? Is that any better? Is that any better? Must reject. It's not clear to me if that's any better. I think it's worse, right? A field builder is, I feel like a syntax decorator slightly more Pythonic, especially, well, JavaScript people, this is a little more JavaScripty, so maybe it's fine. But I think if decorators are coming to TypeScript, then great, I'm going decorators. And from what I learned about TypeScript decorators, it seems that they just totally copied the Python semantics. So we're going forward. What are we doing? Def budget. I think I don't like it. I think I don't like it. I think I like the decorators. Maybe both. Could be both, right? And then, by the way, shouldn't these be class methods like this is also like Python abuse, I think. I think these would, if you define it this way, it would kind of be, oh, like F would be self actually, typically. And then you could accidentally call it, I don't know. I don't think I like this. I don't think I like option B. We could make a field builder more fluent. Return f.must. Nah. I like decorators. Advanced features is option B. F.categories. Wait, what? What is categories? Technical, business, or creative? Ooh, I like categories. Function approach enables powerful patterns. I don't believe that. I don't buy that. I don't think the function approach gets anything that the decorator approach does not. It's just kind of, the implementation just kind of changes a little, I think, mostly. Not really even much. I don't like it. I don't like it. How many tokens was that? I don't like it. We can still support class level decorators, option B. Okay, it's option A for sure. Okay, awesome. So what did it say? Option 1. Wait, it's option 1? Oh, no. I'm wrong. Cleanest approach while being TypeScript friendly. No, I'm wrong. Okay. I've decided I do not like my field builders. Simple class. That's going to be described. Cool. So presumably it's going to, I think it's got a little intent thing in here, and it's going to, it's got a little intent thing in here, and it's going to try to rock and roll some code. Update todos. I should rename Claudey with a chance of DevOps to update todos, but be like, it's Spanish. It means update everything. I love it. Okay. This should say ready to Claude Code. That'd be cool. That would be a classy way to take credit for stuff and not a tacky way to take credit for stuff. Refactor. All right. I'll implement the simple class-based approach. Yeah, I think that's awesome. Let's just do it. I don't care. I'm so happy. It's been annoying. It's been nagging me since this started that I think decorators is going too far. Or decorators are awesome, but it should all be like it should all be its own class. I don't want to decorate. It's a massive difference. It's one line of code difference. But what this means is this thing can decorate or decorate any object you want. And I don't like that. I don't see any advantage for that. It seems like more opportunity for bugs and pain in the neck and stuff like that. So now it's just going to be a subclass. It's just going to be a class. You subclass it. It'll be a superclass. You subclass it. And then it's not quite so insane to define fields with def functions, and it's not it's not so bad to abuse that. I love it. Sure, existing test pass. Okay, good. What is this? Base class gatherer. Awesome. Inheritance pattern. I love it. Let's go see a new test. It's going to tell me what it wrote, right? Is it Control R? Will that do it right now? It will. I have a test coverage framework. I'm loving this. I'm loving this. The bottleneck here is like me, like, thumbs upping and thumbs downing like Caesar in the Colosseum, right? I'm like, no. Yes, that's the bottleneck. I'm the bottleneck. I'm Caesar in my little empire. Okay. What was that test? Test gatherer class. Okay, cool. I'll go read it in the IDE. Where'd that stuff go? Here it is. Come here, tests. Thank you. Awesome. Simple gatherer, name, your email, your email. Totally. Okay. Wonderful. Okay. Backward compatibility? No. I do not want the @gather decorator. Shoot. Let me let it finish. Yeah, let me let it finish. You can watch. Nice. Update example. Oh man, it keeps deprecating stuff. I wonder if I should add to the memory. Oh, I'm going to say stop deprecating stuff. Stop deprecating stuff. Oh my God. Social media links only. I wonder what that means, only. I'm gonna have to be careful with that. Seems like you might accidentally negate the logic. So I don't know. You know, maybe to make it more clear, more, you know, less likely to misspeak for the human for the developer to kind of get it wrong. I don't know. I might want to maybe just say there's matching and then there's like so like either document that rejecting and must and reject are just matching in, you know, internally, or explicitly say like you have to do an @match and then say your little predicate, because the nice thing about @match is it's you know, it guides me as a developer to write a little predicate. You know, it's a little bit more, I think, kind of intuitive to say match than to say predicate, but it's pretty close. It's pretty good. As like API design, right? That's the theory. So then that's fine. I can just think about it. I don't have to come to a decision right now. That's fine. How's this thing doing? Wait. Oh, I think it's stewing. Oh, it's done. It's done. It's done. Okay. I'm just gonna get out and see what's up. Chatfield. Oh, nice. Yeah, we got a base class. I already like it. I already like it. Example gatherer. Whatever. Let's just do this. That's fine. Yeah. Base class. No. Oh yeah, and I wanted to. Oh yeah, I forgot. Okay, Claude, we gotta what is that? Resume like duck, like Captain Picard. Okay, resume. Okay. Two things. Delete and to delete like old. What am I trying to say? Old code and not implement back. Yeah. To delete old code and not implement backward compatibility code. Okay. Ha! Oh, it's very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. If I were a person and I said this to a person and they said, from the feedback that you've given me, in between the lines, I'm hearing some action items here. I'm gonna go update the source code right now to reflect your thing. I would say that's awesome. That's very, very, very like thoughtful and professional thinking there, for sure. For sure. This thing stumbled into really, really professional behavior. Okay, what are we doing? Good. I like red chat. I like red diffs. Nice. What is all this? Good. Yeah, I like red diffs. I love red diffs. I love red commits. I love red commits. Good, good, good. And why? Oh, it's pulling out the entire decorator. Wonderful. That's cool. And then the superclass, I go read the code. It might be in there already. Then the base class can just really easily track all this state. It was such a pain in the neck, like monkey patching it all in. Yeah, this is totally. Let me think. So it's a base class, tech help. Yeah, problem. Yeah. Perfect. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Right. So getting metadata. I intend to make the LLM like prioritize these, right? I can tell the LLM, I don't know. I intend not to like sort them or anything like that, or like manage them. What's up with this metadata cache? Oh, if like, I'm kind of sick of this metadata cache. And what the heck? Wait, what? Class properties are deprecated? Whoa. Class properties? Property explodes metadata. Let's see. So what's this conversation? Oh yeah, the gather class method. Yeah, okay. We're gonna continue ripping things out with Claude Code. I'm gonna completely get rid of the conversation. I want it to be basically not implemented how this thing chats with an LLM or how this thing does an LLM. And I want to break this dependency right here. I don't want this thing to depend on a conversation. I don't like that. I think that's amateur. I think it might have to be something else. I don't know. I mean, it's my own class, but right. What is this thing doing? Yeah. No. I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay. So, okay. Um, so let's continue, huh? Builder, what changed? Let's see how it's doing. What are we doing? Gather what? See, don't ask again for grep commands. Right. I mean, if it has permission to read, it should have permission to grep. Like, is there a circumstance where the grep command is poisoned in this environment and my, running grep? Is it different? Like literally, uh, you know, running a sub process, forking and execing or whatever, going through your search path, right? Your like executable search path, and all of that. Like, is that a threat vector? Because if it's not, which I think that's totally a bizarre theoretical, impractical threat vector, then it's ridiculous to ask for grep permission under any circumstances. That's the point. I've already given you read permission to every file, right? So what you're saying is like running a sub process is like a risky enough thing potentially to ask like all users of Claude Code, right? Okay. I don't like that. Whatever. Why am I not liking things? I'm too far into the run, into the session. That's bad. I gotta stay positive. I am positive that I didn't like that code I saw just now, but that's fine. Right. No more. And did it save it into Claude.md? That was actually the point. I wanted to tell it, I wanted to tell it, let's see if that's in the plan or whatever. It needs to update Claude.md to say, you know, Jason doesn't like backward compatibility. Where was that? Oops. No. Okay, that's fine. We'll do it later. Thank you. Tidy it up, tidy it up. Yes. Yes. It's pretty cool. There's a giant test suite that I haven't really worked on very hard. That's neat. With coverage, that's awesome. I don't think coverage, well, we'll see, whatever. I feel like there's an entire test suite that doesn't exist yet. That's the, real like LLM. I want to start actually capturing, I think there's some specific examples where, oh, I remember one of them I'll write down now. The point was like, there should be one test that the user just clearly states every detail possibly required for all requirements in one big statement, and the system is done in one round trip. That's the point. Yeah, one round trip for like clear, definitions or whatever. Or they could even in principle say like, here's this like required field, and for all these other ones that don't have any validation rules, effectively, I don't care, or something like that. I really want to attach, I really want to get into like, time stamping and documenting all these. Wait, what? Okay, all imports work correct. Do you want to proceed? Wait, what? Yeah. What in the world? Oh, that's cool. It's running a Python-C. That's better than when it wrote a file. For some reason, emotionally, that's better than it creating a file, running the file, and then deleting that file. That feels like a betrayal of trust. Okay. Okay. Classes inherit, definitely. Class method. Wait. Provides gather class method. Okay, whatever. Cache handling. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, less magic. Okay, awesome. So from here, well, geez, I think it's a lot of changes. Let's check some stuff in. Whoa. Let's just read some diffs here. Right, no decorators. Whoa. Okay, so then the entire decorators class is basically gone. Of course it is. The gather object is gone from the decorators. Yes, it is. What? Visualization? Oh, I want to change it. Oh, that's fine. It just okay, so what else? What else? Yep. Cool. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Test gather decorator, of course. Yes. Good, good, good. Test decorator order. Whoa. Oh, yes, wonderful. Oh, that's so great. I was worried about that back then. Yeah. Wonderful. Backward compatibility. Gone, gone, gone. What else? Decorators. Yes. Cleaning it up, cleaning it up, cleaning it up. What else? That's it. Wonderful. So what was the last commit? Change from a base class, not a good. Yeah. No more at gather decorator at all. Done. I love it. I love it. All right. That's the new code base. Wonderful. Oh, let's make it remember that, by the way. Where is that? Resume. Captain Picard. Resume. Okay. All right, Captain Picard. So then, where was it where I said, yeah, always remember? Whatever. Whoa. Oh. Oh, geez. Okay. Good to know. That's so passive aggressive. That's so bad. That's bad. That's bad UX. That's so passive aggressive. That's horrible. Is it? Yeah. All right. Whatever. All right. So passive aggressive. Okay. So let's read my README. What do I want to do? It's all getting clean now. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. I think the README is... Whoops. The README is out of date. Let's actually resume in there, right? Resume. What is it? What is it called? Chatfield. Yep. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is the weirdest way I've ever built a... I'm not sure it's like a net win, because if you build it slower, you're just like in the real... The first thing is you get your hello world working with your like basic syntax, which I kind of did. This stuff, you kind of get your hello world working, and then like at least for me, you're printing out little data structures, you're printing out little dictionaries and lists and stuff, whatever you implemented, little classes or little objects. You know, and you're working it out, and so you get a ton of like hands-on kind of feel, actually, you know, writing it and calling it. You're writing your tests one at a time, so you're extremely like, you know, detailed. And here it's like it moves so fast, you can like really go in the wrong direction, but then changing from that, because it's so fast, you can also I don't know, recover. I guess you can recover or something. Or I guess what I'm saying is you can change your mind in ways that imply, you know, lots of code changes, but which does not imply lots of time cost. So that's a totally new thing, really, in programming, really. And then I would say any sort of like, you know, programming is just maintaining a bunch of text files in a folder. So any, you know, kind of content management challenge, it's different. It's just that programming's, you know, the most obvious one. God, look at all this code I didn't write. That's hilarious. Clicking around, clicking around. So funny. All right. Yeah, do it, do it, do it. Must have some kind of builder API. Wait, what? Must have some kind of, what are you doing? Are you tidying up? I don't care. Okay, good. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good, good, good. Come on. The new API, right? All right, push it up. Okay, now, okay, I'm reading my README. Let me get back in my README. Preview my README, please. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. All right. I'm so embarrassed. This LLM wrote all this. It's just like obviously LLM-y, I think. This is LLM-y a little bit. Okay. I'm not super embarrassed. All right. What else? Be specific. The computer is slow versus Excel takes 5 minutes to open. What's the specific problem phase? Okay. Okay. So I subclass it, right? Now, okay, I know my next question. Tech help, subclass gather. I could subclass gather, or I could subclass, what is it? Discourse? Socratic, or dialogue? A dialogue. It's a dialogue. Yeah, it's a dialogue. Are there any? Yeah, I'm gonna ask it. So, and then and you know, you could do, let me go to my whiteboard. You could do what? You'd go like from gather, whatever, import gather, whatever. And then you could go class foo, subclass gather, right? And then you go at gather dot what? Like what? One of the decorators. For example, what am I trying? God, I always forget. I know reject must, right? Must. Must be like a color, right? And then favorite color, right? Something like that. It's more like that. Your favorite. Yes, thank you. Something like that, right? Is that any better? Does it help just to change the import? That's all that it changes. And then if gatherer changes to like dialogue. Was that it? Socratic dialogue? Or conversation? I don't want to call it a conversation. Because that's going to be there's going to be conversation objects floating around in all this software for the next 10 years. There's going to be conversations and conversations about, I don't know. It's, that's such a massively broad, or same thing with chat. So yeah, I'm going to call it a dialogue. Dialogue. No, I don't like that. I don't like that. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Don't like it. What is that? Gather or Chatfield. Change Chatfield. Like so that, yeah. What is it? Gatherer. More like intuitive. Dialogue. Let's switch to plan mode. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, so while it's changing that to a dialogue, what will I do? So I've decided I don't like that. Good. So that's what's already, so we're already in. Let's go read the README in GitHub just to celebrate a little bit. Oh, here it is. Refresh. Okay, cool. It guides discovery. Awesome, awesome. It builds understanding. I don't know why I'm insulting it. Okay. Yeah, I gotta get that out. I don't want to insult. I don't want to get. I don't want these LLMs to give me any emotional response whatsoever. Frankly, I want LLMs to give me the same emotional responses like, if statements or while loops or whatever. Exactly the same. All right. Computer is slow. Right. Love it. Perfect. Perfect. So weird. I guess so. Oh, and I also remember another big change. I want to rip out that entire. Okay, what is this? Gather. Uh, Let me think. Wow, that's a big change. So let's just let it go. Or that's a lot of syntax to change. Meanwhile, I want to totally rip out. I guess what I'll do is go to another tab and get it planning. Ooh, shoot. Yeah, I think I will. Ooh, if it's going to rename files and stuff, right? Kernel notation. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. Nice. It's pretty cool. I wonder how systematic it is. I could imagine it missing some of them, but it's real-time code. It's not quality code. It's real-time code. So this is awesome. Oh, nice. I love when the string lengths are the same. Perfect. That's why. Okay, nice. Gatherer. Oh, but gather and dialogue spelled American would have also worked. But it's Socratic. Socrates is not American. If Socrates is anything, he is not American. So that's good. Check audio. It's Socratic. Cool. Audio is still good. Wonderful. So this is fine. Let me just get this off my whiteboard. I don't care. Whoops. I don't care. Okay. Don't care. Awesome. This was my original whiteboard. So this is still good. So .done could work. Yeah, this was my thought. User request.chat. Man, I wanted to finish this because I can get it into, once it finishes this, I don't want to do it parallel. I want to rip out that chat stuff. Okay, so while true, right? So my user request is a bad. I should call it like ticket. Right? Let's call it a ticket just to, right? Oh, and instead of gather, it's like it's dialogue now. Actually. So then we inherit from dot thank you. And now what? All of this is still good. I don't think There could be an init function. No. I think it's still good. You decorate. Yeah. Yep, totally fine. You decorate. It's a class definition, so there won't be any objects. No init functions are called. New functions are called, right? Okay, fine. And then, yeah, these have hints. Maybe the hint could go in. Maybe the hint would go in. What if I did that? F and then F dot. Stop it. F dot hint. The specific. Yeah. Nah, don't care. Don't care. I love my crazy syntax. I love this sort of like almost sort of dictionary kind of key value or JavaScripty almost kind of syntax. I love it. All right. Yeah, a lot of code to change. Oh man, I might have gone through and like it's way cheaper to do it in Visual Studio or whatever than make the LLM do it. This is a really expensive search and replace. But it's wrapped up in all sorts of like, it's going to run the test suite now and so forth. So it's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Whoa, I wonder if it's doing MVCC or something just now when it couldn't edit that file. I wonder if it's kind of tracking like E tags or something so that it doesn't like apply a diff to the file that, you know, to the file incorrectly. I bet you it did that. That's my gut feeling, seeing it do that. I've been seeing these error editing files a million times. I bet that's what it's doing. That's my gut feeling. All right. Update supporting files, builder and visualization. Yep. Oh, that got visualization. I want visualization out of there. That's another thing I want out of there. Ah, shoot. Okay. Thank you. Builder we definitely want. Massive search and replace. Very like expensive and slow. All right, match.acme is Acme standard project. Oh yeah, I definitely want like more types, like at match types. I saw it do an example just now of like choose one from three, and this is something else I wrote myself before. I wrote some code to, you know, some like basically helper functions so that you can just say, here's a string from a user, here's like 3 categories that string falls into, either like, you know, yes, no, or undecided, or, you know, pizza versus tacos, you know, whatever. And it'll just call the LLM and ask the LLM to categorize that and then return it back to you. So almost like writing a web UI or something, you just say, okay, here's the select options or something like that. Super useful, super useful. Do you want to proceed? Of course I do. So I think that'll be useful again. All right. Let me think while it's whirring. Let me think. I need to like watch it. Yeah, totally. Okay. 75 tests passing. Wonderful. Whatever. All right. Whoa. Just added it in. Okay. Right. Massive change. Let's see that whole change. Yeah. Oh, okay. Not a ton. Not a ton. That's cool. Just took a long time. A lot of round trips. Okay. Gatherer to dial. Wonderful. Love it. Love it. Okay. Next. What is that? Chatfield? Dependency. I want to remove that dependency. In the, where is that? Let me go read it. Whoa, don't like that. Whoa, don't like it. Okay. Where is that I kept reading that code and I didn't like it? It was in the decorators, wasn't it? Oh, I'm starting to know my own code base. This is so awesome. Wait, where was it? Yeah, it was, did it just add or decorate at the very end, was it? No, no, no. Agent and user. No, no, no. Where was it? Come on. Am I gonna have to search for it? Here it is. Yes, here it is. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, the base class, the base class, the base class, um, the base class. And hopefully it'll figure that out what I mean. And then and just throw because sort of execution model. Okay, I want it simpler. So what is a conversation object even worth keeping? No. No. Conduct conversation, right? All of this. I'm gonna totally replace the conversation object. Wait, let me go back. We are pulling in LangChain and no LangGraph whatsoever. Wait, whatever happened? Socrates? Where did LangGraph go? Let's just find it, right? LangGraph. Unclear if LangGraph. Claude.md. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, agent.py. Oh, yeah, agent.py is the LangGraph code. Oh, yeah. I remember thinking that was conceited. Okay. Yes. Yeah, let me just tell it that. I believe. Let's see. What is that called? Convert. PY. Let's see what the plan is to remove that conversation. I never liked it. The problem is, if I'm asking for a change, it's going to totally crash all the test suite. I'd rather think it through before going to Claude. I feel like this is going to destroy. It'll either propose deleting half the test suite, or half the test suite will just start failing. That's my guess. Right. Good. The visualization module uses the agent directly. Yes. Okay. All right. Let's see. Remove the import of conversation. Modify the get throw. Wonderful. Remove conversation. Update a init. Remove any exports. Wonderful. Comment out. Okay, actually. Wonderful. Let's comment out unit tests. Very good idea. Wonderful. Wait, did it bold it? Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's also pro and not passive aggressive. Okay, whatever. Verify. Let's let it go. All right. Now what happens? What am I doing? What am I doing? Field proxy, don't care. Readme, don't care. Agent. Now I was also going to ask to clean up. I feel like I don't like all this kind of caching stuff, these little hidden fields. As a human, I find it tedious and kind of hard to read and hard to think about. But I want to move forward. I think I've done tons and tons of cleaning house, way more than I was planning. So I want to move forward. I want to roll out that LangGraph graph. I want to do a graph. I want to carry on with, where was that conversation? Is it here? Yeah. I want to build this, or I want to think about this more. And then build whatever I think about. I want to learn more about interrupt. I want to know if interrupt is a mechanism that can work in all three environments that I plan to support. I want to support running in Python on the server and running in TypeScript on the server and running in TypeScript on the browser. That's the current goal. And all three are like maintained and tested and stuff like that. Right? I mean, that's what I brought these tokens for. That's what these tokens are going to get me. That's the value chain, right? Or that's the supply chain. That's the value add. These tokens are going to turn into this awesome graph or whatever. So, okay, hold on. This thing loves to ask questions and then not. Let me see if I can watch it. Ooh, close. Oh, just finished. Okay. Successfully remove the conversation dependency. Thank you. The code base is simpler. Thank you so much. Let's see. Should see a lot of red here. Come on, red. All right. Good. No more conversation. Dependency. Right. Thank you. The execution model. Thank you so much. Lots of red. Love it. And what else? The tests, removing some tests. Okay, removing some tests, fine. Total. Oh, this is awesome. Wonderful. Conversation objects. Unimplemented for now, right? Wonderful. Whoops. All right. So. Was that it? What did I write down? Oh yeah, I wrote down. Let me keep going with Claude. I want to expand the what is that called? Chatfield. What's it called? Match. Evaluation, which is basically an LLM evaluating the field value into a Boolean. I want more data types useful for developers, right? Example, categorizing. Oh yeah, let's plan it out. Give me some ideas for nice, convenient data types. Like data types the LM can, boil down the field to. Start the list with some of mine. Okay, so one is a let's see. Should I make it a range or should I make it a percent? And if it's a percent, is it from 0 to 1 or is it from 0 to 100? Give me some ideas for nice. What does Streamlit do? Right? Yeah, what does Streamlit do? I'll do whatever Streamlit does. Where's that? Percent or progress or whatever? st.progress, that's it. Value 100. Oh no! Int or float. Oh no. Okay. Do I want to do what Streamlit does now? I guess I will. Yeah, I'll do what Streamlit does. I'll do a Streamlit test. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. Um, do I even care? Do I ever want the LLM to estimate? Do I ever want the LLM to convert my field into a percent? Let's just say no. Um, definitely convert to a number. Convert to a number. How about convert to float, huh? Convert to float. Do I want to convert to int? Convert to int. Yeah. Yeah, if Python does it, then I want it. Convert to int. Here's some line. Convert to int. Convert to float. Yeah, we'll make the LLM do it. I was thinking, like, do I implement some of these using, standard techniques? Like, in Python, you just cast it to int or float or whatever. And I think the answer is no, because, like, what if this is a check, right? And so the value of the field is, like, spelled out for some reason. I think it'd still be cool to have the LLM make it do it. And then we're optimizing small amounts of tokens here. Okay, convert to int, convert to float, or like represent as int, right? Int, represent as float. Okay, and then like categorize into a user provided list or tuple, iterable, of choices. And so the big thing, I've built this before. I know exactly what I want. I want iterable of choices, and the user provided iterable choices. User provided what am I trying to say? User provided policy of allowing like none of these or not, and user provided policy of allowing multiple choices, right? Multiple choices. That's what you need. So if you have that, you can you can categorize like everything. It's exactly like building a web UI or whatever. It's like it's a drop down. Is none of these like one of the choices in the drop down? Or is it, I mean, in the web you might change objects, change to radio or something, but but then also like from a select, do you allow multi-select, right? That's a massive thing. And then but the LLM knows everything, so you don't have the problem of intuitiveness that you have with people. So that's awesome. So what else do I care about? Categorize. Do I care about anything else? Int, float, categorize, Boolean. Are there any other types? String. We could convert to a language, maybe. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Convert to a language. Convert to a language from a user provided, like en underscore us ID, whatever those are called. Like a UTF-8 or not. No, it's not the encoding. It's the language or whatever. That's awesome. That's a cool one. What else? Boolean, list, convert to a list. Oh, convert to a list of strings. Yeah. Convert to a list of strings. Or actually, it'd be convert to a list of any basic like Python type. Convert to a list of strings, or int, or float, or like what other types? Not bool, huh? convert to a list of strings. How about convert to like arbitrary JSON? No, I'm not gonna go there. Let's just stop there. Let's let it think. I love that. Thank you. So while it's thinking about adding more syntactic sugar, I mean, gosh, this has got to be... Well, that's cool. I've kind of defined what is the like Socratic dialogue, and now with Claude Code here, I'm starting to ask like, what's some kind of syntactic sugar? That's good though, because the implementation, because all that's going to have to happen in the LLM. Everything that I describe here has to be prompted into it, or I'm hoping like put into one of these. What is it? I keep forgetting the dang project. Starts with an I. Identifier. What the heck is it? Instructor. Instructor, something like this. This is all going to have to be put into instructor or whatever, so that the LLM returns everything. So I have no work to do. I don't want any work to do. I want to say, hey, you know, convert this field to name. Obviously, I don't want to make it spend tokens if it hasn't been defined to be needed. That's what's awesome. As int, as float. Oh, that's awesome. As percentage, as range. Yeah, as, that's cool. Categorize. Instead of categorize, let's go choose. Let's go choose. Definitely. Definitely. Let me think. Core numeric types, as int, as float, as percentage. A 0 to 1 scale, that's cool. 0 to 100. We'll go 0 to 1. As range, min max. Extract and validate numeric ranges as a range. What's a range? What does that mean? You're talking about as a number within a range? What's as range? Yeah, it's a number within a range. I don't like that. Okay. I gotta start telling this thing what I want. Okay, let's do this. Okay. As int, as float. Let's do as percent. Percent. Oh no, stop. Okay, next. Oh man, okay, next. Let's use as percent. No as range. As range. It can be int or float with a must. What am I trying to say? Validation constraint, right? Next. All right, let's keep writing. Let's keep going. That's cool though. As list of equals type. Awesome. As set equals unique values only. Oh. Collection types as set, as dict. Key value pair extraction. Oh, and you pass in the keys? Yes. I think I like that. And it maps to any. I think I like that. I love that. As list of equals type. Okay. As list is great. If of is not specified, the type should be any. Any, right? Awesome. Love it. So I get the back end working. The front end's going to be really, really nice. I think the front end's going to be really convenient. This is, I mean, I'm kind of optimizing for a use case that I don't have just yet, but whatever. As a set, I love it. As dict, you pass in the keys. As dict should take keys so that the like DSL is simplest. You know, at as dict, foo, bar, as, right? Rather than, right? I think that's the best I can do in Python. Next. Dict is awesome. Categorize should be called choose. Yep, for sure. Next, choose. So, and then here are your choices. Right. Allow none and allow multiple. Totally. And then should there be any syntactic sugar like choose one? Definitely. Yeah. Choose, and here are the choices. Allow none and allow multiple. Could the choices be, yeah, make the, yes, exactly, same thing. The choices to to choose should be args or choices, because the API should be at choose first choice, like like red or like apple, banana, right? Because this simple DSL allow, yeah, I think that's perfect. Yeah, I think that's perfect. Can be keyword arguments. Allow none, allow multiple. I also want have a choose one, like convenience wrapper. Boom. Have a choose multiple. What else? And do I want, what about, so choose one. Oh, and then what is allow none choose? I think allow none should be default. Allow multiple should definitely be default false. Allow none should be default true, actually. So if it's default true, what would be default false? So if we're allowing none, it is false that one of them is mandatory. Right, so if I said mandatory equals false, mandatory. I think I like that, right? Yeah, I like it. I'm gonna let it, okay. Cat to be at choose, right? The choices to at choose, right? Let's do this. Shoot, I don't like it. Off we go. Change allow none to mandatory or some other word. So its default value can be false, i.e. the LM returning none is allowed, right? And then, boom, what was that? Allow multiple, default false, for sure. Okay, wonderful. Have a choose one convenience wrapper, which means mandatory equals true, multiple equals false, right? Mandatory equals true, multiple equals false. Choose one. Yeah. Which means mandatory equals true. Which means multiple equals false. I think it'll understand that. Okay. Have a choose multiple wrapper, meaning, what is that? Choose multiple. Choose multiple. Mandatory is default. Choose one. So if choose one, which means multiple equals false. Oh, yeah. Let's just say this. Which curries, right? Choose, but sets multiple to false. Do I care? Yeah. And then have a choose any? No, choose one is choose any, right? Choose many. Choose one, choose many. Choose one, choose multiple. Choose many. We want it short. Choose many. Which sets multiple to true. Wonderful. Whoa. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, if I lost it, I gotta go pull it out on my YouTube channel. Where'd it go? Was it lost when I, did it? Okay, whatever. Let's see. I have it in my YouTube channel right next to me. Resume. Crazy. I don't know how to get it back. Let's use as %. That's what I did. Okay, let's just rock and roll. Must validator, right? Next, I said as list. Oops. As list. It's great. If of is not specified, the type should be any. That's what I said. What is a faster way to get this? I have my YouTube channel right next to me. I feel like this will be the fastest though. Right. A list. Right. Next. Categorize should become, what are we talking about? And mode. Should become, what is it? Choose. Boom. Yeah. To choose. Args. To simplify the DSL. Thank you. What else? Yeah. E.g. at choose apple banana. Right. Boom. What else did I say? Allow. Yes. Whoa. Stop. Keep going. Good. Actually, it's kind of nice to lock that in. All right. Right. Change allow none to mandatory. To false. So allow none. Right. So it can default to false. Right. I don't like default true values. That's the point. Okay. What else? Change allow none. Right. Okay, thank you. What else? Allow multiple defaults to false. Next. Oh yeah. Choose one wrapper. Convenience. To do what now? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? To query at choose and set what is it? Multiple to false. Also have choose many to set it to true. That was all I want. Go. Okay, I'll carry on watching my YouTube channel. Let's see. Thank you. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. LLM integration. User rejected Claude's plan. Whoa, as currency? These are awesome. Text processing. As sentiment. Wait a second, this is like way too many, huh? Numeric types, collection types, wrappers. Yeah, let's remove developer types as URL. Nah, yeah. Ooh, date time types. Actually, I want those. That's actually awesome. Text processing types. Extract keywords as summary and as slug. No. Text processing types. Yep. Boom. Wonderful, wonderful. So it should just update its plan. I like all the other ones. I like the choose wrappers. Those were my ideas. I was expecting it to throw me some kind of, you know, like easy examples and not many. These were great. God, I want to say auto accept and then start reading the plan. Let's do that. Let's say auto accept and then start reading the plan. We're going to change, we're going to have a type transformer class. Okay. Integrate with the existing match system or the match system. Wait. Is it will integrate with the match system? I was the match it's not exactly two Boolean is right. One of a big family of decorators. And importantly, right, it will actually be prompted. Let's just see if that's right. I think that's right. I think that's right. It's not clear to me. Okay. What are you going to do? Match dot is large. Totally. Totally. Wait. I'm absolutely right. I get another point. The new decorator should be siblings to match, not integrated into it. Each decorator in the family serves a distinct purpose. At match.fieldName criteria returns Boolean evaluation. Dot. Maybe I should do dot match dot criteria. No, right? Dot field name. Wait, dot match dot field name. Wait, dot match dot field name. No, right? It's not dot match dot field name. It's dot match. Returns a Boolean evaluation as int, returns integer, as float, right. Right, as percent, as list, correct. At choose, Each decorator would store its transformation metadata on the field. Only decorators actually used get included in LLM prompts, right? The LLM processes the field values through each decorator's lens. Yeah, exactly. I think that's right. Lens is a weird word, but yes. Interesting. Results are stored with the field for the application to use. Right, so if a field has at as int and match.isLarge greater than 1000, totally, what's your budget? The LLM would transform the response to an integer. Evaluate. Okay, yes, in fact, what do you think, what is it? Data classes? Is it data classes? Python. data class. Yeah, data class. Data classes and Pydantic have to let's ask it. This might be going off on an unhelpful tangent, but that's fine. I'm not strong in like Pydantic or data classes, so this. Okay, the new decoration is select match. At match. I'm trying to think. So it's almost just like two. Does it match? No, I like match. I like match. I liked it before. It was intuitive. Okay. Wait, what? Lens, multiple lenses to view, validate, transform the same. Yeah, totally, totally. And I gotta, round trip through the LLM, so I may as well let the developer tell me what they kind of any trivial LLM based transformation they want on that field for sure. Totally, I believe it. I believe it. These could fill multiple lenses with only the decorators. Yes. Should I update the plan? Yes. In fact, what do you think about it? Okay. The user asking about what data class from data. Okay, excellent point. Store arbitrary metadata with fields. Nah. From Pydantic, validator decorators. Instead of just storing rules, our decorators should work like Pydantic validators. Each returns a transformed or validated value. No, I think no. Instead of just storing rules, should work like the conversation agent would collect the raw answer, run it through each decorator slash validator in order, and then store both raw and transform values. Run it through each decorator slash validator in order. Where validators are transformation pipelines, not just Boolean checks. That's a great point because I think I can't do that. There's too much cost for round tripping. With transformation pipeline implies sequential operation, and I can't do that because the round trip time to the LLM is way, 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 way too slow, way too slow, way too high latency. So that's a great. So I must effectively do it in parallel. I must do it in one round trip to where the LLM responds like with the value and all transformations performed by the LLM. So let me think. As int validator min value. Oh, so it's running top down is reasonable. Seems appropriate. Is reasonable. Match dot is reasonable. Seems appropriate for project scope. Depends on. Are you kidding me? Pydantic can depend on. Okay, no. Okay, good. Okay, I think I don't. The because round trip time to an LM is extremely slow and costly. The architecture must be parallel. The architecture must be or both the string returns the string and all of its interpretations, right? And all of its interpretations. Right. Conversion to the int or by applying a, what was that? We're applying a, what am I talking about? A, what was that? A match predicate. Okay, everything's done. So the LM returns a string and all its interpretations. Yes. So I don't want that. So where were we? What were we gonna do before I got off on this thing? As list choose. Yes, you're right. The new decorator should be siblings. Returns a Boolean evaluate. Each decorator should. I think otherwise, all right, come on, Schwartz. So let's see. Let's see if this works. What's the change? Oh, I see. All right, let's do some edits. What's the plan? I think half the time I just tell it yes and then read the plan, I end up liking the plan. So I think that's fine. So where did it go? I'm absolutely right. I get a point. Another point. We need a single LLM call that returns all transformations in parallel. Yes, we do. I'm absolutely right. I'm absolutely right. I need to celebrate. I'm absolutely right. I love it. I don't want to take I don't want to I don't want to I don't want to take that in the wrong spirit. I guess the point is, as an engineer, like, it's just not, this doesn't mean, this doesn't, things don't go well when it thinks I'm right versus when I'm wrong or whatever. So it's not really helpful. All right. Types, raw as int is law. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Right. Exactly. 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 And these are going to be pedantic types for sure. For sure. Decorator family. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, awesome. So what are we doing? Implement choose one, choose many. Yeah, see this match. I feel like it's doing, you see how it's reading? This is how MVCC works. This is how multi-version concurrency control works. This is how concurrency control works. I feel like somehow it's blown a cache or something. It's detected that it needs to rescan the file. I feel like it has. All right. Awesome. So is code changing? Let's go look at some diffs. Match. The match decorator. Usage at match can combine with type transformations. What? As list. At as list. Are you sure? Wait, match decorator. Get field matches. Get all the matches. Yes. That's just the at match decorator. We don't want to list. Okay, it better get this right. I think it needs to. Wait, what is this? What are these changes? Oh, there's a whole new file. Because you could get this pretty generic, being like convert to any type. Let's see. Type decorator, base class for type transformation decorators. Yikes. Okay, as in, yeah, totally. Oh, wow. Decorators a type. Oh, neat. Oh, okay, so there's a generic way to define a type. And so as int is like a convenience wrapper, and it's passing in, what is it passing in? Convert to integer. Wonderful. Oh, it's a nice prompt. Awesome. Definitely. If Pydantic or whatever instructor allows that, that's a great little trick. I hadn't thought of that. That's a great idea. Yeah. Awesome. Float, same thing. Totally. If I say half, it should come back 0.5. That's so awesome. Percent as list. So as list is interesting. Of type equals any. Oh, okay. Wonderful. So I have to run as list as a, that's fine. I have to run as list as a callable, or I have to call it rather. I can't do as list like naked, but that's fine. So then what does it do? It makes a decorator. Okay. What? Type name equals, oh, okay, it's got a name. Oh, because it's gonna, I see. It's gonna, this may change to Pydantic at some point, or instructor at some point. Awesome. As set, same thing. Totally. Apple, apple, apple. Love it. Love it. Love it. As dict. Cool. These will pay awesome dividends if I really want to. As duration. Oh my gosh. I hope there's not a ton of unit tests I have to maintain. Oh, I bet there are. Example types. That's cool. Yeah, give me a unit test for every one of them. Yeah. Yeah. Give me a unit test for every one of these. That's cool. Now, we don't have the LLM yet, so I don't know what the unit test will do, but that's awesome. Wait, what else changed? Example types is reasonable. Yeah. Totally. As float, as percent. Get both raw number and percentage of a million. Greater than. What's your budget? We'll calculate percentage of 1 million for reference. Oh, wow. Oh, dang. Okay. If you get that right, I'm going to be impressed. Is this do I need to escape this or something? Or is that my own IDE's problem? I think that's right? We'll save that. I think. Okay. Or maybe it is, but I don't like that. Okay. As dict, name, role, and experience. Totally. As list of equals string. Right. What technologies will you use? But I definitely want as list. That's fine. Yeah, as list. Okay, wonderful. Ooh, and it's pulling in new stuff, new types. Cool. And it's just pulling them all into the root namespace there of the module. Great. Of the package. Great. What else? So these are the types that I already read. Awesome. And some tests. I love it. That's a ton of code. That's awesome. Awesome. Let me go read it. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, let's see if I can just check it all in, huh? Test types. Okay, and so once again, it's going to have to, what's it going to do? As int, as float, as percent, value. Get field transformations, value. Where's that get field transformations? Is that a testing code? This is, oh, okay, cool. Get attribute field func from my transformations. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so go back. Where was I? Go back. Test. Get field transfer. Ah. Oh, wonderful. Oh, great. Okay, cool. Yes, exactly. There are 3 transformations on this value for sure. So there are 3 transformations, and then as int, as float, and as percent is in there. Okay, I don't know why I want a list of 3 of them, but that's awesome. Okay. Strange, but whatever. If the test suite's passing, this is fine for now. All right, so I've read all this code, so let's just check it all in. Lots more to transform values, right? To transform information into like useful values. Yep. All right, push that up. So, whew. And then are there tests for the big one? Choose is a massive one. Here we go. Yes, thank you. Good. Right. Small, medium, large. Totally. Pick a size. So that's just going to return a string. Choose red, blue, and green. Mandatory equals true. Allow multiple equals true. Pick colors. Awesome. Okay. So they're not implemented, so it's all just, is it tracking? So that's cool. And then this is nice that this is just dictionaries. That's nice. So I like all this. I like choose. What's the choose API? Let me go pull choose one. Yeah, here we are. Is this in the types? Awesome. So choose one is literally a wrapper. Okay, wonderful. It's literally a wrapper. You pass in your choices. Mandatory is passed through. Choose many. Mandatory is false. Yes. And allow multiple set to false, allow multiple set to true, choose one. Right, allow multiple. Wait, mandatory, wait a second, choose one. Should choose one return? I feel like if I say choose one, I feel like if I say choose one, mandatory should be true, and choose many, mandatory should be true. Yeah. I'm gonna do that. Let's change it to true. Oh dear. Convene forever with allow multiple, right? If false. Okay, whatever. Oops, wait, nope. Okay, good. Next. Oh man, pain in the neck to do code line by line. It's a pain in the neck. Okay, multiple, yes. If false is no longer the default. Okay, done. All right. Oh man, I gotta run my own test suite now. Okay, I'm spoiled. Okay. All right. What are we doing? Mandatory? Yes, fine. Geez, I don't even, how do I even run that? Oh, what is it? Switch to plan mode? What's that called? Chatfield. Ooh, no, stop it. Pull the memory for me, please. Claude. Choose many. Choose. Time and date. Awesome. I'm not going to spend a lot of time testing these, but this is cool. I love this. What was the one where it was like as language? Oh man. Oh, I didn't implement it yet. I got to make it do that. What is all this? PyTest tests? Oh, using make commands. Actually, no. Let's get out of there. So, is PyTest in there? Yeah, it's in there. Okay, let's just check that in for. Oops, Chatfield. Nice. Regex pattern did not match. Cool. That's not me, huh? Shouldn't change that, huh? Stash. All right, back to normal. I bet it still fails. Yeah. Okay, in that case, I don't care. All right. Choose, oops, choose one and choose many. Default to mandatory equals true. Correct. That would be weird. Choose one and then you get none back. That's weird. That's weird. Okay. Now what? All right, I don't care about my test not passing at the moment exactly. What do I care about? Choose one, choose many. This is awesome. What do I care about? Test types. Yeah. Yeah. Totally. That's going to be nice to get back. Yes, this is awesome. And now why is visualization in here? I'm still annoyed. Okay, let's just do this, right? What is this? Chatfield agent graph from class. Visualize graph as a mermaid diagram. Yeah, let's do that. That's next. I'm going to tidy up and then I'm going to get into this LangGraph graph design, right? Let's plan. Visualizations are in the Chatfield code base. I want to just return the basic data types, and then in the Jupyter notebooks, the code to like, visualize it. Yeah, let me just let it start there. Let's try that. Let's see if we move it all. I don't understand. Why is there this massive from IPython, get graph, draw mermaid? Yeah, I'm gonna move this to the notebooks, I think. Edges, there's a ton of code. The example was just like hello world, like, 2 or 3 lines of code you can visualize. Get agent graph. What? Max retries. Create an agent and return its compiled graph for visualization. Yikes, yeah. Yeah. Oops. Okay, so what's the plan? Remove visualization graph function that creates PNG images. Remove display graph in notebook function. Yes. Update agent. Keep get graph to return the raw. Yes. To return more detailed metadata. Whatever. Yeah, do it. Do it. Create an example Jupyter notebook. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Update init.py. What are you going to do? You're going to, yes. And what is agent.py? Update agent.py. Enhance get graph structure. Let's go read that. What is that? Agent.py get graph structure. Come here. Get graph structure. Whoa. Select field, ask question, edges. Meta. Initialize, select field, ask. Wait, what? Oh, wow. This is insane. This is totally bad. It's just like duplicated the code, select field. Yeah. It has to come from the build graph output. Return self._compiled graph. Yeah. Let me just tell it that. Get graph structure. Update agent. Should the visualization not use the real graph object as created by, what is that? Where was I? Here, right? Yeah, yeah. _build_graph. Yeah. Awesome. Yikes. Can this thing do DevOps? Let's see. I bet it can. I bet it can. We'll see. Let's go audio check. Uh-huh. Audio check says awesome. All right, let's keep going. So what are we going to do? Remove the hard-coded node. Thank you. Call the visualization module. Yes. Visualization modules. Continue with remaining tasks. Thank you. Thank you. And we're back to auto accept. That's interesting. Yeah, totally. Wait, what? Agent meta, self.meta. Yeah, there you go. Great. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Is it like introspecting itself? That's fine. At least that's a slight improvement. Yikes. Get mermaid. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wonderful. What does it do? It moved it into a init. Or do, wait, that's bad. Why is it get display graph in notebook? Okay, whatever. I'll let it finish. I don't really care too much. It was just annoying me. 3,000 tokens? 4,000 tokens? What are we doing? Making examples? Okay. Cool. Oh no, I hope it updated the README as well, huh? Yeah, update the README to include all these new examples. We'll do that next. Graph visualization. Where's some notebooks? Where is that going to be? Chatfield / examples. Is it going in there? Hello. Cool. Can I click it? Yes. Let's click it. Let's read it. Uh-huh. This is not right? Extract graph data, visualize with Mermaid, custom visualization with Network X. What? Oh my God. Okay, I'll do it myself. This is totally not working. What do I want to do? Do I want to just throw this all away? Plant ML? Hold on. Did anything change that I want to keep here? Visualize graph. Like if there's a bunch of red commits rather than, it didn't really remove a lot of code. No, we're just abandoning this. Yep. All right, so what do we do last? Choose one. Fine. Visualization stays. All right, so now what? Nope. That was real-time code. That was not quality code. That was real-time code. That was bad. That was bad code, but it was real-time, so I like it. Okay. Got my types, got everything. So what am I gonna do? I think I gotta build the dang backend now. I gotta build the real graph. I gotta build the LangGraph graph. I know LangGraph, I know the graph. Let me just think for 2 seconds and then I'm gonna take a quick break. Let me just think for 2 seconds. Oh, I still need to learn, is this interrupt? Maybe I'll implement it. Or maybe let's just go read that. How is the LangGraph interrupt? Yeah, I want to understand, how does LangGraph interrupt work? Human in the loop. Yes. Add human intervention. How to make LangGraph stop in the middle. Interrupt. Okay, making it easier. LangGraph. Human in the loop workflows, right? Yeah, I believe him. I'm sure there's been tons of R&D or whatever, or like workshopping. Command equals resume. Right, graph.invoke. Interrupt. Your question here. We've tried to emulate this. Okay, wait, what? One common way is with the input function, right? Pauses. Right. Interrupt. Okay. Production settings. Okay. It will pause the execution of graph, mark the thread you're running as interrupted, and put whatever you passed as an input to interrupt into the persistence layer. Okay. Okay, so I could process that persistence layer independently, even if LangGraph gives me no tools, but I bet it does. You can check the thread status and see that it's interrupted. Check the message. Based on that, invoke the graph again. Yeah, totally. Oh, so if interrupt just syncs this down to my storage layer and then resume and then hands processing back to me, that's awesome. And that's why you need a storage layer, right? Graph.invoke. So then what? Note, it doesn't function the same as input. It reruns any work in that node, yep, before it's called, but no previous nodes. This ensures interrupted threads don't take up any resources. Yeah, resume months later. Yeah, totally. Okay. Many months later? Okay. Nice. Python and JavaScript. Okay. Okay. So it sounds like it's syncing it to the storage layer. It's not like it's not calling UI or anything. So that's fine. That's perfect. If it syncs it to the storage layer and then just says like, here, execution's back in your hands, and then I can pull from the storage layer or whatever the interrupted state and the like parameters passed to it. Um, I could do all the UI I want, and then presumably like sync it back, or maybe by running this command, that's pretty much what happens. Yeah, with my thread. Okay, cool. So as a developer, so what's this? Human in the loop. Right. Step one, step two, step three. Okay, I read this. Edit the graph state. Human. What is this? Is this Python? Is this JavaScript? Nope. This is not. Resume. Interrupt. Right, I read this already today. How to make LangGraph stop. Have you figured out? Streamlit LangChain. Did it? Interrupt before, after. Right. Awesome. What else? Graph that invoke. Yep. Okay, cool. Interrupt. So then if I think this is instructor, let me close some graphs. So then, okay. So then the answer is yes. Use interrupt. So we think, let me think. The agent starts from a state or whatever. Yeah, or there is a state and the agent starts thinking. From that state, it like populates the, the data object. Right, wait, initialize setup state. Yes. Yeah. So if the state is like null or whatever, then it's going to say like, hi, this is what I want to know first. Something like that. Or are you ready to talk about this conversation? Anything like that. But it should definitely ask a first question. Then, when it says let's talk about your project or whatever, boom, we go to the listen node. I should say, I almost said listen state. We transition to the listen node, and what the listen node does is interrupt. And the reason it interrupts with like a parameter, I'm gonna go reread what can be passed in, but if it's just a string, maybe we could interrupt and pass in the state of the object. No, it literally doesn't matter. Because this thing's put its message on the queue. So we're just listening for user input. I think it's that. I think it's just like interrupt with no arguments, something like that. Then the user's gonna say something, and then we're back into thinking, I believe. And then during thinking, we're gonna see about populating the data object. From populating the data object, we're either done or there's another message to ask. That could be optimized into one round trip by saying process the object. If the object's all valid, say like thank you, I think we're done here. If the object's not valid, ask the next, most sensible question. There's already in here the concept of like queuing up, I believe. Questions that need to be asked. Oh yeah, proposals. That's what it was, proposals. And then you respond. There's the agent's response. There's the like data object. So this is the loop. This is the loop for sure. And we use interrupt. And because interrupt syncs to some state, I know what I want to do. I don't want to expose any of this to the user of the API. This is all internal implementation. So I want to like call, let's see, when it runs interrupt, let's see if interrupt, it's supposed to return twice or whatever. So I want to use that to like call the callback to my own users, as it were. That's the point. So that when, where is it? When, well, let me see, where's some readme? Yeah, so that when, oh, I remember the most clear example is in my whiteboard. Here it is. Here. I run my own loop. I run one iteration. By running this chat, it's basically going to run one cycle through the loop, right? Maybe. I haven't even wired up my, my user input yet. So maybe I have to provide that. I'll have to think about that. But then anyway, basically it runs once through the cycle, right? It tells me how we're doing, or it tells me either hello or how we're doing or whatever, or thank you for that. Here's the next question, whatever. It prompts me, and then I prompt it back. Sorry, it prompts the user, the human or whatever, and then the human prompts it back. And from that prompting back, it may become done. We may be done or not. And if we're not done, then every field is going to be like populated here. It might be .none. Ooh, that's going to be annoying. I'm going to have to work on that. If it's none, then I can't do .acme and so forth. So maybe that's fine. Maybe I just say is not none. Yeah, if it's none. Yeah, if it's, yeah. This has to change. This has to change. If user request dot scope, boom, it would be like that. Let's just do that. That's fine. Dot budget dot propose 1,000 monthly, right? So, right, and like propose maybe, yeah, right. But if they already said the budget, and this would, if the budget already defined, right, by the human, let's just say. Okay, totally awesome. Totally awesome. So that's the whiteboard. So this is what I want the user to kind of feel. This chat, it's still it's not defined, like default behavior might be, it runs an input. It runs an input at the terminal here. Whoops. And I type into it. That's fine. But it must also be doable through, any other mechanism. I should be able to query out to it should be kind of asynchronous or something, or it could be synchronous, but it has to wait for me to, run a bunch of code effectively when this chat happens, or whoops, or as a developer, I need to tell this chat, how my user input works somehow, which I'm not really looking forward to that, but that's fine. Then from that, with that one line kind of not totally defined or clear, everything else is very clear. Oh yeah, there's all this cool, like, let me start doing some fun decorators now, right? Like scope of work is Acme. I have all these fun decorators now, like what is it? Is no, I think I need to restart. Do I need to restart my kernel? Go. Yeah. Is no, you're not gonna let me, you're not gonna autocomplete me? Yeah. Oh, as yeah, totally. As percent, right? As date. Yeah, totally. What's one that, yeah, as percent, right? And then current status is, right? Oops. Come on. Thank you. And then we're gonna say this will be as a percent too, right? Current status of the project. As percent, right? Cool. Right. Ooh, would I want to pass in a... Actually, how's that work? F12? Hey. Oh. Where's that thing? As percent. Come here. As percent. Pretty sure it's in there. Example. Wait, is this the real code? Where's this? Init? Nope. Where's the real code? Types. Here it is. Yeah, they all... No, they receive a callable. Okay, I feel like I should allow strings in here so that this could be specified by the user as float. That's fine. We'll put that in later. Let's just throw that in the README right now. Let's throw that in the README real quick. Chatfield README. I can never read these. I can never. Where is it? Come here. Okay. Let's throw that into features. I think as percent as float ideally can support, right? So it'd be like, I go like as percent as a naked, as a plain some default prompt, right? But as percent some string here allows the user, developer, to like hint, like for example, percent completion, but minimum, minimum, wait, let me think, developer hints as a percent completion, but minimum, let me think, would I ever want that? Or like as float, yeah, allows the developer to hint. Example, I mean, I think as range was already in there, but yeah, either pi, either pi, like it could make it a Boolean, right? If either pi or tau, right? Either pi or tau, T-A-O, either pi or tau. I mean, I know that's kind of getting into validation. That's fine. Just the README, just the whiteboard, whatever. Okay. What do we got? Yep. Whatever. Some notes in the README. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'm going to implement this. I don't know if I'll do it today or not, depends, but I'm going to implement this LangGraph graph. It's a real simple graph. I like that. I was nervous about, I'm new to LangGraph, so am I going to do the perfect graph? So I like how this is simple. And with this done, and just with a little bit of interrupt figured out, we could at least move from like a bad implementation of language only to a LangGraph implementation. I'll also think, like, given this, I guess I could think about, do I want LangGraph? No, I won't. I won't, because we've got the debugging, we've got the like the time travel, we've got all this great stuff with LangGraph. So we like LangGraph. So it's a real simple graph. That'll be the implementation of like prompting, and but there's a ton of work. There's a lot of building up the prompt in here that's totally not captured anywhere. All the actual prompts to make the thing behave correctly and say the right thing next is all to be done. But there's a massive, let me do one quick one. Come on, Claude. What is it? Chatfield? Nope. Yeah. To some as, did it already do that? Let's go check the README. Did it already do that? What was in the README? README? No, right? As, I see no as stuff in here. As, where is it? Come here. As, yeah, it's not in here. Good, we'll update the README. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, choose all that stuff. This is going to be fun. And then we'll read the README, and then we'll leave inspired. We started inspired, and we left inspired. This is like the third time or fourth time I said we're going to ship some code. We're going to do some LangGraph. I think second, because I just learned LangGraph like 2 sessions ago. But I learned of LangGraph, really. Yes, I do. So that's fine, but it's so bizarre. There's like a massive test suite working or whatever. But like, I still don't consider Hello World's not even done. Hello World's not even done. There's like a not implemented exception now. If you even try to make this thing chat, right? Presumably. This, right? Yeah, this is gone. But I'll let it stay. Even though yeah, we'll update the README, whatever. Oh, I think this is correct. This is here. It just throws an exception. So that's cool. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Totally after gathering. Whoa, product launch. Wow. Dang, I hope people use this package. This is capable of expressing a lot of nuance already. This is right. Wow. Yeah, this is capable of expressing a ton of the sort of information I think you want an LLM and a human to talk about. And that you want a software system to walk away with, you know. I think this is cool. I kind of think this is cool. We're on a tangent on making Vive DevOps here. We're going depth first search algorithm a little bit, but it's open source. It's exciting. It's inspiring. Let's just take all this and read it. Audio check. Search. Cool. Audio check. So since it pushed up, let's go read it in the README. Chatfield, README. Okay. Chatfield. All right. We're doing Socratic dialogue. Okay. Oh my God, I don't want to read just. Okay. All right. So here we go. Hint. Why Chatfield? So here's some examples, right? Def. Must. Reject. Type transformation. Transform freeform responses into structured data. As int, as list, as percent. Choose one. Yes. So as int must between 2 and 20. Yes. How many people on your team? Yes, yes. And the LLM is going to return the Pydantic data type int. And so I don't have any work to do. I don't have to do any casting. I don't have to do any A2I or, you know, casting or Python or whatever. The LLM is going to do it. And then, I hope I can use Pydantic or whatever in JavaScript. I don't have to worry about that, but whatever. The LLM is going to do it. And then I'm just going to, you know, juggle all these little properties all over the place. And it's going to be a lot of Claude Code. So as a percent, how much is done? Half, 75%, almost done. Totally. How much is done? Half. Right. As a list of equals string, list the main technologies. Totally. Choose one, startup, enterprise, agency, or nonprofit. What kind of organization? Yeah. Now that's not validation. So, I wonder if it should be as choice. As choice. Yeah, let's change it. Gotta change it. choose. As choose, as choice. Choose one becomes as choose one. Choose one. Yeah. And likewise for choose one. Yeah. We have to change that because it feels too much like a validation rule. It feels too much like a validation rule, and these are transformations, not validation rules. I don't want it. Yeah, it totally feels like I just made a validation rule, which I did not. So that's good. Awesome. Oh man, it's gonna update the README as well. It better. Oh, thank you, README. Thank you. I found all occurrences of choose one. So we're just changing it a little bit. We're changing some code. All right. So then the usage team project.gather print project.team size. No, it is not going to be an integer. I can fix that. I don't know if the README is wrong or the code is wrong. No, that's all. That's fine. This can be wrong. No. Match.personal, match.work. Personalizing the Socratic dialogue. Okay, cool. As choice. Right. Yes. We're going to change it. Thank you. Let me get back on aliases. No! I told you stop doing that. Oh my god. Follow the compatibility. Full stop. Rate it. Live it. Yes. Thank you. Oh man, wow. Well, that now as an implementer, the big idea was to populate Claude Code to make this thing do stuff. So I got to be aware that it'll just disobey Claude.md. It'll just disobey Claude.md. Okay. All right. We're getting sea legs. This is totally fine. This is all fine. So I need to look in though. I might need to change it, but I'm sick of juggling these around. I don't want. I want it like my whiteboard. I don't want to just reference that field like this as int and have it be like casted to that automatically. I don't want that. Catering needs food and beverages to serve. Main hint. Wait, what? Pizza, salad, soda. As list. Yeah, totally. So that's right, but where was the real code that it was doing, or when it was doing those here it was. This webhelp.purpose.work. Wait, what? Match.work. .personal. Yeah, it needs to work like match and not like this. That's fine. Oh my god, it's still writing. Okay. I don't want project.team size to ever be anything except the string, the real value. I don't want that's fine. Kind of come to that later. Let me just write that down real quick before I forget though. No, like prop being, it's like as representation. It should be none or not, or it should be none or string. Only none or string, right? Or string. Then you have like dot prop dot as whatever int to access that. Okay, I wrote that down. I'm sick of playing with the I got it out of my system. I'm sick of all this, like, I'm sick of making the like semantic layer in the mental model. Totally. Uh-oh, is it catching that other error that was happening? There was one random error that was happening. We need to update. Oh, thank you. Wow, it really makes bad mistakes. It's just since it's inside this tight loop, some of them kind of slip by. It's making like mistakes that no human would make, I think. Okay. And I'm just glossing my eyes. Okay. Mm-hmm. Is that the one like weird? Yes. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Was that just my only test? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cool, cool, cool. Whoa, done. Oh, wait. Almost done. Come on. Often it'll prompt me. Didn't it always prompt me here? Cool. Nice. What's SSS? What's S? Skip. S must be skip. Mm-hmm. All right. Done. Done. Yeah. As or choose any, so it does not. All right, that's good enough for now. Wonderful. So if I jump back, I don't know if the README changed. Don't really care. Okay, awesome. We're going to specify our problem this way. This is the dialogue, or these are the, right, these are going to become, I keep wanting to say projections. These are going to become transformations. Then it's going to work like the, like the match decorators. And the only thing to do is to, this is completely well defined now. I think all this is extremely, definitely over defined. I just couldn't stop having ideas that need to be captured and prompted into Claude Code. So then the LangGraph implementation of this loop, the prompting to go into it, the decision of how to choose what to say next and all of that sort of thing. And then that's not Hello World. That's like version 1 published to, now that's like publishable. That's getting basically publishable at that point. Definitely getting close. I want to swap out. I think I'm still using an OpenAI key for some unknown reason and so forth. But that's going to make this thing publishable. I'm going to have to kind of split this off and have Chatfield be a real package that anyone can use. And then I'll import it into maybe Claudey with a chance of DevOps, something like that. But next step is just implement that LangGraph graph. And that's really good. I'm super optimistic because I know LangGraph. I have to implement some Python functions and putting together a bunch of prompts. So there's no such thing as a free lunch. So and what's great about this is that's basically all that needs to be done for LangGraph is that prompting and so it's done. So there's not much LangGraph work actually to do, but rather I just need to put my prompting and my logic into this LangGraph framework here, into this LangGraph graph, if I'm saying it right, for LangGraph to run it. And then put my UI into this interrupt or whatever that looks like. And that's how that's totally done. That's how that's totally done on the Python side. Okay, I'm gonna take the break. It may be the end for the day. I'm not sure. I think I'm gonna realize how much time I may restart, but if not, I'll restart. I want to restart tomorrow. I want to restart, keep going this weekend. I want to get this kind of published or publishable this weekend. That's the goal. So whatever happens, that's the goal. Okay.